them from happening. 2b. Note that, whereas the above law schema 1 is value-free, the rules 2a and 2b based on it, though not deduced from it, are value-laden. Moreover, the choice between seeking G and avoiding G, hence between applying 2a and using 2b, will involve moral deliberations if the consequence G is likely to affect individuals other than the actor. Hence the naturalization project involves a logical circle. The attempt to derive any moral norm from science involves moral norms. Biology alone cannot account for human nature because, as the British archaeologist Gordon Childe put it in 1936, man is the animal that makes himself. Hence only a combination of biological evolution with social evolution may explain the emergence, reform, and repeal of social, moral and legal norms. In particular, it would be foolish to explain constitutions in purely biological terms. The same holds for international codes such as the United Nations Charter, as well as for social facts in general. Which is why the expression naturalized social science is an oxymoron. Legal naturalism holds that just laws are natural. But history shows that there is no such thing as natural law, all legal codes are artificial. And, like all artifacts, the so-called positive laws are bound to be imperfect, though also perfectible through research, debate, and struggle. Unfortunately, the contemporary debate over natural law has been distorted by the legal positivists, in their eagerness to defend rational ity and secularism, as well as the status quo and the corresponding legal order. They hold that one must choose between the two schools, natural law and legal positivism, and that the former is just a vestige of tradition, whereas science, or at least rationality, is on the side of the might makes right school. Actually, no such choice is compelling, because there is a tertium quid, namely legal realism. This school holds that the law is more than a tool of social control, it can also be a tool of social progress, in particular an adjunct of any policies aiming at attaining social justice. See Bunge 1998, Pound 1954. The disjunction of law and morality, claimed by legal positivism, is wrong because laws regulate our behavior toward others, and as such they are objective moral rules to be evaluated by their consequences. Wickstrom and Triber 2009. What holds for social technology, in particular ethics and the law, also holds for the other branches of engineering. They too are artificial activities centered on the design of artifacts. What is also true, if paradoxical, is that artificiality is of the essence of human nature. Humans, however primitive, use or even invent and fashion artifacts of many kinds, from tools and weapons to institutions and words. Only the artifacts made by non-human animals, such as spiders, honeybees, beavers, crows, and weaver birds, are natural, in the sense that the corresponding animals make them instinctively, without RST making any drawings and with no need for formal schooling. The human material artifacts, and their corresponding crafts and technologies, are just as unnatural as poems, songs, rules of etiquette, legal codes, religions, and scientific theories. Since naturalist anthropology cannot account for the artificial, it misses the all-round artificiality that distinguishes humans from other animals, no less. Hence it is not tea for human consumption. Let us now glimpse at a special naturalization program, the attempt to reduce all the sciences of man to neuroscience. Neuroscience has recently displaced physics as the sexiest science, and it is successfully completing the naturalization of psychology that Hippocrates and Galen began in antiquity. Indeed, cognitive and affective neuroscience have replaced At the same time behaviorism, which was scientific but extremely narrow, and psychoanalysis, which was very broad but pseudoscientific. Fortunately, cognitive neuroscience has not eliminated social psychology, but has merged with it. Indeed, traditional social psychology, which was born in the 1930s, is currently being enriched with cognitive neuroscience, to produce social cognitive neuroscience. See example Cacioppo et al. 2006. It was perhaps unavoidable that the success of the naturalization program in capturing the mental would inspire what may be dubbed neuroimperialism, the attempt to explain every bit of behavior in neuroscientific terms. Indeed, in recent years we have witnessed the birth of neuroeconomics, neurohistory, neurolaw, neuroethics, neuromarketing, and neuropoetics. How much of this is legitimate science or technology, and how much empty promise? Let us see. Neuroeconomics is the study of the economic behavior of individuals in the light of cognitive and affective neuroscience, Kamer 2003. This emergent discipline has shown certain differences between planned and impulsive buying, whereas the former is guided by the prefrontal cortex, the latter is under the strong influence of subcortical systems, as was to be expected. Results of this type are interesting but limited, because they concern individuals rather than RMS and markets, and because laboratory endings are a poor guide to real-life behavior. Neurolaw is the neuroscientific study of what jurists call mens rea, the criminal mind. It has been known for decades that juvenile offending peaks at about the age of 17 because this is when boys form new attachments beyond the control of home and school, and when their brains become awash in testosterone, while their prefrontal cortices are still immature. But neurolaw cannot explain why the crime rate is far greater in the United States than in neighboring Canada, which in turn has a higher rate than in Western Europe, India, and Japan. Nor does neurolaw explain what drives persistent offending, that is, adult crime. These limitations of neurolaw are due to the fact that crime, unlike poetry or mathematics, is identical with antisocial behavior, and understanding such behavior calls for an exploration of the social environment. See example Wickstrom and Sampson 2006. Neuroethics is the study of the way the brain internalizes moral norms, as well as the study of the pathological causes for the failure of such moral inculturation. The classical case is of course that of Phineas Gage, who lost his moral conscience as a consequence of a severe injury to his frontal lobe. But this was a very exceptional case. In the vast majority of cases, immoral behavior results from either incomplete socialization or social pathology rather than from neural deficiency. How about the 7 deadly sins? Could neuroscience explain anger, greed, sloth, and the rest, as suggested on a recent program of the History Channel? This is extremely unlikely, for 2 reasons. One of them is that every list of sins is culturally determined. For example, aggression, enslavement, theft, and social insensitivity do not occur in the Christian list of sins. And the worst aggressions, the military ones, are not committed in anger. Likewise, thieves are not motivated by anger or greed. Most of them steal to feed their families in times of unemployment or social disintegration. Focusing on the brain as the source of social ills amounts to diverting attention from their structural source. The reason neuroscience alone cannot cope with social problems is that it explores what goes on inside people's brains, not among them. Only the social and biosocial sciences are equipped to deal with social relations. Therefore the neuroscientific approach to all kinds of human behavior should be welcomed with caution. For every person is a member of several social circles or systems, which constrain behavior in some respects while stimulating it in others. Thus, while it is true that the stock market transactions are influenced by fear and greed, these emotions do not have their source in inner brains. They are generated by macrosocial facts, such as natural or political disaster, ination, unemployment, social unrest, war, and industrial innovation. Consider the familiar scenario: disaster strikes a community, whose members get together to remedy some of the consequences of the disaster. See Fig 6.1. In conclusion, naturalism should be expanded to make room for the economy, the polity, and culture. This expansion is called emergent systemic materialism, to be examined in the next chapter. The great merit of naturalism is that it undermines magical thinking, in particular supernaturalism. But naturalism is limited, and therefore weak, for it does not account for the specificities of the social, the moral, the legal, the scientific, the technological, and the artistic. This is why it has failed to explain any large-scale social process, from the emergence of culture to the rise and fall of empires. After all, the whole point of being human is to violate the natural order, to enact the paradox that human nature is largely artificial. Furthermore, according to naturalism, human nature is biological, when social reform is ineffectual or worse, as Pinker, 2003, 294, Tiger, 2008, and others have claimed. Obviously, Noam Chomsky has not noticed that his nativism and anti-evolutionism connect with his leftist politics. Thus, ironically, naturalism, which was scientifically and politically progressive between the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, is nowadays being invoked to support conservatism. Worse, some of the most vocal champions of secularism and science rightly GHT creationism and parapsychology, but overlook equally pseudoscientific but far more harmful doctrines, such as the standard economic and political science theories. And animal rights advocates, naturalists too, are typically unconcerned about human rights violations. In short, the naturalization project is sound in natural science subjects, but it is deceptive in social science subjects. Here at best it attempts to depoliticize politics, and at worst it disguises a regressive political agenda. The limitations and excesses of naturalism suggest that this worldview should be expanded to encompass the artificial and the social, which are almost wholly unnatural. They have natural sources or roots, but they are made, not found. In other words, before the emergence of modern man, the universe was wholly lawful. After that event, in a tiny corner of the universe, namely the inhabited regions of our planet, there have been rules, or norms, in addition to laws. For example, the mathematical concepts are subject to the rules of logic, social systems obey laws, both natural and social, plus social conventions and norms, many of which are local, and computers operate in accordance to both the laws of electronics and the programs that their users impose on them. Any realistic ontology must go beyond naturalism and make place for the artificial and the social. The proposed enlargement of naturalism, or physicalism, or vulgar materialism, should not be mistaken for sociologism, or the attempt to account for everything human in purely social terms, forgetting that humans are social animals. In other words, the laws of naturalism are not corrected by exaggerating the unnatural aspect of human nature, but by blending the two aspects. I submit that, when combined with the systemic approach and the scientific method, materialism has all the advantages of both naturalism and sociologism, and hopefully none of their shortcomings. However, this kind of materialism deserves a chapter of its own, the next one. Chapter 7. Materialism. The word materialism is ambiguous, for it designates both a moral doctrine and a philosophy. In ordinary language, materialism is synonymous with hedonism, or the pursuit of pleasure and material possessions. On the other hand, philosophical materialism is the worldview according to which everything real is material. The two doctrines are logically independent. Hedonism is coherent with immaterialism, and philosophical materialism is compatible with lofty moral values. Epicurus, the most famous materialist of antiquity, was known to be extremely austere. And nowadays some of the most greedy tycoons and corrupt politicians like to denounce materialism and preach spirituality, which they connate with religiosity. Unsurprisingly, materialism has been reviled for more than 2 millennia. Because it undermines religion, a mainstay of conservative governments. For example, Francis Collins, the current director of the U.S. National Institutes of Health, recently held that the claims of atheistic materialism must be steadfastly resisted. He did not say why, perhaps because he does not know what materialism really means. Presumably and hopefully Dr. Collins, who has a solid research record, would disapprove of any NIH investigator who were to repeat John Ecclesiastes, 1951. Claim that the immaterial mind is the cause of brain activity. Indeed, scientists are expected to check their religious and idealist beliefs at the door of their labs. Philosophical materialism has a large overlap with naturalism, since both reject supernaturalism and agree that the world, or reality, is composed exclusively of concrete objects. But they differ with regard to the characteristics of matter. Indeed, naturalism involves a very special concept of matter, namely the one investigated by physics, chemistry, and biology. Consequently, naturalists deny the existence of other kinds of matter, thinking, social, and artificial, in particular semiotic or signifying matter, such as the sheet of printed matter. Thus, naturalism is less comprehensive than the systemic and emergentist realism to be advocated in this chapter. That is, one can be a naturalist without being a materialist. For example, one may claim that the basic components of reality are not material things but facts, Wittgenstein, states of affair, Armstrong, or processes, Whitehead, which are so many unwitting ways of dematerializing the world. Conversely, one can be a materialist without being a naturalist, as is the case with the materialists who, like the present writer, emphasize the specificity of the social and the artificial, both of which go beyond the natural even though their ultimate components are natural. In conclusion, the relation between naturalism and materialism is one of partial overlap, neither includes the other. In any event, admittedly materialism, though ancient, is still immature. This is partly because it has been banned by most schools since Plato's time, and has consequently remained mostly in the hands of amateurs, from the physician Buchner, of Force and Matter, 1855, fame, to Lenin, the professional revolutionary who wrote Materialism and Empiriocriticism, 1907. But not even the famous Harvard logician Willard Van Orman-Quine, who wrote about ontology for most of his long academic life, and called himself a physicalist, succeed in advancing materialism. Moreover, Quine was anything but a strong materialist, for he claimed that the existential quantier covers both conceptual and real existence, a case of logical imperialism, not physicalism, recall section 6.2. He also failed to elucidate the concept of the mental, which he disliked, although he devoted many eating and imprecise remarks to it, See, example Leakin and Pappas 1976. Much the same may be said about his erstwhile student David Lewis, the self-styled materialist who worked mainly on possible, that is, imaginary, worlds. Since the term materialism is polymorphous, it is advisable to qualify it, that is, to distinguish some of the members of the family of ontologies it stands for. Let us start with the oldest form of materialism, namely physicalism. Classical materialism equals mechanism. It is the view according to which the world is a collection of bodies. Unsurprisingly, mechanism claims that mechanics is necessary and sufficient to explain the world. A stronger version of mechanism holds that all complex bodies, such as our own, are machines. But this doctrine, advanced by Lametri, 1748, had very few followers before the emergence of cybernetics, information theory, and artificial intelligence in mid-20th century. To believe their enthusiasts, the universe is an information system, and humans are basically self-programmed computers. Recall section 4.2, and see chapter 12. Mechanistic materialism is the oldest secular worldview. It was invented at the same time in India and in Greece more than 2,500 years ago alongside with atomism. See, example Charbonnet 2007, Lang 1905, Plekhanov 1967. Lucretius immortalized it in his beautiful philosophical poem on the nature of things. The medieval nominalists, in particular William Ockham, as well as the Western followers of Averroes, were materialists of sorts, although they did not specify the precise nature of the furniture of the world. The mechanism inherent in the scientific revolution was definitely materialistic, and the RST scientific worldview to boot. During the Enlightenment, materialism was expanded to mind and society by such influential thinkers as D. Holbach, Helvetius, and Lametri. It was rightly regarded as subversive, and accordingly banned. It took the French Revolution of 1789 for the official censorship on materialism to be lifted. Still, how many professors dare call themselves materialists in our enlightened and liberal societies? During the following century, mechanistic materialism was nearly forgotten in France, but widely popularized in Germany and Great Britain. Remember the popular books by Ludwig Buchner and John Tyndall. But materialism did not storm the academic citadel, which was occupied, even in the New World, by Kantians, subjective idealists, and Hegelians, objective idealists. In the last century, materialism became academically respectable in two unlikely places: RST in the USA, with George Satayana and Roy Wood Sellers, and later in Australia, with David Armstrong, J.J.C. Smart, and U.T. Place. However, arguably, materialism has always been practiced by all scientists, even by those who held religious beliefs, since immaterial entities played no role in their theories or experiments. For example, although Newton was a devout Unitarian, God played no role in his equations of motion. However, materialism is still a minority view in the philosophical community, largely because it has suffered a bad press from birth. In fact, since Plato's time, materialism has been slandered as being crass and immoral, and few if any professors have dared teach it. To this day, the ontological ideas of Hobbes, Gassendi, D. Holbach, Helvetius, Priestley, Feuerbach, Engels, and Haeckel are being systematically distorted, reviled, or just ignored in history of philosophy courses. For instance, Randall Collins devotes to materialism a single page of his 1,000-page long treatise on the sociology of philosophies. and what little materialism is taught is its earliest version, namely vulgar or eliminative materialism, that is, physicalism. Even the mechanistic materialism of Descartes' two treatises is usually silenced, whereas Wittgenstein's shallow aphorisms, as well as Heidegger's nonsensical utterances, are often regarded as pearls of wisdom. There are several reasons, some good and others bad, for rejecting or ignoring materialism. 6 sound reasons used to be the following. Materialism is a collection of disjoint and sketchy theses rather than a well-constructed and consistent theory. It has remained analytically crude and, in particular, alien to modern logic. It has underrated the power of ideas. No materialist has accounted for mathematics. Few if any materialists have gone beyond utilitarianism in matters of value, theory and ethics, and most materialists have been amateurs rather than professional scholars. In any case, none of the materialist contemporaries of Plato, Leibniz, Berkeley, Kant, or Bolzano attained the sophistication and eminence of these idealist philosophers. But of course the bad reasons invoked to ignore or reject materialism have been far more effective, though hardly philosophical. One was and still is that materialism undermines the fear industries, in particular fear of God, death, and scientific progress. Another illegitimate reason for rejecting or ignoring materialism has been the intimate relation of dialectical materialism with the Marxist-Leninist version of communism. However, the RST reason is unjust because idealism, in particular subjectivism, can be just as godless as materialism. Recall that in his RST critique, Kant stated that God is a mere idea. The second reason for rejecting materialism is unjust too, because there have been plenty of conservative materialists, from Thomas Hobbes to Nietzsche, to the social Darwinists to the contemporary evolutionary psychologists, according to whom biology is destiny. Something similar holds for idealism. For example, there have been both liberal and fascist neo-Hegelians, such as Benedetto Croce and Giovanni Gentile respectively. In short, there is no logical relation between materialism and socio-political ideology, neither implies the other. By contrast, realism, an epistemological school, is strongly correlated with political progressivism, because social reform assumes that society exists outside the subject's mind, and that political action consists in attempting to alter social reality. Materialism should be judged by its theoretical merits, not by its accidental political associates, who are distributed over the entire political spectrum, from Marx to Nietzsche. However, let us examine the honorable reasons for ignoring or rejecting materialism, because this examination may suggest an entire program for updating materialism. To begin with, let us go back to materialism's next of kin, namely naturalism. Materialism shares many crucial theses with naturalism. So much so that Dewey, Hooke, and Nagel, 1945, the most influential American philosophers of their day, were at pains to distinguish the two philosophies. The only difference they detected is that they regarded the psychoneural identity theory as speculation, in need of scientific test, a fair assessment at the time, since cognitive neuroscience was still embryonic. The matter of mind has always been the main bone of contention between naturalism and materialism. Whereas the materialist holds that the mental functions to be brain functions, a naturalist may believe in the immaterial mind. Consequently, whereas the materialist is irreligious, the naturalist may allow a place for a religion, one with a laid-back God and without afterlife, though this difference has a political counterpart, whereas there has never been an Epicurean emperor. There was one Stoic emperor, Marcus Aurelius, and one of Nero's ministers was the Stoic philosopher Seneca. Shorter, naturalism is dissident but politically harmless. Whereas materialism is bound to weaken any faith-based regime, which is why it has had such a bad press since Plato's days. In sum, classical materialism, like naturalism, is physicalist, or physico-chemicalist, and thus open to the accusation of crassness, that is, of being unable to appreciate the higher values. But it had the virtue of clarity and, in particular, of avoiding the pseudo-subtleties of Hegelian dialectics, to which we turn next. The next version of materialism to gain some popularity was dialectical materialism, sketched by Friedrich Engels in 1877. This ontology was intended as the materialist counterpart of Hegel's logic. Like Hegel's, it was centered in the concept of conflict, contradiction, and became part of the communist ideology in the 20th century. Consequently, it experienced the ambivalent reception of that ideology, adopted as official dogma in the Soviet sphere, and reviled or ignored in the same dogmatic fashion elsewhere. Materialism, both Marxist and non-Marxist, was practiced by prestigious British and French historians in mid-20th century, and later on by some important British and North American anthropologists and archaeologists, starting with Gordon Childe and Marvin Harris, both of whom reached wide readerships. Dialectical materialism is often summarily accused of being an ideology, and accordingly dismissed out of hand. Actually, it is a serious if odd ontology. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels cobbled together dialectical materialism out of the materialism of the 18th century and Feuerbach's, on the one hand, and Hegelian dialectics on the other. See, example Cornforth 1954, Engels 1940, 1954, Shirokov 1937. Wetter 1958, at RST cite the synthesis has the virtues of classical materialism and of Hegel's dynamicism, or process metaphysics. On closer inspection, dialectical materialism turns out to be confused as well as neither fully materialist nor consistent with modern science. Let me substantiate these charges. The following are only some of the most outstanding confusions of dialectical materialism. Bunge 1981. 1. The lumping of logical contradiction with ontic opposition and strife, and the ensuing talk of dialectical logic, which would encompass ordinary logic as a sort of slow-motion approximation. Both the connotation of contradiction with ontic opposition and the interrupted project of building a dialectical logic are understandable in the context of Hegel's system, where all existents are ideal, whence everything real is rational, and everything rational is real. But these confusions are inexcusable in the light of mathematical logic, whose laws apply only to predicates and propositions, and of factual science, whose laws apply, if only approximately, exclusively to material things. A second confusion of materialist dialectics is the so-called third law of dialectics, namely the transformation of quantity into quality and conversely. Such transformation is just impossible. What is meant by that clumsy phrase is that certain quantitative changes give rise to new qualities, properties, and that in these are followed by new quantitative patterns. For example, when a village grows to become a city, the kind of political governance changes, as a consequence of which population growth may be controlled. The preceding is just an example of emergence, the occurrence of radical novelty as a feature of the combination of two or more things. The so-called complexity theory deals with emergence in the case of systems composed of a large number of items. The other two laws of dialectics state that every existent is the unity of cites, and that all change comes from the contradiction or struggle of such opposites. Both hypotheses are false. The RST is false, as shown by the existence of elementary, indivisible, quanta, such as electrons and photons. Besides, the state meant in question leads to an innate regress, indeed, every one of the two opposites in question should in turn consist of two opposites, and so on without end. The second hypothesis, about the source of all change, is falsified by all the cases of cooperation both in nature and in society. For example, atoms combine to form molecules, and these to form liquids or solids, and persons cooperate to form family, lies, business RMS, gangs, and other social systems. In fact, it may be surmised that every existent is either a system or a component of such. This is of course the central hypothesis of the systemic ontology, Bunge 1979a. However, let us return to the confusions of dialectical materialism. A third important confusion is that between changing and relative. This confusion occurs in the recurrent statements by Engels and Lenin, that all knowledge is relative, meaning temporary rather than eternal. This confusion is harmless when incurred by Planck, when he wrote about the progress from relative to absolute, meaning from covariant to invariant properties and laws, that is, from items that hold relative to some reference frame to those that, like the basic laws and the speed of light in a vacuum, hold for all reference frames. But, when bound with Marx's thesis that knowledge is created by society as a whole, rather than by individuals or teams, the said confusion leads easily to anthropological and epistemological relativism, one of the postmodernist scourges. Finally, all dialectical materialists, especially Lenin, have consistently confused materialism, which is basically an ontological thesis, with realism, which is a family of epistemologies. Yet one may be at the same time realist and immaterialist, or non-realist and materialist. In fact, there are four possible combinations of these schools. Mr. Example Democritus, Mr. Example Nietzsche. Mr. Example Aquinas, Mr. Example Kant. Let us now examine my accusation of inconsistency. Far from being monistic, dialectical materialism is dualist in both its philosophy of mind and its social ontology. In fact, it regards the mind as immaterial, and society as composed of a spiritual superstructure resting on a material infrastructure. The former thesis is clear in Lenin's denunciation of Joseph Dietzgen's assertion that thoughts are material. If such inclusion is made, the epistemological contrast between mind and matter, idealism and materialism, a contrast upon which Dietzgen himself insists, loses all meaning. Lenin 1947, 251. Incidentally, Lenin's political air criticized such contrast, and unwittingly vented neutral monism, or the double aspect view, that had been advanced by Spencer as the alternative to both materialism and idealism. According to Stalin, the mental and the material are two different forms of the same phenomenon, as Rosenthal and Newton, 1945, inform us in the entry dualism of their authoritative Dictionary of Soviet Marxist Philosophy. But 2 decades later Stalin's name was erased from the same work and, with it, the confusion of materialism with neutral monism, Rosenthal and Newton 1967. However, let us go back to Stalin's teacher. When commenting on Hegel's logic, Lenin, 1981, 182, took a further step in the same immaterialist direction. He moved from dualism to trialism. Indeed, he stated the very same thesis that Popper, 1967, was to popularize half a century later. Under the name World 3, that there are actually, objectively, three members: 1. Nature, 2. Human cognition equals the human brain, as the highest product of this same nature, and 3. The form of reaction of nature in human cognition, and this form consists precisely of concepts, laws, categories, etc. Original emphases. Adding the one to this triad would result in Plotinus spiritualist cosmology. Nor was that the only time that Lenin anticipated Popper. He also pointed out, in 1908, what Popper announced in 1952, that Berkeley was a precursor of Mach. No doubt, these are sheer coincidences. But they should force Popper's admirers to be more critical. Unsurprisingly, psychoneural dualism was the official Soviet philosophy of mind. And the psychoneural identity, or materialist, thesis was rejected as a piece of vulgar materialism, as Yarokusky, 1975, 168, informs us. The present writer's defenses of psychoneural identity in the Russian journal Filosofskie Nauki, 1979. And its Hungarian counterpart, Bunge 1982b, were severely criticized for being critical of dualism. Interestingly, whereas my Soviet critic was presumably a Marxism expert, my critic in the Hungarian Journal of Marxist Philosophy was an eminent neuroscientist, János Szentagathai, who also happened to be a devout Christian. Still, some dialectical materialists have rightly criticized many spiritualist and irrealist philosophies. For example, Engels criticized a number of confusions and errors of Eugen Düring's. But this was an obscure independent scholar and an easy target. It would have been far more useful if Engels had taken on the most influential philosophers of his time, such as Schopenhauer, Comte, and Mill, as well as the far more popular para-philosophers, such as Nietzsche and Spencer. And in his Materialism and Empiria criticism, Lenin, 1947, criticized the idealist misconceptions of a number of eminent physicists of his time. While some of his criticisms were on target, Lenin's procedure was dogmatic rather than scientific. It amounted to making vehement statements of the form that is wrong because it contradicts Engels, and accusing idealists of being lackeys of the bourgeoisie. Regrettably, most Soviet philosophy professors followed this example, RST set by religionists 2 millennia earlier. In sum, dialectical materialism is fuzzy rather than exact, and the bulk of its intelligible theses is inconsistent with modern science. Worse, although they profess to love science, dialectical materialists typically proceed in a dogmatic fashion. Even great scientists, such the physicist John D. Bernal and the biologist J.B.S. Haldane, fell under the spell of the charlatan Trom Lysenko just because he was Stalin's protege. Which shows, incidentally, that scientific experience is insufficient immunization against pseudoscience. Only scientific knowledge together with rigorous philosophical, in particular methodological, reaction can vaccinate us against that plague. Let us now survey two materialist schools with a more restricted purview than the ones discussed earlier in this chapter, historical and Australian. Historical materialism, originally proposed by Marx and Engels without any dialectical nonsense, is the social ontology and philosophy of history according to which the prime movers of society are biological need and economic interest rather than ideas. There are two main versions of historical materialism, apolitical and political. Any students of society who start by asking how people earn their living, rather than what their beliefs, ceremonies, and political order are, qualify as historical. Materialists. Thus Ibn Khaldun and the members of the French Annals school, such as Fernand Braudel, Marc Bloch, and Lucien Febvre, as well as the American Immanuel Wallerstein, may be said to have practiced historical materialism, just as much as the British Marxists Eric Hobsbawm, Edward P. Thompson, and Eric Wolfe. See, example Bloch 1949, Braudel 1969, Hobsbawm 1997. A great merit of the Annals historical materialists was that, far from being economicists, they practiced what they called histo-ire total. It may also be called systemic historiography, for it goes from geographic environment, demography, and foreign trade, to matters of daily life such as sex and taste in food, whether in the small Pyrenean village of Montello or in the vast Mediterranean basin. Theirs, like Ibn Khaldun's, was systemic materialism. Incidentally, Joseph Stalin, a self-styled historical materialist, was actually a historical idealist, for he held that people are moved primarily by political, moral, and spiritual considerations. Wetter 1958. 219. The same holds for the Marxist Antonio Gramsci, who was far more interested in ideas and in politics than in the so-called material basis of existence. Historical materialism had two great merits. First, it was advanced at a time when the dominant secular philosophies were Neo-Hegelianism, a branch of objective idealism, and Neo-Kantianism, a version of subjective idealism. Furthermore, Marx and Engels suggested looking at the economy and regarding every thing social in a historical perspective, and therefore as transient rather than eternal. This proposal was both original and enormously fertile. In the opinion of Geoffrey Barraclough, 1979-64, a non-Marxist scholar, that is the only coherent theory of evolution of man in society, and in that sense the only philosophy of history which exercises a demonstrable influence over the minds of historians today. The Marxist influence on archaeology, particularly evident in the work of Gordon Childe, and Soviet archaeology, was equally strong and positive. Trigger 2006, in stark contrast with the Marxist censorship of advances in physics, chemistry, biology, psychology, and sociology. Max Weber is widely believed to have been the anti-Marx because he claimed to follow the lead of the idealist philosopher Wilhelm Dilthey, the champion of the Verstehen approach. But Weber's substantive work was largely inconsistent with his declared philosophy, Bunge 2007a, and his importance has been greatly exaggerated, for he never personally conducted any empirical research, and he missed all the great social movements of his own time: nationalism, militarism, democratization, trade unionism, socialism, feminism, secularization, the transformation of industry and everyday life through science-based technology, and above all the emergence of the German Empire, as well as globalization through imperialism. In my view, Weber's current popularity owes more to his enormous erudition and to his conservative opinions than to his original contributions to social science. And because of the myth that he was the anti-Marx, Weber was a beneficiary of the Cold War, the same political process that fractured and eventually destroyed the Annals school. However, Marxist historical materialism was marred by three serious defects. One was that, particularly in the case of Engels, it was not based on original research. For example, Engels' brilliant Origins of the Family, 1884, relied exclusively on the eld work of Lewis Henry Morgan, 1877, a pioneer of evolutionary anthropology. A second shortcoming of Marxist historical materialism was that It indulged in prophecy, it claimed that socialism was inevitable, and thus it unwittingly invited political passivity. We have learned at great cost that nothing in evolution, whether social or biological, is inevitable. There are accidents of all kinds, as well as unpredictable innovations, such as nuclear weapons, informatics, and the shift to the right of the working class. A third of Marx and Engels' historical materialism is that it was not consistently materialist, since it assumed that society is split into two tiers, the material, or economic, infrastructure, and the spiritual, or politico-cultural, superstructure. Engels 1954. I submit that a consistent materialist will regard the whole society as a material system, though one consisting of equally material subsystems, among them its culture, Bunge 1981. In traditional societies, kinship relationships and ethnic identities are decisive, and consequently people associate into tribes, clans, or ethnic groups. Modern societies, by contrast, are constituted essentially by subsystems of three kinds: the economy, the polity, and the culture. A consistent materialist conception of society regards all three subsystems as concrete things. In particular, cultures, in the sociological sense, are material systems because they are composed by concrete persons that produce or exchange cultural goods, from poems and theorems to blueprints and recipes, through concrete communication channels, Bunge 1981. In its Marxist version, the infrastructure-superstructure split comes with the additional postulate that the former moves the latter and, moreover, acts as an unmoved mover. But in a scientific ontology there are no separable parts, even though, of course, they are distinguishable. A scientific social ontology will treat the three above-mentioned subsystems as interacting. In particular, the economy will not only act on the polity and the culture, but will also be subject to political and cultural inputs. For example, in contemporary society every political movement will either favor or harm business, and industry will be fed not only by labor and capital, but also by technology, which in turn depends on science. Just think of the impact of electronics on all the branches of the economy. See Fig 7.1. Finally, a word on the materialist philosophy of mind proposed by the Australian philosophers Ullian T. Place, 1956, Jack Smart, 1963b, and David Armstrong, 1968. All three argued for what they called central state materialism. This is the old identity theory, according to which all mental processes are brain processes, see O'Connor 1969. In particular, consciousness is a process in which one part of the brain scans another part of the brain, Armstrong 1968, 94. This view came unexpectedly as a breath of fresh air, at a time when most philosophers were still diffident of metaphysics, suspicious of materialism, and sympathetic to behaviorism and its philosophy, namely logical positivism. The latter regarded the mind-body problem as a pseudo-problem, since it equated materiality as possibility of sensation. Herbert Feigl, 1967, was the only survivor of the Vienna Circle to take the problem seriously and to call himself a monist. But he was no materialist. Feigl adopted the neutral monism, or double aspect theory, that he had learned from Bertrand Russell. He took this position because he approached the mind-body question as an epistemological problem, not an ontological one. And from his viewpoint there were two equally legitimate perspectives or modes of description of mental experiences, the egocentric and the intersubjective ones. But neutral monism does not adopt a denied position, for it does not tell us what the mind is. Therefore it does not help the researcher who wants to explain vision, illusion, or pain, for to explain is to unveiling mechanism. And a mechanism is the process that makes a concrete system what it is, Bunge 2006a. However, let us go back to the Australians. The limitations of Australian materialism can easily be seen with hindsight. Firstly, it was con to the philosophy of mind, until recently it had nothing to say about space or time, causation, or chance, neither about life, society, or artifact. It did not even propose a precise and correct definition of matter, beyond telling us that it is what physics investigates. Smart, 1963a, 651, even conjectured that space-time points might be the ultimate entities of physics, even though they have no physical properties. Secondly, and as a consequence, Australian materialism did not place the mind-body problem in its wider metaphysical context. Therefore it used only ordinary knowledge notions of thing, state, process, or causation. For example, Place held that mental events are composed of physical events, but he did not offer a clear concept of process composition. Thirdly, the Australian materialists equated material with physical, and consequently they regarded brains and computers as physical systems, whereas in fact the former are biological and the latter artificial. Hence they were not eager to learn from neuroscience, evolutionary biology, developmental psychology, or social psychology. Smart, 1963b, even adopted La Mettrie's thesis that man is a machine. Accordingly, they rejected emergence and levels organization, and retained the mechanistic faith that biology would eventually be reduced to chemistry, and in turn chemistry to physics. Their philosophy of science was radically reductionistic and therefore more a matter of faith than scientific fact. But all that is past. Australian philosophy is nowadays in the grips of possible world's meta-physics. Even Armstrong, 1997, has given up on matter. He holds that the basic constituents of world are states of affairs, as if these could exist apart from real things. In short, Australian materialism has dematerialized for lack of scientific nourishment. Still, the Australian materialists must be credited with having revived interest in materialism, and with having discredited psychoneural dualism. In short, they had all the virtues and shortcomings of mechanistic, or vulgar, materialism. We shall argue that scientific materialism overcomes the latter's limitations in scope, depth, and precision. I take scientific materialism to be the fusion of materialism with scientism, or the thesis that whatever can be studied is best investigated using the scientific method. Bunge 1977a, 1979a, 1981, Bunge and Monner 2004. Thus scientific materialism is a case of philosophical syncretism, see Fig 7.2. Scientific materialism emerged in name the 1850s. It was the work of Ludwig Buchner, Heinrich Scholbe, Jacob Molschott, and Karl Voigt, see, example Engels 1940. 1954, Gregory 1977. All four admired natural science, but only Molschott trained as a scientist, and none of them went beyond popularizing mechanistic materialism and empiricism. Their writings, particularly Buchner's Kraft und Stoff, dubbed the Bible of Materialism, were extremely popular. They effectively discredited religion, spiritualism, and the nature philosophy of Goethe, Hegel, and Schelling. They advanced naturalism and the standing of science in popular culture. But they were not original. they were mechanistic at a time when mechanism started to decline. Even in physics, and they did not propose any research projects. For materialists to have an impact on science, they must exhibit scientific credentials and must seek to solve some of the philosophical conundrums that slow down the progress of science. In their time, contemporary scientific materialism, as I see it, has VE distinctive traits. Evidently, the RST of them is materialism. It holds that all existence are material. It is dynamicist though not dialectical, everything is changeable, but nothing is. The union of opposites, and cooperation is just as important as strife. It is systemic. Though not holistic, consequently, it is also emergentist, since a peculiarity of SYS TEMS is that they possess properties that their components lack, and it is scientistic. And therefore critical and work in progress rather than niched product. Many naturalists share 3 or 4 of these principles. But the second thesis, that there is nothing outside nature or society, is distinctive of scientific realism. This tacit extension of reality, to include the made or artificial along with the found or natural, emphasizes emergence and suggests a multi-layered universe and the concomitant limitation of the reductionist strategy. See, example Bunge 2003a. The earliest systemic materialist was the inutial barren theory D. Holbach, 1773, and the RST systemic materialist to emphasize emergence along with scientism was Roy Wood Sellers, 1970. Since scientific materialism is an ontology, it is relevant to all the research fields, with the sole exception of the formal sciences. Indeed, because neither logic nor mathematics deals with the real world, they are all free from ontology. This assertion looks obvious, yet it has occasionally been denied, so that we should examine the ontological presuppositions of the factual sciences, also called empirical sciences, and real Wissenschaften, natural, biosocial, and social. Let us start by tackling 3 hopeless monsters: materialist logic, mathematics, and semantics. Materialist logic and mathematics. Logic and mathematics would be the most general sciences of being. The RST intimation of this doctrine is found in Aristotle. 2 millennia later, at the time when logical positivists were going through their physicalist phase, the unjustly forgotten Swiss mathematician Ferdinand Gonseath, 1937, stated that logic is the physics of the arbitrary object. This opinion has a grain of truth. All of the many logical theories are, indeed, the sciences of the arbitrary object, which is why they are topic neutral. But Gonseath's formula overlooks the facts that, a, there are as many logical theories as logicians care to invent. Whereas in principle there is only one truest physical theory for each category of physical objects. B, unlike physics, which involves empirical tests, logic is impregnable to them, and, C, energy, the universal physical property, is not a property of abstract objects, just as consistency, the universal metalogical desideratum, cannot be a feature of any physical objects. The eminent mathematician Saunders Mac-Lane, 1998, the co-founder of category theory, proposed a more subtle thesis, that mathematics is the science of patterns. This is true, but, as with existence, one should distinguish formal from material patterns, or laws. For one thing, most mathematical patterns, for example, those of category theory, have no known counterparts in the real world. For instance, the statement that a given diagram is commutative has no physical meaning. It only says that 2 maps can be composed to form a third one. Secondly, all the real patterns involve properties, such as momentum, valence, and heredity, which formal objects cannot possibly possess. For example, it makes no sense to ask what the spin, the energy, the evolutionary ancestors, or the price of a number or of an operator are. Yet MacLean's thesis does hold a grain of truth, namely this: the formalization of real patterns, natural or social laws, involves formal patterns. In other words, the scientific application of mathematical concepts requires the addition of semantic hypotheses, that is, formulas of the form construct C represents factual item F. However, we have just run into our next subject. Semantic materialism is the nominalist thesis that there are no constructs, that there are signs, such as words and numerals, not concepts, sentences, not propositions. An indicator of nominalism is calling sentential calculus what the rest of us call propositional calculus. A second is the construal of predicates as collections of individuals, i.e., classes, that is, the confusion of predicates with their extensions. Hence the identification of properties that, though different, are possessed by the same objects, or by the same n-tuples of individuals, as is the case of price and quantity in the universe of goods of a given type. A third example of nominalism is Quine's, 1953, stubborn refusal to countenance meanings. A fourth is the thesis Hilbert and Bernays 1968, I-21, that number theory deals with numerals, Ziffern. But of course symbols, such as numerals, the names of whole numbers, are not mathematical objects, as Freyer reminded us. Unlike concepts, signs have physical and chemical properties, not conceptual ones. All mathematicians admit tacitly the distinction between concepts and their symbols when they write down designation rules, such as let R designate the real line. Incidentally, nearly all members of this set are nameless, for R is non-denumerable, whereas the set of names is countable. Hence a strict nominalist should expel the real line from his universe of discourse. Since semantics is the science of meaning and truth, both of which are rather abstract concepts, it is not obvious how to go about reducing them to psychology. However, see Chapter 15 for the naturalization of factual truth. By contrast, it is clear that the applications of semantics are not independent of ontology. For example, the application of any theory of reference calls for a decision concerning the nature of the referents in question. For example, a materialist will assume that the mass concept refers to material bodies, whereas an idealist might claim that it refers to our idea of a body, which in turn is an idea in itself, not an autonomous physical entity. Consider, for example, any two quantum mechanical observables, dynamical variables, represented by the non-commuting operators A and B, such as position and momentum, or the components of the angular momentum, such that a BA equals IC, where C is a third operator. This is the mathematical root of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. The Copenhagen interpretation of this formula is that A and B cannot be observed simultaneously, or that their exact values cannot be measured at the same time. But this interpretation, or semantic hypothesis, is false, since no mention of instruments of observation or measurement is made in either postulating or deducing the value of the difference between AB and BA. The realist interpretation of the formula in question is quite different. The properties represented by A and B are objectively spread out rather than sharp. Such fuzziness inheres in nature, as argued earlier, section 3.4. No wonder that we cannot know the precise values A of and B at the same time, they just do not exist at the same time. What a measurement device can do is to increase the sharpness, or definition or determinateness, of A at the price of that of B, or conversely. The second pivotal concept of semantics, that of truth, is actually a whole family of concepts: formal, or mathematical, truth, factual, or empirical truth, moral truth, and artistic truth. These distinctions are both semantic and epistemological. But they also pose a problem to the materialist. Indeed, the consistent vulgar mate realist, such as the nominalist, will tend to reject not only the distinctions in question, but also the very concept of truth, because he claims to use symbols rather than concepts, and symbols can be handy or cumbersome, but not true or false. The scientific materialist, by contrast, has no problem with constructs. He holds that they are human creations, not self-existing ideal entities, even though there is nothing to prevent us from feigning that they enjoy independent existence. But the materialist should not object to thinking of propositions as if they existed independently of the corresponding mental processes. Such distinction, as well as the relation between truths of both kinds, are indeed worth making, and we made them in Chapter 6. Our immediate task is to tackle the next-door neighbor of semantics, the theory of knowledge. A materialist epistemology is an extension of its naturalist counterpart, section 7.2 above. It postulates not only that cognition is a brain process, but also that it cannot be fully accounted for in neuroscientific terms because human brains do not exist in a social vacuum. We all learn from others, and we all sh in the common pool called human knowledge. The social embedment of cognition is such that the isolated brain does not function normally, it is likely to hallucinate. Suffice to recall the sensational experiments on sensory deprivation performed in 1951 by Donald Hebb, 1980, and recently used by the CIA on prisoners at Guantanamo. In short, cognition is a brain process strongly influenced by the environment. Consequently, epistemology ought be socialized as well as naturalized. Materialism encourages this development, whereas idealism and naturalism discourage it. More on the social below. Materialist methodology prescribes, similarly to its naturalist counterpart, that nothing immaterial should be invoked in the design, construction, and operation of test devices, such as measuring instruments. For, if it were, then the corresponding empirical operations would be unreliable. For instance, unexpected pointer readings would be accounted for in terms of entities, such as malignant spirits, other than those being observed. In science, empirical anomalies are explained in terms of natural factors, such as drafts, vacuum leaks, chemical or bacteriological contamination, faulty experimental design, or witness bias. The resort to immaterial factors is regarded as unscientific. Hence materialism is irrefutable by empirical means. This does not show that it is dogmatic, it only shows that scientific research presupposes materialism. And yet, once in a while it is claimed that science reveals the direct action of mind on matter. The best known of such claims is of course parapsychology, which purports to investigate telepathy, telekinesis, and similar psi phenomena. But of course no solid evidence for such claims has ever been produced, see Kurtz 1985. Moreover, no such evidence should be expected if cognitive neuroscience is taken seriously, for this discipline assumes and confirms the psychoneural identity thesis, according to which mental processes are brain processes, hence just as undetachable from the body as metabolism. Therefore, the tolerance of parapsychological research, recommended by empiricists, can only lead to endowing them with a respectability that they have not earned. 7.5 Materialist this and that 135. A second apparent violation of methodological materialism is the Copenhagen version of the quantum theory of measurement. Indeed, according to it, a measurement is not completed until the corresponding observation of the measuring instrument has been carried out, and since such observation, instrument reading, is a conscious act, one must conclude that the consciousness of the observer plays a critical role in the objective behavior of the mensurandum. London and Bauer. 1939, 41. The best known example of such alleged active role of the observer's consciousness in the physical world is Schrödinger's cat. It is claimed that, as long as the lid of the box is not opened, the cat is in a superposition of the live and dead states. The observation act would project the superposition onto either of the said states. But a camera placed inside the box would record the evolution of the cat's state of health without the observer's intervention. Furthermore, quantum mechanics does not contain any variables representing observers, let alone their mental states. This can be ascertained by axiomatizing quantum mechanics. The result of this operation is an objectivist, realist, and materialist, hence ghost-free, interpretation of the theory. Bunge 1967b, Perez Bergliaffa et al. 1993. But of course such arguments won't deter anyone bent on subordinating science to an unscientific philosophy. He could argue that the results of classical measurements too depend on the observer's consciousness, since they involve observations. He could go even further, and claim that every time a measurement is performed, and one of the theoretically possible values turns up, the unrealized possibilities are consigned to parallel universes, in each of which the counterpart of the terrestrial observer performs a similar measurement. Everett 1957. But this is a piece of science because it violates all of the conservation laws, in particular that of energy, and also because the parallel universes are in principle inaccessible from each other, in particular from ours, and thus their existence is an act of faith rather than a testable scientific hypothesis. Bunge 2006a, 97-98. Dealing with minds leads naturally to psychology. Materialist psychology denies the existence of freestanding minds, souls, or spirits, whether human or divine. Eliminative materialism, as we saw in section 7.1 above, goes much further. It also denies the very existence of mental processes in humans and other animals. Thus the irrepressible John Herman Randall Jr. 1958, wished to kill mind just as James had destroyed consciousness. Radical behaviorism, or stimulus-response psychology, held this view, which ran its course in the 1960s, when cognitive psychology and cognitive neuroscience were resurrected. Standard cognitive psychology is dualist, not materialist, for it overlooks the brain. By contrast, cognitive and affective neuroscience adopts the psychoneural identity hypothesis, that all mental processes are brain processes. More precisely, the collection of mental processes is included in that of brain processes. In obvious symbols, M proper subset symbol B, rather than M equals B. Regrettably, many upholders of this materialist hypothesis express it clumsily, in ways that suggest adhesion to mind-body dualism, such as the brain causes the mind, John Searle, and, more commonly in the scientific literature, this brain system subserves, or instantiates, that mental function. Such clumsiness stems from insufficient analysis and lack of a comprehensive ontological framework. Social, or better sociological, materialism is the view that every society is a material system. This is the view of the historical materialists, both Marxist and non-Marxist, as well as that of the cultural materialists like Harris, 1979, and Trigger, 2003a. Note the difference between sociological materialists and physicalists. The former hold, if usually in a tacit manner, that society, though material, is a predominantly extraphysical system, since its components, persons and artifacts, are not physical. The neologism extraphysical denotes things that are beyond the ken of physics. Organisms and social systems are extraphysical but not supraphysical. Because they are not free from physical constraints, such as energy conservation. The social relations too are extraphysical, even though some of their carriers, such as communication channels and processes, are physical. Caution, whereas the Marxist wing of historical materialism exaggerates the importance of the economy, Harris's cultural materialism exaggerates the biological. Linguistic materialism retains de Saussure's classical distinction between parole, or speech, and langue, or language, whereas the former is a social fact, the latter is a system of signs or symbols. Hence, while pure linguists study languages as abstract systems, linguists, neurolinguists, psycholinguists, and sociolinguists study real speakers and linguistic communities. Although idealists like Chomsky and his followers ignore empirical linguistics, actually the two branches of the science are mutually complementary. Legal, or juridical, materialism is another special case of social, or sociological materialism. Like its epistemological partner, legal realism, legal materialism holds that the legal codes are operation manuals for social coexistence, which requires the efficient functioning and coordination of the various components of society. Legal materialism opposes legal naturalism, or natural law, in regarding legal norms as artificial or man-made. But it also opposes legal positivism, the might makes right school, in recalling that there is nothing absolute about the Grundnorm, basic norm of a legal order, since whatever is made can also be unmade. Legal idealism, example. Dworkin 1986, claims that the law trumps all, an assertion that overlooks the press. Shores from above, the power elites, and from below, the labor unions and liberal and socialist parties. By contrast, legal materialism holds that the law is observed only when it does not overtly inconvenience the economic, political, and cultural powers that be, and when it does not make the daily life of ordinary folks too hard. Otherwise people will attempt to break the law. As with legal norms, so with moral imperatives, to which we now turn. Moral materialism argues that morality is the core of our social survival kit. That moral norms should facilitate existence and coexistence. It is consequently secular rather than religious. Moral materialism enjoins us, the way Spinoza did, to regard fellow humans, rather than immaterial extraterrestrials, as non-negotiable, to make bearable and useful sacrifices, such as volunteering for good causes, instead of wasting resources on rituals and ceremonies designed to placate or bribe imaginary powers. Moral materialism also enjoins us to set up the material conditions for the rule of moral norms, for it is hard to behave altruistically on an empty stomach, to disobey immoral orders emanating from tyrants, or to resist the temptation to exploit or oppress the weak from the heights of political power. The noble slogan of the French Revolution, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité, will not be implemented unless the power elites are defanged, which is to say, unless power is distributed equitably throughout society. In sum, let us keep spreading lofty moral seeds while preparing a ground propitious to their germination. Ethical materialism is the view that moral problems are social problems that arise when scarce resources are handled by persons with unequal power. Section. Examples: the allocation of benefits and burdens among members of a social system, such as a family, a business RM, or a political organization. Since moral problems are social problems, they can only be solved by social action, and, according to scientism, they are best solved in the light of the best social knowledge rather than by moral intuition or political ukase. Bunge 1989, Railton 2003. Metaethical materialism holds that moral norms neither drop from heaven nor are etched in stone. Contrary to the Moses legend, metaethical materialism holds that moral norms are both man-made and subject to change along with other features of social life. These changes are prompted by an examination of the consequences deriving from earlier moral norms, which is a reason for advocating consequentialist and experimental rather than deontological and dogmatic ethics. For example, the Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen, 1789, was a product of the French Revolution, which replaced the feudal order with the bourgeois one. In turn, that ethico-political manifesto exerted a strong influence on political life around the world, leading eventually to universal suffrage, which had not been contained in that charter. But eventually political rights were found insufficient, and socio-economic rights, such as unemployment and health insurance, were incorporated. Thus ethics, like engineering, has evolved in the light of reaction and experience. But, unlike engineering, ethics has also been an object of political contention. For example, in the most advanced societies, sick people are treated as patients rather than customers. And the death penalty has been abolished not only on moral grounds but also because statistics has shown that it is not a crime deterrent. Furthermore, metaethical materialism, just like metaethical realism, does not object to the so-called naturalistic fallacy. Indeed, although it does not perpetrate the fallacy of trying to deduce ought from is, metaethical materialism asserts that a. we jump over the is-ought chasm every time we perform an action guided by a norm or rule, b. it is desirable to both justify and criticize moral norms in the light of social science, and c. all imperatives, in particular the moral ones, are translatable into declaratives, as when converting do X into you have the duty of doing X. Finally, political materialism argues that politics, far from being pure, is the arm of economic and cultural, in particular religious, interests. Consequently, it also holds that, to be effective, political action must be perceived as advancing the interests of some section of society, which is why there are or have been aristocratic, bourgeois, middle class, working class, agrarian, Catholic, evangelic, Islamic, and other political parties. It follows that any political movements that were to pursue lofty but impractical goals, such as universal love or enlightenment, are bound to fail. To stand a chance of victory, a political movement must be seen as advancing some strong material interests. In other words, political realism depends on political materialism. However, this does not entail that politicians must jettison generous ideals, it only entails that such ideals must have practical roots and must be pursued by realistic means. For example, universal literacy benefits not only the literate but also the businesses that need workers capable of reading instructions and commercial ads, or at least the prices of the items advertised in illustrated commercial catalogs. More in Bunge 2009. Realism is the view that the external world exists by itself, ontological component. and that it can be known, if only partially, epistemological component. But realism does not commit itself as to the nature of the world. This is why it must be distinguished from materialism, although both are often confused. This confusion is rather natural because both doctrines share the ontological principle that reality exists independently of the inquirer, for example, that, as Balzac put it in one of his novels, hours came before botany. Like materialism, realism comes in several avors. The main varieties of realism are naive and scientic. Naive realism holds that things are really the way we see them, that our brain, or our mind, just reeks the things out there. Scientic realism, by contrast, says that cognition is constructive rather than passive reaction. That it involves the creation of constructs, such as those of zero, electron, nation, and universe, that go beyond appearances and beyond intuition, and that the visible world is best explained in terms of invisible entities, such as atoms, photons, genes, neurons, and governments. The constructive nature of scientific research is shown not only by philosophical analysis, it is also a result of cognitive neuroscience. In fact, the popular view that the human brain is passive, that it only responds to the momentary demands of the environment, is false. The brain is in constant spontaneous activity, even during sleep. This is why, although its weight is only about 2% of the total body weight, the human brain consumes about 20% of the total body energy budget. Even perception, the most basic mental process, is anything but a fully stimulus-bound process. As William James, 1890, 2:103, put it in his classic Principles, whilst part of what we perceive comes through our senses from the object before us, another part, and it may be the larger part, always comes out of our own head. Original italics. We shall return to this topic in section 9.3. In sum, although realism and materialism are logically independent from one another, each is incomplete and shallow without the other. This is due to the nature of both our sensory equipment and the external world, because our senses are limited. They penetrate only skin deep into reality. This forces us to think beyond percepts, to hypothesize imperceptible entities, as well as to design indicators and tools incorporating such indicators, so that we may check which of the entities we have imagined actually exist in the real world. This why scientists practice hylorealism even while preaching positivism. In ordinary language, spiritual is taken to be the opposite of material. In biological psychology and the corresponding philosophy of mind there are no such things as immaterial spirits or souls. In these disciplines there are only human brains and their functions. In this perspective, everything spiritual is material, in being a brain process. Even the higher cognitive activities, such as abstract thinking, are not only cerebral, they are also heavily interlaced with sensory and motor processes. Mahone and Karamazov 2009. In sum, pure thought is embodied, not disembodied. Moreover, everything spiritual is rather expensive, because mental activity is a metabolically high-maintenance activity, and one that requires long years of apprenticeship, and a modicum of economic and political freedom. The cases of religious worship and theological reaction and disputation are more complicated than that of academic pursuits, because they may involve intense emotions and costly commitments, and because, far from being disinterested pursuits, people engage in them expecting rewards both terrestrial and otherworldly. Just think of the atonement and the social approval sought by the ordinary religious believer. The stakes, whether celestial or mundane, are, or used to be, far higher than those involved in disinterested activities. Only the Tibetan Buddhists have succeeded in maximizing the expected utility of prayer, by cranking their prayer machines without thinking or feeling anything other some physical weariness. Closing remarks. In conclusion, materialism is plural, it is a whole family of doctrines, from the blandest, naturalism, to the hardest, physicalism, or eliminative materialism. Like atheism, naturalism is a negative outlook, it says that there is nothing outside nature. But it does not say what is inside it. By contrast, materialism holds not only that the supernatural is mythical, but it also commits itself as to the nature of the universe. For example, physicalists hold that all things are physical, whence all factual sciences are physical or reducible to physics. Physicalism, in particular mechanism, was plausible between the scientific revolution and the Enlightenment, although biology had already started to weaken it. But from ca 1850 on, physicalism became increasingly untenable in the face of the maturation of biology and social science. And yet most contemporary philosophers hold on to the obsolete identities material equals physical equals corpuscular, and materialism equals physicalism. For example, Kim, 2006, writes of the mental as supervening on the physical, not the biological. Recall Chapter 5. Nowadays only a handful of philosophers are physicalists, in particular those who believe that the brain is a physical system rather than a biological one. They do not look outdated just because of an equivocation, namely the popular belief that all materialism is physicalist, just as some of the most innovative biologists in the past, such as Claude Bernard and Jacques Loeb, called themselves mechanists when criticizing vitalism, although actually they were physico-chemicalists. Likewise, only sociobiologists believe nowadays that sociology, economics, and history are natural sciences. Most social scientists know that the social is irreducible to biology, if only because there are social values, such as merit, in addition to natural values, such as health. However, the students of society often admit unnatural items for a wrong reason, for believing either that the source of social action is the immaterial mind, or that society is the plural of individual, and that social life is driven solely by individual interests. In the meantime, the non-physical sciences have been advancing at a fast pace. Despite the idealist, in particular neo-Kantian, strictures and the naturalist Deleuzian, the ideas of emergence and level of organization have been gaining converts. In practice, even if often tacitly, that is, without philosophical sophistication. For example, any contemporary biologist knows that the whole multicellular organism has properties that none of its cells possesses, and that cells do things that molecular biology does not even attempt to explain. Scientific materialism accommodates all of these novelties, whereas naturalism and physicalism do not, even though they are far closer to the truth than the radical fringe of idealism, namely hermeneutics, which shares the Kabbalistic myth that words create things. Active natural scientists, with the sole exception of the dwindling band of dualist psychologists, are materialists even if they do not call themselves such. Indeed, no living physicist, chemist, or biologist dares claim that the things they study interact with immaterial agencies, such as disembodied souls, ghosts, or deities. Shorter, scientific materialism has the support of natural science. Moreover, it may be argued that it is a necessary condition for the progress of all the sciences. But materialism is far from being sufficient. For example, until mid-19th century psychology did not advance beyond Galen, because it was purely speculative. Soviet biology went backward from the moment that Lysenko's fantasies became official creed, and the rational choice speculations in social studies have not solved any problems in this field despite focusing on material interests. For made realism to help science, it must combine with the scientific method. Next we must tackle the hardest and most prickly problem faced by all materialists, the nature of mind. Part 2. Mind. Chapter 8. The mind-body problem. The most popular view about the nature of the mind is that it is immaterial, hence separable from the body. Moreover, it is still widely believed that we are alive, animated, as long as we have souls, animi, and that we die when these leave us. Saul Kripke, 1971, revived this prehistoric myth by claiming that mental processes cannot be neural because the brain-mind association is contingent rather than logically necessary, hence people in alternative worlds might not need brains to think. This is all that modal, or possible worlds, metaphysics manages to tell us about mind. Psychologists tell us much more, of course, but many of them are still not interested in the brain, which cognitive neuroscientists regard as the organ of mind. Whether or not they are dualists, those psychologists behave as if they were. Indeed, they act as dualists whenever they write about the neural substrate or correlate of this or that mental function, which is like saying that the legs constitute the substrate or correlate of walking. However, mind-body dualism has been challenged numerous times since antiquity. For example, in the late Renaissance, when a professor gave his inaugural lecture at the Restive University of Padua, his students asked him what he thought about the nature of the soul, its relation to the body, and its prospect of immortality. They wanted to know whether the professor was a spiritualist or a materialist. Cesare Cremonini, the most famous and best-paid philosophy professor of his time, taught Alexander of Aphrodisias's naturalism, in particular his view of the mortality of the soul, at the same time that, as late as the 1620s, he kept teaching Aristotle's astronomy and refused to look through his colleague Galileo's telescope, Renaud. 1949. At about the same time, Descartes wrote two basically naturalistic works, his Traité du Monde and Traité de l'Homme, which he did not dare to publish for fear of the Inquisition. And a century later, La Métrie, Helvetius, Holbach and other philosophers reasserted the conviction of Hippocrates and Galen, that the brain is the mental organ. Their works were widely read despite being banned and, in the case of Helvetius de l'Esprit, burned by the public executioner. David Hartley's materialist view of the mind was tolerated, but Joseph Priestley had to emigrate to the young U.S. for holding that the soul perishes with the brain. In the 19th century, Broca and Wernicke created neuropsychology, and talk of physiological psychology became popular in medical schools. But the philosophy professors still refused to listen. Likewise the behaviorists, who used to rule the American psychology departments roughly between 1920 and 1960, decreed the irrelevance of the brain to behavior. And the psychoanalysts, who reigned in American psychiatry until recently, fantasized about the soul and its mastery of the body. The cheapest solution of the mind-body dilemma is to deny the existence of beliefs, desires, fears, hopes, intentions, and the like. This is the so-called eliminativist stand, to claim that all such mentalistic categories belong in folk or prescientic psychology, see, example Stick 1999. A number of influential American philosophers, such as Willard Van Orman-Quine, Richard Rorty, and Paul Chichland, have taken this stand, which is nothing but a rephrasing of behaviorism. and may be regarded as a primitive reaction to psychoneural dualism. By sticking to overt behavior, the eliminativists or behaviorists deem their ensign, behavior, as an animal's reaction to a stimulus, or even as what an animal does. Thus they put breathing, sweating, and other automatic actions in the same category as goal-directed actions such as maze solving and nest building. And they overlooked everything that the brain does when we do not behave, in particular, ideating and emoting. No wonder that the students of animal behavior still do not agree on what constitutes behavior, Levitas et al. 2009. Fortunately, psychologists kept cultivating psychology as the scientific study of the mind conceived of as a set of brain processes, Heb 1980, 2. Still, this redefinition of the task of psychology raises two questions: which brains, and which processes? However, we must postpone these questions to section 9.3. The result is that this, the hardest of all the big questions, is being actively investigated in the lab. This, in spite of the philosophers who, like McGinn, 2004, declare the mind to lie beyond the reach of science. Why bother studying the quickly growing technical literature on cognitive neuroscience, the scientific approach to the mind-body problem? True, some philosophers of mind, in increasing numbers, claim to adopt the neuroscientific approach to the problem. But most of them use a single example: pain equals firing of seabirds. This is wrong because these nerves only conduct stimuli from receptors of a certain type. Feeling pain is a conscious process occurring in the deep recesses of the brain. And we have become so used to equating academic freedom with the license to repeat obsolete or even nonsensical stuff, that, while we still heap scorn on those colleagues of Galileo's who refuse to look through his telescope, we take seriously the philosophers of mind who refuse to look at the contemporary science of mind, namely cognitive neuroscience. Other philosophers of mind are not so much narrow-minded as confused for lack of a broad and clear ontology. Thus John Searle, 2007, 40 ff., who has published extensively on this subject, tells us that he opposes both materialism and psychoneural dualism. Yet he also claims that mental states are caused by brain processes at the neuron level. States of one kind caused by processes of another? This talk of upward causation sounds dualistic to me. Moreover, it is reminiscent of the 19th century vulgar materialist Carl Voigt, who famously claimed that the brain secretes thought just as the liver secretes bile. There is an elementary ontological confusion. Here, by definition, processes are sequences of states, and only events are supposed to cause events, more in chapter 14. For instance, not LSD by itself, but taking LSD, causes hallucinations. A psychoneural monist of the materialist kind would state that all mental states are brain states, and that the same holds for mental changes of state, that is, events and processes. For instance, she would say that feeling disgust is the same as a certain process in a brain network that includes the insula. She would also state that all brain processes are caused by other processes, either in the brain or acting on it. And she might also know that this has been a central thesis of materialism, Indian as well as Western, for at least 2,500 years, and that only vulgar or eliminative materialists, that is, behaviorists, reject it. All of which suggests that the mind-body problem can be treated probatably only within a broad ontological framework, and with some information about its history. However, in the following we will be able to give only an inkling of all this. More in Bunge 1980a, Bunge and Ardila 1987. Heb 1980, Pervs etal 2008. Philosopher, you just blushed. Scientist, I suppose I did. Philosopher, why did you blush? Scientist, because of your comment on the philosophical naivete of science. Tests. Philosopher, sorry. Anyway, you just showed unwittingly a clear example of the power of mind over matter. Indeed, your embarrassment, a mental process, caused your blushing, a physiological process. Scientist, not so fast. What makes you deny that embarrassment, or any other mental process for that matter, is a physiological process? Philosopher, because we describe it in psychological terms. Scientist, but this is only because of tradition and for the sake of brevity. I could explain. Philosopher, go ahead, we have time. Scientist, well, to begin with, the embarrassment in question happened in my brain, not elsewhere in my body, let alone out of it. Philosopher, how do you know? After all, it is mere conjecture that mental events are brain events, right? Scientist, conjecture, yes. Mere conjecture, no, because it has been well confirmed by electrophysiological and lesion studies, that the emotions are processes in brain networks that include both cortical and subcortical regions. Philosopher, suppose I grant you this. What do we gain by conceiving of the mental as neural? Scientist, we gain understanding. You understand a process when you expose its mechanism. And all mechanisms happen to be processes in material things, such as brains. 146.8 The mind-body problem. Philosopher, and what would be the mechanism of the process we are discussing? Scientist, schematically, it would be the following causal chain: hearing your remark, auditory area, understanding it, Wernicke area, feeling anger or shame, a circuit containing the hypothalamus, orbitofrontal cortex, or other brain regions, activation of the brain's motor circuitry, dilatation of face capillaries. I grant, though, that the details have yet to be worked out. But the big picture is there, and that picture is a whole research project, not just a story. Philosopher, yet you just described a case of downward causation, from a high level to a lower level one. Scientist, if you wish. But I prefer to call it a top-down process occurring in the head. And the point is that this process occurs in the brain, and is describable in purely neuroscientific terms. Philosopher, I dispute this. The very word embarrassment is a psychological term that does not occur in the neurophysiological vocabulary. And surely the same applies to the rest of the psychological vocabulary. Scientist, true, but the point is that the mental processes can be explained, at least in principle, in neurophysiological terms. However, the neurophysiological processes called mental are qualitatively different from all the others. After all, they are recent arrivals in evolution. Moreover, they do not occur in a social vacuum. Indeed, embarrassment, like shame and compassion, is a social emotion. Philosopher, so, you eliminate neither the mental nor psychology. You retain a distinction between levels, and allow for psychology, and perhaps even for sociology. Scientist, absolutely. We identify mental with neural of a very particular kind, and we fuse psychology with neuroscience, and sociology as well, when it comes to social learning and action. In short, we perform ontological reduction at the same time that we effect epistemic coalescence. Philosopher, I'll chew on that. Scientist, you do that. But remember that the mind-body problem is science. Take as well as philosophical and theological. Recall also that no idea can be discussed fruitfully in a vacuum. In particular, a materialist idea of the mind should be discussed in the context of a comprehensive materialist ontology. Proceeding otherwise would be philosophically naive. Philosopher, touché. Some of the most interesting conceptual big questions lie at the intersection of science, philosophy, and religion. The problems of the nature and origin of the universe, life, mind, society, science, and religion are in this category, so are the problems of what is good and what right, and what must be done to identify and solve the moral and social problems that raise human action and inaction. Any of these problems is a counterexample to the positivist thesis that those three domains, science, philosophy, and religion, are mutually disjoint. But although the said trichotomy fails for problems, it does hold for the approach to those problems. Indeed, whereas theologians resort to either revelation or the exegesis of so-called revealed scripture, scientists investigate problems both empirically and theoretically. They seek new knowledge to solve problems, whether old or new. Hence the soothing thesis that science and religion can coexist peacefully because they would be concerned with non-overlapping magisteria, as the great Stephen J. Gould, 1997b, claimed, is false. Religion and science are ontologically at odds, because the former asserts, whereas the latter denies, the existence of supernatural entities, as well as of disembodied souls. They are also methodologically incompatible with one another. Because, while scientists search for truths, religionists claim to have already found them. Which is why there is no free search for new truths under a theocracy, nor under a totalitarian regime. Something similar holds for the relation between science and philosophy. Indeed, a number of problems are at once scientific and philosophical. Examples: what are matter, causation, chance, life, and mind? Although at RST Blush physics and chemistry have solved the RST problem, actually it still poses a number of philosophical questions, such as those discussed by Michael Frayn in his famous play Copenhagen. For instance, do microphysical events happen only when some experimenter elicits them? Likewise, biologists have yet to answer the question what is life, and psychologists the question what is mind, to everyone's satisfaction. How should one go about tackling such hybrid problems? On these questions, the philosophers split into two camps, the pro-scientific and unscientific. Whereas the former seek guidance from science, the unscientific ones engage in unbridled speculation. Unsurprisingly, the unscientific philosophers constitute the vast majority. After all, ignoring science is much easier than learning some of it. I am not counting just the well-known enemies of science, such as Berkeley, Vico, Rousseau, Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, Nietzsche, Bergson, Croce, Gentile, Husserl, and Heidegger. Nor am I counting the philosophers indifferent to science, such as Moore, Wittgenstein, Strawson, Kripke, David Lewis, and Habermas. I am also including among the unscientific philosophers some great and infantile thinkers who are usually regarded as proscientic, such as Locke, Hume, and Kant. The reason is that all three believe that all we can know are phenomena, or appearances, characterized by secondary properties or qualia, such as color and taste. Thus, Locke, 1690 BK4, Sector 3, 28, warned that we can have no distinct knowledge of the motions of bodies beyond our experience, because we do not understand how they cause sensations in us, other than by the intercession of an innately wise agent. So, we are utterly incapable of universal and certain Knowledge of the bodies around us. Little did Locke suspect that his skepticism concerning the power of science was behind his own times, since the scientific revolution was already well advanced. In particular, he was unaware that Newton's magnum opus, 1687, which contained precisely some of the laws of motion that Locke had decreed unknowable, appeared the same year that he niched his essay. Luckily, not even Locke's immense intellectual authority could prevent the triumphal march of Newtonianism. However, his skepticism regarding the power of science did eclipse the important work of his near contemporary Thomas Willis, the early modern neuroanatomist who regarded the brain as the organ of emotion, perception, and memory, Zimmer 2004. Which is one more example of the harm that superficial philosophies, such as phenomenalism, can cause. For example, in astronomy the phenomenalists defended the geocentric view of the planetary system, in physics they attacked the atomic theory, and in psychology they favored behaviorism. Worse, even most of the philosophers who profess love of science do not use it to tackle any of the big problems in question. For instance, some positivists have claimed that the mind-body problem is a pseudo-problem, and others have repeated the double aspect doctrine. Lenin and his followers have held that ideas are the opposite of matter. Ludwig Wittgenstein claimed that only a human being, rather than her brain, can be said to perceive or be conscious, because that is the way psychological predicates are used in ordinary language. Hilary Putnam proposed that the mind is just a set of computer programs, a view adopted by Daniel Dennett and other philosophers of mind. Karl Popper defended psychoneural dualism and revived Plato's analogy, mind is to brain what pilot is to boat. Still others, such as John Searle, maintain that the brain causes the mind, which is like stating that legs cause walking, rather than walking being the specific function of legs. The variety of bizarre philosophical opinions about the nature of mind stems from the tacit, alas mistaken, conventions that the philosophical imagination should not be constrained by any scientific endings, and that philosophical problems can be tackled one by one rather than in bundles. I happen to hold the views that philosophy should be intimately bound with science, and that none of the big questions involving facts can be successfully handled except in the light of precise empirically testable theories about the nature of reality and the knowledge of it, Bunge 2006a. In sum, the problem of the nature of mind has always been of great interest to scientists, physicians, philosophers, theologians, shamans, and dabblers in the esoteric. As with other important problems, whereas a few philosophers have made useful suggestions, most have hindered the serious investigation of it, for instance, by claiming that it is insoluble, or that it must be approached via language, or via computer technology. Let us glance at three influential views of the mind, every one of which has been enthusiastically endorsed by some philosophical school. There are currently three main conceptions of the mind: psychoneural dualism, computerism, and the psychoneural identity thesis. Let us peek at them. More on dualism in Armstrong 1968, Bunge 1980a, Bunge and Ardila 1987, Ingenia Rose 1946, Kim 2006, Lovejoy 1955. Psychoneural dualism is of course the ancient opinion that matter and mind are distinct entities or substances, that the one can exist without the other, and that they may interact, but that neither can help explain the other. Dualism has been defended by famous philosophers, such as Plato, Descartes, and Popper, as well by a few eminent neuroscientists, among them Jackson, Sherrington, Pineld, Sperry, and Ecclesiastes, and it is a component of all really Jun's and primitive cosmologies, as well as of psychoanalysis and New Age. Its great advantages are that it looks obvious, it seems to explain effortlessly every bit of human behavior, and it inheres in the dogma of the survival of the soul after death. Moreover, at first glance psychoneural dualism is supported by logic. Indeed, consider the following well-known argument, in the light of Leibniz's law, that two objects are identical if, and only if, they have the same properties. 1. I have direct knowledge of my mental states. 2. I do not have direct knowledge of my brain states. Therefore, by Leibniz's law, my mental states are not identical with my brain states. This argument is fallacious, because having or lacking direct knowledge is not a property of the items in question, namely mental states and brain states. Indeed, the property ascribed in premise 1, and withheld in premise 2, consists only in the subject items being recognized, perceived, or known as something or other. But such apprehension is not a property of the item itself, for divining iden titis, since one and the same subject may be successfully recognized under one name or description, and yet fail to be recognized under another, accurate, corefer, enschel, description. Bluntly, Leibniz's law is not valid for these bogus properties. Chichland 1984, 42. Furthermore, psychoneural dualism is open to a number of fatal objections. Let us recall a few of them. 1. Dualism is conceptually fuzzy. Indeed, the very expression mental state is at best shorthand, because every state is a state of some concrete, material, thing at a given time. For instance, the state of a hospital patient at a given time is roughly indicated by the values of its vital signs at that instant. And the expression mind-body interaction is an oxymoron because, by hypothesis, the immaterial mind is impregnable to physical stimuli, just as matter cannot be directly affected by thoughts or emotions. The very concept of an action is well deemed only with reference to material things. Think, example of the action of the terrestrial gravitational eld upon an aircraft, of the action of nitric acid upon a copper penny, or of that of coffee, wine, anesthetics, or cocaine on the brain. 2. Dualism is experimentally irrefutable since one cannot manipulate a non-material thing, as the soul or mind is assumed to be, with material implements, such as lancets and pills. In other words, only material objects are changeable and can act upon material tools such as measuring instruments. The brain is such an object, but the non-material mind is not, as shown by the utter failure of psychics, mediums, and parapsychologists. 3. Dualism considers only the adult mind. Hence it is inconsistent with developmental psychology, which shows how cognitive, emotional, and social abilities develop, grow and decay, along with the brain and the individual's social context. 4. Dualism is inconsistent with cognitive ethology, in particular primatology, which shows that we share some mental abilities with our evolutionary next of kin. It is also inconsistent with comparative psychology and cognitive archaeology. For these sciences suggest that our mental abilities have evolved as a result of biological and social changes. True, some of this evidence derives from sheer anthropomorphism. But there is also solid evidence from anatomical and physiological studies. After all, there would be no human physiology, from Galen's dissections of monkeys and Claude Bernard's classical animal experiments to our days, without studying animals, even phylogenetically as distant from us as fruit eyes and worms. 5. Dualism violates physics, in particular the law of conservation of energy. For instance, energy would be created if a decision to take a walk were an event. in the non-material soul. Moreover, dualism is inconsistent with the naturalistic ontology that underpins all of the factual sciences. This makes brainless psychology an anomalous solitary discipline. It also deprives the science of mind of the panoply of surgical and pharmaceutical tools that allows it to treat successfully the mental disorders that do not respond to psychotherapy. 6. Dualism confuses even investigators who are contributing to its demise. In fact, in the cognitive, affective, and social neuroscience literature one often reads sentences of the forms N is the neural substratum, or correlate, of mental function. M, and organ O subserves, or mediates, or instantiates, mental function M. As if functions were accidentally attached to organs, or were even prior to them. And organs were means in the service of functions. Why not say simply organ? O performs function or does F? After all, one does not say that legs subserve walking, guts mediate digestion, and so on. Nor does one ask what came rst. The nose or smelling. Why not say simply that the brain feels, emotes, cognizes, intends, plans, wills, and so on? Talk of substratum, correlate, subservience and mediation is just a relic of dualism, and it fosters the idea, functionalism, that what matters is function, which can be studied independently of stuff. But there is neither walking without legs nor breathing without lungs. In general, there is neither function without organ nor organ without functions. The smile of the vanishing Cheshire cat belongs in Chin, not in science. True, most cognitive neuroscientists use the expressions neural correlate and neural substrate without assuming that there is something over and above brain function. But this is no excuse, they should learn to say what they mean. 7. Dualism isolates psychology from most other disciplines, insofar as none of them admits the stuff/function dichotomy. Imagine generalizing the correlate talk, the planetary correlates of Kepler's orbits, the light correlate of refraction, the molecular correlates of chemical reactions, the OID correlates of streams and eddies, the organismal correlates of evolution, and so on. Much the same applies to substrate talk, as in the common phrase the neural substrate of decision-making. Something similar holds for subservience talk. It is a relic of both dualism and nihilism and, more particularly, of Plato's idealist principle. Laws X, 896, that the soul is the RST origin and moving power of all that is, or has become, or will be. 8. Dualism is barren at best, and counterproductive at worst. In fact, it has spawned superstitions and pseudosciences galore, from beliefs in the supernatural and the afterlife to parapsychology, psychoanalysis, and memetics. And dualism has slowed down the progress of all the disciplines dealing with the mind, in particular biological psychology, neurology, psychiatry, psychoneuropharmacology, and neuroengineering. But it has not deterred some of these experts from studying or even recommending the use of psychotropic agents for military and riot control purposes. In short, psychoneural dualism is scientifically and philosophically untenable. Worse, it continues to be a major obstacle to the scientific investigation of the mind, as well as to the medical treatment of mental disorders. Yet, it is still very popular, particularly in its computer version, which involves hardware/software dualism. However, we shall postpone a discussion of this fashionable form of dualism to Chapter: The cognitive control of behavior, as in shoveling, driving, drawing, writing, and self-restraint, has traditionally been regarded as proof of the power of mind over matter, or downward causation, Campbell 1974b. The psychosomatic end. Placebo effects are often regarded in the same way. In particular, the health benefits of optimism and the sickening effects of low self-esteem and social stress have been said to exemplify the power of mind over matter. But of course, in a scientific perspective, there can be no mind rightward arrow matter causation, if only because it would violate momentum and energy conservation. There are only same level causal relations between neural events, such as the joy or sadness caused by learning something, and b. bottom-up and top-down causal relations among neural and non-neural bodily events, such as the dullness caused by a blow in the head, and the quickening of the heartbeat caused by a sight of the beloved. In particular, the placebo effects involved in abating pain and favoring recovery are nowadays explained in purely scientific terms, albeit only sketchily, partly. Thanks to the discovery of nerves connecting the cerebral cortex to the immune system, see, example Cacioppo et al. 2006, and the journal Brain, Behavior, and Immunity. For example, the healing or distressing power of a symbol rightward arrow meaning rightward arrow behavior, can sometimes be explained as a case of classical conditioning, Benedetti. 2009. On the other hand, placebo analgesia may involve endogenous opioids generated by the brain. The placebo effects involving reward expectation, as in the pain relief elicited by the mere sight of a stethoscope on a white coat, is a process in a complex brain circuit. Finally, the social pains and pleasures, such as envy and schadenfreude, have been shown to involve the same neural circuit as those caused by painful physical stimuli, Takahashi et al. 2009. In sum, placebo effects are real, they are links in physiological causal chains. But their benefits are limited. For example, placebo treatments can reduce the discomforts and pains caused by cancer, but they cannot stop tumor growth. In short, what used to be regarded as cases of mind rightward arrow body action turned out to be brain rightward arrow brain, or brain rightward arrow rest of the body processes. This shift, from Freudian psychosomatic fantasy to psychoneuroendocrinoimmunology, was a late result of the pioneering experiments of Walter Cannon, of homeostasis fame, and Hans Selye, the father of stress research. They and their followers showed conclusively that the nervous, endocrine, and immune systems constitute a supersystem, one more triumph of systemic materialism. The importance of this synthesis for pharmacology and medicine, in particular psychiatry, should be obvious. Ironically, psychoneuroendocrinoimmunology explains why shamans and logotherapists are occasionally effective, as well as why social exclusion can be literally sickening. Thus, the morbidity and mortality rates of the poor are higher than those of the rest of us, not only because they cannot meet all their needs and wants, but also because they experience negative social evaluation, which lowers immunity. Example Kamini 2009. This result confirms the earlier ending of social psychologists, that relative inequality can hurt more than absolute poverty. However, let us go back to the mind-body problem. In recent years, neuroengineers invented devices which, when implanted in the brain of a paraplegic, or in that of an immobilized monkey, allow the animal to control a computer cursor or a robotic arm. Dualists interpret this technological feat as evidence for the power of mind over matter. But of course, to the bioengineer, what happens is that one part of the body, namely a region in the prefrontal cortex, activates the neural prosthesis and makes it execute the desired movements. Likewise, the analgesic effect of placebos and the unreliable, healing power of prayer can be understood as effects of processes in the brain upon other parts of the body. It is matter over matter all the way down. It could not be otherwise since causal chains are sequences of events, and every event is a change in a material thing. See Fig 8.1. The explanation of the resolve and fortitude of the Vietnamese Buddhist monks, who in the 1970s set themselves on to protest against the war, is similar. But, of course, this case is far more complex than the control required by daily life activities, for it involves free will and a degree of abnegation and learned emotional regulation that surpasses anything that ordinary people can achieve. Incidentally, prefrontal cortex * rightward arrow, motor cortex * rightward arrow, finger *. Fig 8.1. The causal chain between the decision to move a anger and the actual anger motion passes through the activation of the motor cortex. The star symbolizes an event, and the arrow a nerve pulse. In the case of patients with neural prostheses, the last link is a computer cursor or a mechanical hand. Emotion regulation, whether deliberate or automatic, is a hot topic in psychology. See Gross 2007. The materialist monist does not regard these as cases of the power of mind over matter, but of the control that parts of the brain, in particular the prefrontal cortex, can exert over the rest of the body. Hence, the cases in question are examples of psychoneural identity, not counterexamples to it. So much so, that the cognitive control of behavior has become a standard chapter of cognitive neuroscience, as well as the scientific basis of neuroengineering. See DiLorenzo et al. 2008. Just try to base neuroengineering on an alternative philosophy of mind, such as Descartes, Hume's, Kant's, Hegel's, Husserl's, Wittgenstein's, or Popper's versions of mind-body dualism. Consider the neuroengineer who designs or implants a motor neural prosthesis that may enable a person paralyzed from the head down to move a cursor on a screen, or a mechanical arm, just by imagining this action. That technologist or technician pushes an electrode into the motor cortex of a brain, not into an immaterial mind. This reorientation has been accompanied by a slight change of terminology. Neuroscientists and bioengineers speak of top-down, rather than downward, causation. The causal chain in question is not interrupted by an immaterial chasm, it is fully material. Materialist monism underlies and motivates neuroengineering and the neural prosthesis industry, whereas psychoneural dualism discourages them. It is nice to know that the right philosophy can bring health and money in addition to promoting or blocking social progress. See Fig 8.2. Finally, let us remember the converse of top-down causation, namely bottom-up, or molecule-to-brain causation. This happens every time we drink a cup of coffee or a glass of wine. Indeed, caffeine and alcohol are consumed precisely because of their effects on cognition and mood respectively. Although the functions of these substances are notorious, their mode of action is still under investigation. See, example Iverson et al. 2008. Which shows that scientists, unlike most philosophers of mind, are not functionalists. They are not sadist until they discover the mechanism underneath the function of interest. In short, the mind-mind and mind-body causal arrows are viewed as follows by dualists and materialist monists. Event-type dualism, materialist monism. Same level: mental 1 rightward arrow, mental 2 neural 1 rightward arrow, neural 2 downward, mental rightward arrow, bodily neural rightward arrow, bodily upward, bodily rightward arrow, mental bodily rightward arrow, neural. 8.5 Dualism is hazardous. The consistent dualist will reject any treatment of mental disorders involving such material means as neurosurgery and psychotropic, or neuroactive, pills. He will also reject the neural prostheses that neural engineers are designing to help people who have suffered severe brain injuries. But, because of the efficacy of such means, the dualist neurologist, clinical psychologist, or psychiatrist may be willing to sacrifice his philosophical integrity, and prescribe them to tamper with the allegedly immaterial minds. After all, he has to support his family. Regrettably, the diagnosis of mental disorders is still at a rather primitive stage. This is so to the point that every new edition of the standard work in the ELD, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, offers new criteria. For example, it seems hard to distinguish between manic depression and dementia praecox, as well as to identify schizophrenia. The reason is sometimes said to be that some of the key symptoms of different disorders are the same. But this situation is common in medicine. The symptom-cause relation is many to one rather than 1 to 1. Such ambiguity is characteristic of all inverse, or ill-posed, problems, whether in medicine, engineering, or physics. See Bunge 2006a. How might this situation be improved? I submit that the remedy is to replace the usual symptomatic, or clinical, typologies with somatic, or neuroscientific, classifications. The classes in a classification proper are pairwise disjoint, which is not the case of types. To take a familiar example, a vulgar digestive discomfort may be caused by a malfunction of the stomach, the intestine, the liver, or the gallbladder. Only a thorough examination of these organs might spot the cause and thus suggest the proper therapy. I submit that the case of mental disorders is parallel. Their diagnosis will remain uncertain as long as psychoneural dualism prevails. For this philosophy of mind counsels focusing on mental symptoms or phenomena, rather than starting with them but tracing them back to objective brain facts. For example, kleptomania and drug abuse are very different behaviors, yet both disorders are successfully treated with naltrexone, a drug that blocks the same opioid receptors, which suggests that they involve the same brain circuits. Symptoms do not solve the diagnostic problem. They only pose it. Accordingly, I propose supplementing the extant psychological typologies with neuroscientific classifications, where the diagnostic statements are not like icky, bulimic, obsessive-compulsive, pathologically indecisive, or excessively uninhibited but possible amygdala trouble, possible hypothalamus problem, possible disturbance of the caudate nucleus, possible prefrontal cortex damage, and possible orbitofrontal damage respectively. Note that in all these cases it is assumed that mental disorders are organ disorders rather than either whole brain or molecular abnormalities. In any event, mental disorders are not whole brain diseases. For example, Parkinson's disease is a disorder of the substantia nigra, depression involves serotonin imbalance, Alzheimer's disease starts as beta-amyloid plagues in neurons. Multiple sclerosis is due to severe myelin loss in peripheral nerves, and so on. In short, all psychiatric disorders are organic, none are purely mental or functional. Hence they should be classed in neuroscientific terms. This implies that genetic psychiatry, in particular the search for single genes responsible for mental disorders, does not look promising, at least for now. It takes more than a crooked or missing gene to bend the mind, or any other function of a highly complex cell system. The searchlight should be trained on the middle of the levels scale. By the way, the functionalist view of the mind, favored by most contemporary philosophers of mind, should be dropped as being both scientifically shallow and medically hazardous. This does not imply that we should adopt the so-called Swiss Army penknife model, favored by phrenologists and evolutionary psychologists. This is the opinion that the brain is made up of mutually independent modules, each of which carries out A single mental function. Neuroscientists know that this is not so, that every brain component interacts with several other subsystems in the body. They also know that in some cases two very different mental disorders are due to the disturbance of a single brain organ. For example, both the Huntington disease and the obsessive compulsive disorder are due to disturbances of the caudate nucleus, one of the neural assemblies comprising the basic ganglia. Still, it is true that in every neural circuit, there is a dominant component. For example, panic may be induced by either a visual, auditory, or haptic stimulus, but the amygdala will be a part of all varieties of panic. Hence the rule, to treat recurrent panic episodes, check the amygdala. Likewise, to treat recurrent stomach trouble of any kind, check the gut even if the ultimate culprit proves to be the liver, the gall, or even the cerebral cortex. See more on localization cum coordination in Chapter 9. The car mechanic proceeds in like manner. He classes a car's troubles into problems with ignition, cylinders, transmission, electric circuitry, and so on, and tries to guess parts damage from the driver's complaints. This is why car mechanics are, on the whole, more efficient than clinical psychologists and psychotherapists. They do not detach symptom from organ. They move from symptom to dysfunction to part trouble. This is why they prefer deep essentialist classifications to superficial symptomatic typologies. Essentialism is the ontological thesis that things have properties of two kinds: essential and accidental. The methodological counterpart of essentialism is this: only the essential properties should be used to deem classes. For example, the periodic table of the elements rests on the essential properties of atoms, which are the numbers of its protons and neutrons. An atom does not change species if it only loses or gains one or two electrons. Regrettably, the eminent evolutionary biologist Ernst Mayr wrote some influential pages against essentialism, and, believing biology to be an autonomous science, he did not take the trouble of checking how species are deemed in other sciences, such as chemistry. To conclude, philosophies need not be socially useful, but they must not be socially harmful. I submit that the dualist philosophies of mind are hazardous to mental health because they divert the researcher's and the therapist's attention from the brain to an immaterial and therefore inaccessible item. This is not to deny the beneficial effects of some talking therapies. After all, words are physical stimuli, and some of them may enhance self-healing brain processes, while others may induce the patient to correct bad habits. In other words, some words are as good as deeds, because they affect the brain, not the mythical soul. Subjectivist philosophers renounce the real world and attempt to describe it in terms of subjective experience. Thus, the founder of phenomenology discovered the delights, the Lebenswelt or life world, Husserl 1970, only after spending his whole academic life immersed in himself, egology, and claiming that the essence of things can be grasped only by bracketing out the external world, i.e., pretending that it does not exist. Thereupon he stopped his search for transcendence, and proposed that everything, even mathematics, should be traced back to everyday life terms, a sort of cheap sociologism. Of course, neither Husserl nor his increasingly numerous followers have ever carried out their epistemically reactionary program. For instance, they did not even attempt to explain in plain language how rain forms, restarts, metabolism proceeds, or economic crises originate. In any case, the later Husserl did not invent anything. He unwittingly rewrote the phenomenalist project that Hume had sketched 2 centuries earlier, and Kant, as well as the positivists, adopted this project. consists in explaining objectivity in subjective, or RST person, terms. For instance, Ernst Mach attempted to account for the physical world in terms of sensations. This is exactly the converse of what scientific psychology, in particular cognitive, affective, and social neuroscience, has been doing, explaining subjectivity in objective, or third-person, terms. Take, for instance, the phantom limb experience, undergone by uncounted war veterans. No one denies that this experience is subjective, since only their sufferers can have it. But it is real. The amputee treats the phantom part as real, and often really suffers pain, which she locates in a place that she no longer owns. Being real processes, these must be explained in objective, or non-experiential, terms. In fact, phantom limb experiences were RST explained in terms of the body. Schema etched on the somatosensory cortex, an engram that persists after the amputation. Ronald Meltsack, 1989, found this theory too vague, as well as incapable of accounting for all the data, such as that persons born without a limb may feel pain, whereas some people with whole limbs are unable to feel pain in them under harmful stimuli. Subsequently, Meltsack proposed his own theory. He conjectured that we are born with a neuromatrix of the body self, which is subsequently modified by experience, and that this particular neural network, far from accepting all inputs from the body, alters them and gives us the feeling of having a whole body of our own. This hypothesis accounts for the extreme cases of congenital insensitivity to pain and the spontaneous occurrence of pain, neuropathy. Further research may modify this conjecture, but any alternative is likely to keep its core idea, that our brains construct our body images and, in general, all our experiences and, above all, the unity of experience. Obviously, the project of explaining subjectivity objectively is in tune with both the scientific revolution and the Enlightenment, for it is materialist and realist, rather than idealist and subjectivist. The execution of this project requires shifting attention from brainless minds to minding brains, because to explain is to unveil mechanisms, and these are the processes that make material systems tick. Bunge, 2006a. Indeed, as a recent textbook puts it, the overarching goal of the ELD of cognitive neuroscience is to explain mental processes and behavior in terms of the structure and function of relevant regions of the brain and the rest of the nervous system. Pervs et al. 2008, 57. Attaining this goal has been a dream of the materialist philosophers since antiquity. Drop this philosophy, and that great project cannot even be formulated. Remove the brain, and no mind remains. Ignore the neural basis, substrate, or correlate of mental processes, and no hope of understanding them can be reasonably maintained. Hence any brainless philosophy of mind must erase 2.5 millennia of mind science. Closing remarks. Of all the big and venerable scientific questions, the mind-body problem is the hardest and the one surrounded by the thickest theological barrier and philosophical fog. No wonder, because the soul has been the traditional property of priests, shamans, charlatans, and philosophers who refuse to learn modern psychology, and yet claim contently that there is no such problem, either because Plato solved it, or because there is no mind, or because the mind is mysterious. For example, Colin McGinn, 1993, 36, shares the opinion of John Tyndall, a 19th-century physicist quoted by William James, 1890, I-147, that the passage of the physics of the brain to the corresponding facts of consciousness is unthinkable. But thinkable, or conceivable, is a psychological concept, not an Epistemological one like that of the plausibility, or verisimilitude, of a hypothesis in the light of a given body of knowledge. Besides, philosophers are not expected to resort to arguments from authority, the way McGinn does, particularly when the alleged authority earned his reputation in a far removed eld. In the case of the mind-body problem, philosophers are expected to build on cognitive neuroscience. This science is the only, provisional, authority that a philosopher of mind should admit. But McGinn's 4 pages long bibliography Raffi includes only 2 scientific references, and none at all to the proponents of psychoneural identity, which happens to be the philosophical propeller of cognitive neuroscience. Let us ND out what contemporary mind scientists think about the matter of mind. Chapter 9. Minding Matter, the Plastic Brain. The philosophy of mind is the chapter of ontology that deals with the most basic and universal traits of the human mind. It can be either traditional, prescientic, or contemporary, science-oriented. The traditional philosophy of mind is, in a nutshell, the hypothesis that everything mental happens in the immaterial mind. This is the view of shamans and priests, as well as that of psychoanalysts, psychics, and New Age cultists. Idealist philosophers, linguists indifferent to real speakers, as well as many psychologists, concur. The famous philosopher Hilary Putnam, 1975. 291, put it memorably, "We could be made of Swiss cheese and it wouldn't matter." And the founder of Possible Worlds Metaphysics denied the identity of mental states and brain states because one might imagine a brain state that is not a mental state, as well as a mental state existing without the corresponding brain state. Kripke 1971, 162-163. Thus, the fact that zombies are conceivable is used to prop up a philosophy of mind indifferent to the science of mind. By contrast, medical researchers and materialist philosophers since antiquity, as well as cognitive neuroscientists since Broca and Wernicke, have postulated that all mental facts happen in brains. Simpler, we think and feel with our heads, which is why beheading has always been regarded as the best defense against danger. Us thinking. The methodological partner of this materialist philosophy of mind is of course the strategy that may be condensed into the rule: to understand the mind, study the living brain. This is exactly what cognitive neuroscience has been doing ever since Donald Hebb, 1949, wrote its research project, see, Example Pervs. ETAL 2008. For example, memory traces consist of groups of sparsely distributed neurons. This is why fear memories, which are engraved in the amygdala, can be literally killed by ablating portions of that brain subsystem. Admittedly, brainless psychology can correctly describe some mental phenomena. But it can explain none, because genuine explanation involves revealing mechanisms. Bunge 1967a, Mackamer ETAL 2000. Furthermore, all mechanisms are processes in material systems. Bunge 2006a. The medical implication is that serious mental disorders are brain diseases that call for therapies disrupting neural processes. However, since living brains are immersed in a social environment, cognitive and affective neuroscience must be fused with social psychology. The result is social cognitive neuroscience, see, Example Cacioppo 2006. The thesis that the brain is the mental organ can be upheld only if the brain is assumed to be relentlessly active, even in sleep, in the absence of external stimulation, and while performing mindless, routine tasks, if it is seen as capable of stimulating and reorganizing itself, that is, endowed with spontaneity, self motivation, self-winding, and self-programming, as well as with the ability of repairing itself. Admittedly, assuming that only an understanding of the brain can help understand the mind involves far greater investments in ingenuity and experimental work than adopting any of the simple rival views, from the old soul psychology to fashion able computationalism, because the human brain happens to be the most complex system in the world. As Ken Hill, of artificial intelligence fame, said, if the brain were simple enough for us to understand, we'd be so simple we couldn't. 9.1 Piconeural identity. Let us now take a quick look at the most important alternatives to classical dualism, namely the piconeural identity theory, or rather hypothesis. In the exact sciences, a theory proper is not a stray conjecture but a hypothetic deductive system. This is the reductive conjecture that all mental processes are neural processes. More precisely, for every mental process M, there is a process N in a brain system, such that M equals N. For instance, seeing is the specific function of the visual system, feeling fear a specific function of the system centered in the amygdala, deliberating and making decisions are specific functions of the prefrontal cortex, and so on. See, example Bindra. 1980, Bunge 1980A, Changer 2004, Heb 1980, Ledoux 2002, Mountcastle 1998. Zeki 1993. In the present context, a function is understood as a process in a concrete thing, such as the circulation of blood in the cardiovascular system, and the formation of a decision in the prefrontal cortex. And a specific function of a system S is one that only S can perform. For instance, the brain performs very many functions, but only the brain can think. Functionalists delete the S's in the previous account, or they conceive of organs as mere means for the performance of functions. An example of this teleological mode of thinking is the title of the book by Popper and Ecclesiastes, The Mind and Its Brain. Why not walking and its legs, digestion and its gut, and the like? The functionalists incur the same mistake Aristotle accused Plato of making, that of speaking of motion in itself rather than of moving bodies. By contrast, the cognitive and affective neuroscientists attempt to locate the mental processes in the brain, and to disclose their mechanisms, they work on the physiology of the mind, just as other scientists work on the physiology of digestion. See Table 9.1. Regrettably, the psychoneural identity hypothesis is often ill-formulated, even by people who claim to hold it. In one popular version, thought and consciousness are products erzeugnis of the brain, Engels 1954-55. In another, the brain causes the mind, Searle 1997, or, in general, neural anatomy causes men. Tal function. Both are unwitting formulations of epiphenomenalism, the dualist doctrine that mental events are the passive byproduct of brain activity, much as noise is a byproduct of engines. The production version of epiphenomenalism is mistaken, because a product is generally thought of as stuff separable from its source and incapable of reacting upon it. For instance, the bile is a product of the liver. The causal version of epiphenomenalism is wrong too, because the causal relation holds between events, not between things and events occurring in them. For example, rotation is not an effect of the will, but just what the will does, its specific function in addition to skidding, getting overheated by friction, making noise, etc. Neither is the will the physical correlate or substrate of rotation. It is equally absurd to say that the will subserves or instantiates rotation, or that it is the material substratum of rotation. One says instead that wheels turn. Besides, and contrary to epiphenom. Analysm, if the brain were to cause the mind, then the latter should in turn react upon the former, since every event initiates a new causal chain, Latches 1963. The mental functions are neither products nor effects of the brain, they are what the brain can do. Likewise, muscle contraction is neither product nor effect of the muscle, it is just the specific muscle activity. See Bunge 1980 for a formalization of the concept of a specific function. The monistic psychoneural hypothesis is simply that mental processes are processes in brain systems, such as the language areas in the cerebral cortex. This hypothesis has been central to medical psychology since Hippocrates and Galen, as well as a target of theologians and idealist philosophers. And of course it is the central assumption of cognitive neuroscience, both of which attempt to map the mind onto the brain. However, let me haste to warn that this map has turned out to be very different from the one-to-one chart of a territory, see section 9.4 below. To emphasize that materialist monism asserts a certain identity, and not a mere correlation or parallelism, let us reformulate it in a more explicit if pedantic fashion. For every mental process M, there is a process N in a brain system, such that M equals N. Equivalently, for every mental function F there is a brain system B that performs F. Medical corollary, if B is injured or absent, F is disturbed or fails to occur. The psychoneural identity hypothesis in this formulation is empirically testable. Indeed, it is possible to alter neural systems through pharmacological or surgical means, or else TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation, and measure the resulting changes in behavior. Unlike MRI, magnetic resonance imaging, which reveals certain mental functions, TMS alters some of them on top of measuring some of their traits. 9.2 Supervenience and emergence. Some philosophers of mind, such as Hilary Putnam and Saul Kripke, discuss the mind-body problem in the light of sheer fantasies. Some of the most popular are those of the brain in a vat, dry earth, zombies, and the transporter in the movie Star Trek. Let us glimpse at the latter, used by Jae-Gwon Kim, 2006, 8-9, to illustrate what he calls supervenience of the mental on the physical, as well as to buttress the physicalist or reductionist version of materialism. The said transporter is an imaginary device that instantly dismantles a person, collects all the information about its molecular components and their relative positions, and transmits this information to another location, where another device uses this information to synthesize an identical copy of the original person. I submit that this fantasy is just that, for it rests on a wrong concept of living matter, one according to which all that matters about a system is composition and structure, regardless of mechanism and interaction with the environment. The composition structure model of an organism, or indeed of any material system, is deficient because it is static. It overlooks the fact that, to be alive, a thing must undergo myriads of chemical reactions, some simultaneous and others sequential, that are regulated and timed with exquisite accuracy. Some reactions cannot start until others have been completed, simply because they use products of the latter. If only for this reason, the very idea of instant life is naive, to put it mildly. This holds even for the simple chemical reactors used in the chemical industry. Consequently, putting together in the right positions all the chemicals that constitute a living thing won't animate the system, not even subjecting it to electric discharges, the way Mary Shelley fantasized when imagining Frankenstein. Producing synthetic life takes far more than that. Fortunately, the psychoneural identity hypothesis does not stand or fall with science-fiction fantasies, it rests on, and in turn motivates, solid neurocognitive research, something that philosophers of mind rarely consult. For example, the 10 pages long bibliography of Kim's 2006 book does not list a single paper in cognitive neuroscience. I have yet to see a scientist earnestly discussing impossible science-fiction devices. For that matter, I have yet to see the word supervenience in a scientific publication. Scientists prefer the word emergence when dealing with qualitative novelty. As we saw in section 5.7, emergence has two mutually complementary senses: a peculiarity of a system that none of its constituents possess, such as the ability to make decisions, that only certain multimillion systems of neurons in the prefrontal cortex has, and b a radically new property that arises in the course of a process, such the ability to read other individuals' minds, a novelty arisen in both the developmental and the evolutionary process. Both concepts, the static and the dynamic, can be represented by the sprouting of a new axis, or coordinate, in the state space for things of the given kind, see Bunge 1977b and Fig 9.1. Saying that a new property P3 arises, or that it emerges from previously absent properties of things of some kind K, is short for in the course of their history. Things of kind K acquire property P3. The reason is of course that, as Aristotle argued against Plato, there are no properties without bearers, every property is the property of something or other. More in chapter 14. In the case of living things, the history in question may be either the life history, or ontogenesis, or the species history, phylogenesis. Thus, one may investigate at what age and under which circumstances do infants normally learn to think of other people's mental processes, or which of our remote ancestors acquired this ability. In any event, whereas the concepts of emergence are clear and in frequent use in the sciences since George Lewis introduced it in 1874, and particularly since Lloyd Morgan, 1923, popularized it in biology and psychology, the notion of supervenience is neither well-deemed nor common outside contemporary philosophy of mind. The best known hypotheses about the nature of the brain are that it is basically XED from birth, and that experience can only tune or modulate it, nativism, that it is in a blank slate at birth and thereafter totally at the mercy of its environment. Empiricism, behaviorism, and computationalism, or else, that it is plastic, that it changes as it learns, forgets, invents, plans, and decides, whether spontaneously or under external stimulation. The RST hypothesis goes well with Charles Sherrington's view, that the main function of the nervous system is to coordinate the different parts of the organism. Because he focused on the homeostatic function of the brain, Sherrington, 1964, overlooked its mental functions, and leaned toward psychoneural dualism. The second hypothesis is consistent with Ivan Pavlov's postulate, that the brain is the organ of the most complicated relations of the animal to the external world. Unsurprisingly, he upheld the psychoneural identity hypothesis, Pavlov 1955. The third hypothesis is that of cognitive neuroscience since Hebb, 1949. Like Pavlov, Hebb, 1980, defended psychoneural monism, but, unlike Pavlov, he tried to educate his fellow psychologists instead of attacking them. See Fig 9.2. The third hypothesis incorporates the partial truths of both genetic and environmental determinisms, in particular the hypothesis that the brain regulates both the internal milieu and the animal's interactions with its environment. However, this third view goes way beyond both Sherrington's and Pavlov's, for it emphasizes the unrelenting self-generated or spontaneous neuronal activity, even during sleep. A decisive evidence for this view is the constructive nature of episodic memory. Bartlett 1932, Tulving 2002. That is, when recalling episodes, we often combine different memories rather than faithfully reproducing what really happened. To put it in neural terms, the recall of an event often consists in the aggregation of different memory traces. This is why the testimonials of eyewitnesses are unreliable. This is also a reason that the computer model of the mind is wide of the mark. Another compelling evidence for the hypothesis of spontaneous brain activity is that 60 to 80% of the energy budget of the brain is spent on interneuronal communication, whereas responding to the momentary demands of the environment may take as little as 1% of the total energy budget, Rachel 2006. Of course, the rate of energy expenditure depends on the nature of the task, and it is likely to be greatest during the early learning stages, while the animal gets the hang of it. For example, the neurobiological study of the hippocampus of rats. While learning a task, and then recalling it, led György Busaki and his co-workers to this conclusion: during learning, the temporal order of external events is instrumental in specifying and securing the appropriate neuronal representations. Whereas during recall, imagination, or action planning, the sequence activity of the neurons concerned is determined by the intrinsic dynamics of the network. Postakova et al. 2008. A fundamental property of the brain is plasticity, the ability to change in response to experience and use, Feldman 2009, 34. Such changes are functional, physiological, or structural, anatomical, and while some of them are caused by external stimuli, others occur spontaneously. Learning, forgetting, imagining, inventing, decision-making, and the alterations our memories suffer over time, constitute perhaps the most compelling evidence for the hypothesis that parts of our brains are plastic rather than either elastic, leaving no traces, or rigid, incapable of either learning or forgetting anything. Ramon y Cajal intuited, and half a century later Donald Hebb, 1949, theorized that the basic mechanism of learning and forgetting is synaptic plasticity, changes in the strength of interneuronal connections. In 1948 Jerzy Konarski confirmed the occurrence of plasticity, and coined this term, and in 1966 Terj-Lomo confirmed experimentally the Cajal-Hebb hypothesis. 7 years later he and Timothy Bliss strengthened those connections through irradiation with high-frequency electromagnetic waves. The technical name for this synaptic facilitation is LTP, short for long-term potentiation. Lately Attila Losangchi added an anatomical change, namely the alteration of dendritic spines, as a plasticity mechanism. See Craver 2009 for an analysis of this large multilevel and multidisciplinary research project. At about the same time, traveling waves, V10 cm S1, a long-range and faster interneuronal communication mechanism, were discovered in several regions of the brain. Neural plasticity research, which has spanned an entire century, is a clear illustration of both the long-term, interdisciplinary, and international nature of basic research on the so-called big questions, as well as of the intimate intertwining of hypothesis and experiment. Furthermore, the same research has shown that learning and forgetting involve processes on several levels, from the release and reception of molecules of various kinds, light like calcium and heavy like glutamate, to the synthesis and degradation of proteins, morphological changes in dendritic spines, and the assembling and disassembling of cell assemblies, as Hebb, 1949, called the systems composed by several neurons. Synaptic plasticity has refuted the nativist, in particular genetic, conception of the brain as strictly determined by inheritance, and replaced it with the epigenetic conception. The latter postulates that the connections between neurons are established in stages, with a considerable margin of variability, and are subject to a process of selection that proceeds by means of trial and error. Change 2004. 185. In view of the large and increasing body of evidence for this dynamic view of the mental organ, the persistent popularity of its opposite in its various versions, Dawkins' genetic determinism, Chomsky's innate ideas, and computationalism, is puzzling. The endings on plasticity suggest the following view of the brain of the higher vertebrate, mammal or bird. Such brain contains subsystems of two kinds, with constant and with variable connectivity, or committed and uncommitted respectively. The former are in charge of routine functions, whereas the others are capable of discharging new functions, that is, of learning. Every mental function is the SPE function of a neural system that is plastic or was plastic before the animal learned the task in question to the point that it became a routine. The smallest neuron assembly capable of performing a mental function may be called a psychon. In short, every mental process is a process in a psychon or in a system of psychons. For details see Bunge 1980a, Bunge and Ardila 1987. The preceding answers the question of the aim and scope of psychology, which we asked at the start of the previous chapter. Psychology is the scientific study of the mind regarded as the collection of processes, other than the household ones, such as protein synthesis and blood circulation, that happen in the plastic subsystems of the brains of the higher vertebrates, mammals and birds, as well as of the behavior controlled by such subsystems. A recurrent controversy in neuroscience is that between localizationists and holists. Localizationists, like Galen and Gall, have tended to be materialist monists, whereas holists, like Jackson and Freud, have tended to be dualists. The reason for this strong correlation should be obvious: facts are somewhere in space, whereas immaterial objects, such as souls and numbers, are either nowhere or everywhere. This is why, in his Meditations, 1641, Descartes held that the residential cogitans was out of space, an assertion that provoked Leibniz's derision. But in the end, being more of a scientist than a theologian, in the Passions of the Soul, 1649, Descartes tacitly recanted substance dualism and conjectured that the pineal gland was the seat of the soul. Franz Joseph Gall was a neuroanatomist who, in the late 18th century, claimed to be able to read people's mental faculties by locating bumps on their scalps. He believed that each bump indicated the presence of a highly developed mental organ. This doctrine, phrenology, combined Hippocrates' psychoneural monism with Galen's hypothesis that every region of the brain performs a particular mental function. Gall's main ideas, that mental processes are brain processes, and that the brain is a system of specialized subsystems, were basically sound. Regrettably, his methodology was wrong, for he did not bother to check his bold conjectures. 2 centuries later, the philosopher Jerry Fodor, 1983, revived phrenology. Indeed, he postulated that the mind, not the brain, which hardly interested him, is a collection of mutually independent modules, every one of which is domain specific, i.e., carries out a specific task by itself. This hypothesis, dubbed the Swiss Army penknife, was to become a mainstay of nativism à la Chomsky and Pinker, as well as of pop evolutionary psychology. Fodor's imaginary modules did not develop, but were born fully functional, this one for vision, that for grammar, and so on. In short, Fodor's theory, like Chomsky's Psycholinguistics is at odds with the most important ending of developmental psychology, that all knowledge is learned. It also contradicts the plausible conjectures that modularization, specialization, is a gradual constructive process, and that every module is functionally connected to at least one other module. In other words, specialization is not inborn, but emerges in the course of individual development. Elman et al. 1998. For example, we are normally born with a visual system, but we must learn to look if we wish to see microscopic details or overall patterns. It took the genius of Kayal to notice for the RST time neural networks in what others had seen a homogeneous blob. In any event, all the known cases of cognitive domain-specific modules, and the corresponding digits, have been found in adult brains. The neonate brain is ignorant, and its digits, if any, are anatomical or architectural, not physiological or functional. Karmeloff-Smith 2006. In conclusion, Fodor's inborn, rigid, and mutually-independent modules did not stem from cognitive neuroscience, but was in the tradition of the a prioristic nature philosophy of Hegel and Schelling. Much the same holds for its polar opposite, the holistic extravagance of Bennett and Hacker, 2003, that the whole person, rather than the brain, is the bearer of mental predicates. If this were true, quadriplegics would be mindless, beheading would not be more of an impediment to thinking that endure amputation, and neurosurgeons should start cutting at the toes. The whole person approach to disease, characteristic of holistic medicine, is a stumbling block to neuroscientific research and neurological practice, as Norman Geschwind, 1974, emphasized in his classic 1965 paper on disconnection syndromes. This seminal paper reported on his own study, together with Edith Kaplan, of a patient who had undergone the section of his corpus callosum, the bridge between the brain hemispheres. The patient in question appears to behave as if there were two nearly isolated half-brains, functioning almost independently, p. 23. For example, he was unable to name the object, known to him nonverbally, that he was holding in his right hand. Other neurological patients exhibit the dual behavior. They cannot handle objects that they can name. At RST, his behavior baffled the scientists who had failed to regard the patient a made of connected parts rather than as an indissoluble whole, p. 224. The parts in question were the visual system and the language area. Thus Geschwind, p. 225, rejected both holism and atomism, and considered the animal as a union of loosely joined wholes. That is, he tacitly adopted the systemic approach. See Fig 9.3. If the extension of the mind to the whole person were deemed to be insufficient, consider Andy Clark's, 2008, Extended Mind, which includes the thinker's paper, pencil, computer, and library. Why not generalize, and regard the kitchen as belonging to the extended gut, the gym as part of the extended musculoskeletal system, and so on? This won't do, as brains cannot be replaced, repaired, or set aside like tools. One more step in the operation of mind extension might land us in panpsychism, which illustrates the cynical principle that, given an arbitrary extravagance, there is at least one philosopher capable of inventing an even more outrageous one. Let us now go back in time by 1 century. From its start in mid-19th century, neurolinguistics seemed to conream strict materialist localizationism, that is, the one brain area one mental function hypothesis. At the beginning of the 18th century it was discovered that damage to one side of the brain impaired the control of movement of the opposite side of the body. In the next century Pierre Paul Broca discovered that lesions in the left hemisphere of right-handed people impair speech production, and 1 generation later Karl Wernicke found that damage to a certain region in the same hemisphere impairs speech comprehension. Much later it was found that certain lesions erase prepositions, and others articles, that whereas some aphasias are syntactic, others are semantic, depending on the site of the accident or lesion, that, in bilinguals, brain injuries in certain sites diminish performance in one of the languages but not in the other, that certain lesions cause the loss of words naming inanimate objects but not organisms, or vice versa, that some psychotic disorders occur only in one of the languages of bilinguals, and so on. Paradis 2004. And it has recently been found that distinct regions of the visual system react to living and non-living stimuli, even in adults blind since birth. Mahone et al. 2009. But, since such reactions are automatic, they do not constitute innate knowledge. The study of perception in neurological patients revealed that vision too is mosaic, although we see things as unitary entities with a number of phenomenal secondary properties, every one of these seems to be apprehended by a different brain system. This is why some patients cannot see shapes, while others cannot perceive color, texture, or motion, and still others recognize what they perceive but cannot say where it is, or conversely. Thus, contrary to what the Gestalt school held, the brain is RSTLY an analyzer, and a synthesizer only in a second phase. But we still do not know exactly how the synthesis of the various sensations is achieved. This is the famous binding problem. At the beginning of the 20th century, Corbeny and Brodmann, working with a microscope on dead brains, found in the human cerebral cortex 52 distinct areas, composed of cells of different types. Half a century later Wilder Pineld and his collaborators found that patients whose cerebral cortices were subjected to weak electrical stimulation suddenly remembered long-forgotten episodes, felt sense, hummed a song, or hallucinated. Pineld and Rasmussen 1968. One of his associates, Brenda Milner, discovered that memories are localized, visual memories in the visual region, verbal memories in the left temporal lobe, motor memories in the motor region, and so on. Thus materialist localizationism seemed confirmed both anatomically and functionally. Numerous subsequent lesion studies led to the generalization that learning something may be a function of a number of brain system, but in most cases there is one essential, necessary and sufficient neural circuit. Thompson 2005. So, knowledge is fairly well localized, which is why it is erased when its seat is excised. Yet none of the many localization endings weakened Pineld's faith in psychoneural dualism, as if science and religion were located in different brain regions. More recently, work with neuroimaging techniques, in particular fMRI, functional magnetic resonance imaging, gave birth to cognitive neuroscience, and seemed to confirm materialist localizationism. For example, fear is a function of a circuit including the amygdala, and social exclusion activates the insula together with a region of the prefrontal cortex and another of the cingulate cortex. And shining light on special neurons in the fruit Y larvae can activate whole neural circuits, controlling innate behavior, such as the escape response. This kind of work has elicited malicious comments on the part of some veterans of the much earlier, and sensationally fruitful techniques, namely lesion studies and single-unit electrophysiology. They accused the neuroimaging crowd of perpetrating phrenology. This impression was soon corrected by a plethora of discoveries made with fMRI, a method that allows one to image the whole brain at once. This work revealed that we see mainly with the primary visual area, hear with the hearing area, smell with the olfactive bulb, and evaluate and make decisions with the frontal lobes. Even a cursory perusal of the Journal of Neural Engineering will show that the design of neural prostheses presupposes the localization of mental functions. If holism were true, such prostheses would not work, or they could be implanted anywhere in the brain rather than in rather well localized places. Work with the same technique confirm the difference between intelligence, or problem-solving ability, and crystallized intelligence, skills and knowledge, originally pointed out by Cattell, 1987. It turned out that the former is located in the prefrontal cortex, whereas the latter is a function of posterior and parietal areas, Ferrer et al. 2009. It has always been known that our reasoning abilities improve with age, or rather, with learning. But now we also know that such improvement results from the maturation of the prefrontal cortex, in particular its rostrolateral region, Wright et al. 2008. As our brain develops, or decay, so does our intelligence. Further, individual differences in intelligence correspond to differences in brain structure. Gray and Thompson 2004. However, none of this confirms modularity à l'égal or à la Fodor, for research with the same tool has also revealed that one and the same brain area may have different functions, and may participate in several distinct neural circuits. For instance, we see with the visual system and, in particular, with the primary visual cortex. But, when looking intently at something, the frontal and parietal areas too become involved, Bressler et al. 2008. Likewise, sniffing involves the temporal lobe in addition to the olfactory bulb, Sobel et al. 1998. This explains the difference between seeing and looking, and similarly between smelling and sniffing, as well as between hearing and listening. Likewise, when making a decision or controlling a behavior, affective areas combine with cognitive ones. And, although the specific function of the hippocampus is to recall places and guide our navigation between them, it also participates in imagining the future, that is, the hippocampus is shared by the system or circuit that imagines future events. In general, as Dehenny and Nakashe, 2001, 13, write, besides specialized processors, the architecture of the human brain also comprises a distributed neural system or workspace with long-distance connectivity that can potentially interconnect multiple specialized brain areas in a coordinated though variable manner. Such long-distance connections among remote brain subsystems become manifest every time transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS, at any one site spreads to distant areas, Bestman et al. 2004. This is to be expected if one regards the brain as a system of more or less strongly bound subsystems, as a consequence of which hitting any one target affects also distant regions. But it sounds paradoxical, counterintuitive, if one presupposes that the brain has been intelligently designed, each component of which performs a single function. But it has not, the brain has been clobbered together by an opportunistic craftsman, namely evolution. This is one of the many lessons of evolutionary 179 minding matter, the plastic brain biology, that intelligence is a product of an utterly unintelligent process that produces imperfect organs and leaves debris behind. The coordination of the various subsystems of the brain is a necessary condition for the occurrence of conscious states, see, example Singer 2009. It also underlies the cognition-emotion connection. This explains, for instance, that the response of patients with frontal brain damage to emotional stimuli is weaker than that of Mal subjects, Damasio 1994. In lay terms, cognition and emotion, though separate, are connected and modulate one another, Phelps 2006. The emerging consensus is that the integration of cognition and emotion occurs mainly in the lateral prefrontal cortex, and that the neural basis of emotion and cognition should be viewed as strongly non-modular, Pessoa 2008, 148. An obvious methodological consequence is that the names cognitive psychology and affective neuroscience were obsolete at birth. Cognitive neuroscience should have used from the start. Even better, the original name, physiological psychology, coined around 1880, should have been kept. Its synonym, psychobiology isoven. Better because shorter and yet more comprehensive. In short, there is functional localization together with interaction, and often coordination as well. This hypothesis may be called moderate localizationism, and it is an instance of the systemic ontology, according to which everything is a system, or part of one. Recall section 1.3. The methodological counterpart of this ontology is the research strategy summarized in the slogan "Distinguish but don't detach." For example, look for brain nuclei or modules, but do not isolate them from the rest, for in fact they are likely to be anatomically linked to other modules. Thus, the amygdala, famous for being the anxiety center, is connected to most cortical areas. And the hippocampus, once believed to be the primary organ for memory encoding and retrieval, is now known to share this task with the prefrontal cortex. In general, in the brain there is functional integration or synthesis together with anatomical segregation or specialization. For this reason, large-scale neuroimaging, using mainly fMRI, which alone can identify the entire neural circuit performing a cognitive process, should be combined with single-cell electrical recording, plus the classical psychological study of whole animals in their social context for good measure. See Bunge and Kahn 2009, Logothetis 2008. Moderate localizationism may be summarized as follows. Every brain subsystem carries out at least one specific function, that is, a function that it alone can perform. Thus, only the visual cortex can see, only the hypothalamus can regulate appetite, only the insula can feel disgust, only the amygdala can feel fear, only the hippocampus can store places and routes, and so on. But every such specialized organ needs the support of other parts of the body. Likewise, we can only walk with our legs, but only as long as the heart, the lungs, the brain, and many other organs cooperate. In the brain, like in any other system with heterogeneous components, division of labor requires coordination along with specialization. See Fig 9.4. To ND out whether area A of a brain discharges task or function F1 inactivates A either temporarily, example by cooling it down below 20 C, or for good, by surgical ablation. If A ceases to perform F1 concludes that A is necessary for F. But one may obtain the same result by inactivating an upstream part. For example, by just temporarily sewing the left eyelids of a kitten, Hubel and Wiesel famously inactivated the right half of its visual cortex, and showed that the normal development of this part of its brain had been arrested in an irreversible manner. Even after the stitches on the eyelids were removed, the animal did not recover binocular vision, because half of its visual area had degraded due to lack of sensory stimulation. At about the same time, Donald Hebb and his students showed that sensory deprivation decreases the ability to solve problems and causes hallucinations. Severe restriction of movement, 2, increases illusory pattern perception and illusory imagination, to the point that the subject may become hypersensitive to painful medical procedures, may imagine conspiracies, and develop superstitions. Whitson and Galinsky 2008. The lesson for political manipulation should be obvious. In short, the human brain is the organ of mind and it is always extremely active. But it does not function normally in isolation. It is also divided into regions with different specific functions, but these regions, far from being self-contained and mutually independent modules, or Darwinian algorithms, can combine to the point of constituting systems capable of generalized intelligence. We shall return to this subject in section 10.5. Let us now list some of the virtues of the materialist conception of mind. 1. It is no less than the hypothesis that drives cognitive, affective, behavioral and social neuroscience, which is at the cutting edge of contemporary psychology and psychiatry. 2. It can explain, at least in principle, all the mental phenomena known to classical psychology, and then some. For example, we have mirror neurons in the premotor cortex that are stimulated by the perception of certain actions of other people. Allegedly, they allow us, as well as monkeys, to imitate effortlessly some skilled movements of others, example Rizzolatti and Craig Hero 2004. Besides, these neurons would constitute the neural basis, mechanism, of learning by imitation, Prather et al. 2008. It has also been speculated that mirror neurons are involved in forming the theories of mind, guesses about others' mental processes, that we invent to explain the behavior of others. However, this motor theory of action understanding, only the latest of this kind in the space of 2 centuries, has been subjected to severe criticism, example Hickok 2009. So, the least that can be said for it is that it is empirically testable, whereas dualism is not. 3. It has garnered a number of astonishing endings, such as that mood can be medically controlled by regulating the dopamine level, that the brain has one system for seeing the environment and another for the visual control of movement, that a furious charging bull can be suddenly stopped in its track by a radio pulse acting on an electrode implanted into its brain, that compulsive behavior can be elicited by the same pills that control Parkinson's tremors, and that the feeling of trust, so basic to all human bonds, can be enhanced with nasal spray delivering oxytocin, a bonding hormone involved in sex, labor, caregiving, and lactation, Kofeld et al. 2005. 4. It can tackle problems that could not even be posed in brainless psychology, such as those of locating the engrams for words of certain categories, and ending out the action of chemicals on mood, cognition, and social behavior. For instance, neurolinguists have found that lesions in specific regions of the cerebral cortex cause the loss of certain speech functions, see, example Paradis 2004. And psychologists have found that administering certain hormones or neurotransmitters alters such basic behaviors as child care. 5. It is breaking down artificial barriers between traditional psychological disciplines, such as cognition/emotion and individual/social. 6. By conceiving of mental diseases as brain disorders, materialist monism has helped replace ineffective shamanic psychiatry, in particular psychoanalysis, with increasingly effective, though still rather primitive, biological psychiatry. See, example Shorter 1997. 7. The psychoneural identity hypothesis ts into the materialist, or naturalistic, ontology inherent in modern science, which does not include disembodied sphere, its or organless functions, yet does admit, if tacitly, the huge qualitative diversity of the world, and even the need to distinguish several levels of organization. In particular, psychoneural monism undermines the idealist fantasy that the world is mental, for, if it were, every human brain would include the universe. Incidentally, the fantasy that everything is in the mind was held not only by Berkeley but also by Kant, albeit far less clearly. In sum, psychoneural monism does not have the Oz of its competitors. It is also consistent with the ontology that underlies all of the natural sciences, and, most importantly, it is the hypothesis that guides cognitive neuroscience. Still, some philosophers still claim that it cannot account for qualia, intentionality, and consciousness. Let us see. 9.6 The qualia objection to psychoneural identity. Qualia, or raw feels, are the sensations of color, taste, smell, touch, and the like. We know that they reside exclusively in the sentient body, Galileo 1953, 312. The corresponding predicates, such as is red, are phenomenal, not physical. Hence, physicalism cannot account for them. However, recall from chapter 7 that physics icolism is only the most primitive version of materialism. Does this disqualify the attempt to analyze qualia in non-phenomenal terms, such as wavelength and neuronal ring rate? Let us see. We have RST person knowledge of qualia. Bertrand Russell would say that we know them by acquaintance, and his opponent, Henry Bergson, counted qualia among the immediate data of consciousness. The set of qualia at a given moment is often called phenomenal consciousness. But this is obviously a misnomer. Because even protozoa detect stimuli of certain kinds, yet no scientist would argue that they are conscious. For example, the unicellular organism Euglena viridis detects light, but does not know what it sees. And some bacteria feel the terrestrial magnetic field thanks to tiny bits of magnetite in their body, which is more than even the most exalted philosophers of mind can do. One of the most common objections to the hypothesis that mental processes are brain processes is that, whereas physical things may detect physical stimuli and react to them, they could not possibly experience qualia or raw feels, such as seeing red or an afterimage, feeling pleasure or pain. For instance, if this book were set on it would not feel pain. Nor can it share in the pleasure it may give some of its readers. Admittedly, qualia are very special reactions to physical stimuli, quite different from the reactions of physical things. For example, one does not remember a blow the same way a horseshoe retains the shape the ironmonger gave it. There are as many kinds of memory as species of things with memory, as physicists, ethologists, and other scientists discovered long ago. Cognitive neuroscientists too know this, which is why they study animal memory, not ironware memory. Most philosophers of mind concede that science explains memory, or may eventually explain it. Thus David Chalmers, 1996, calls this an easy problem. For dissenting opinions, consult any memory expert, from Bartlett, 1932, to Shatter, 2001, and Tulving, 2002. By contrast, the same philosopher and his many followers believe that explaining pain is a hard problem, perhaps an intractable one. Y. Kim, 2006, 221, explains. What makes pain pain is the fact that it is experienced as painful, that is, it hurts. In case the reader smells a typo or two, I invite him to look up page 15 of the same book. What is distinctive of pains is that they hurt. But if pain hurts, then presumably sight sees, hearing hears, memory remembers, thought thinks, speech talks, sadness saddens, death kills, the world worlds, nothingness nothings, and so on. Existentialists and other nonsense mongers clap. The rest of us moan. Is the hard problem soluble? Of course not if posed in cryptic terms. Kim. OPCIT, 223, and other philosophers of mind do not take this view. They claim that one thing is certain, brain science cannot solve that problem. This would be because the concept of pain does not even occur in brain science. But it does, it occurs in cognitive neuroscience, neurology, anesthesiology, psychoneuroimmunology, and psychoneuropharmacology. To check this statement, just peruse any of the journals devoted to these sciences. But Kim does not even mention any studies on the neurophysiology of pain, in particular migraine, chronic pain, phantom pain, the inability to feel pain, or placebo analgesia. Nor does he mention that, half a century ago, some chronic pain patients underwent cingulotomies, lesion of their cingulate cortices, as a consequence of which their distress abated, although the pain intensity did not, because it is a process in a different component of the so-called pain matrix. Another absent from Kim's account of pain is Ronald Meltzak's classical ending. In 1957, that puppies raised in isolation are unmindful of pain, although they feel noxious stimuli, such as AMS, they are not afraid of them and consequently do not learn to avoid or expect them. Nor does the psychobiology investigation of social pains, such as humiliation and envy, occur in Kim's account, although it has been a hot topic for some years, example Lieberman and Eisenberger 2006. Why bother with brain science, if one knows a priori that it cannot possibly know what it is like to experience pain? Don't ask what this locution means, for you will betray ignorance of the black art of metamorphosing confusion into mystery, and nonsense into theory. And yet in 2006, when Kim's book appeared, The Decade of Pain Control and Research, declared by the U.S. Congress, was in its 6th year, though with decreasing federal funding. At the same time, hundreds of pain research centers and clinics were in operation around the world, and a number of specialized journals were being published, among them Anesthesiology, Cephalalgia, European Journal of Pain, Headache, Journal of Pain Research, Pain and Pain Research and Management. This is not to suggest that a full scientific understanding of pain has been achieved. But it is known that we have a whole pain matrix system, and that one of its components, the anterior insula, is more active, the longer a person has suffered pain. It is also well known to neuroscientists, psychologists, and physicians that pain is a topical research and medical problem. This is too serious a problem to be left in the hands of philosophers who oscillate between two agreed errors, that pain is in the immaterial mind, and that it is identical to the ring of the proverbial sea birds. Qualia are a nuisance for physicalists and computationalists, or functionalists, unless they deny their existence, as Dennett, 1991, did. By contrast, qualia should not bother emergentist materialists, who know that living matter has peculiar, emergent, properties, see, example Bunge 1980a, 2006a. For example, ciliates swim away from acids, whereas copper coins won't, and amoebas will engulf bits of food whereas ferns won't. Likewise, nervous tissue tends to circumscribe stimuli through lateral inhibition, whereas elastic media propagate them. An electric circuit transforms an electromagnetic stimulus into a response of the same kind, whereas a neural circuit responds in a qualitatively different fashion. But physicalists, vulgar materialists, do not care for the specific functions of nervous systems. And computationalists care more for symbols than for natural things. So neither of them is interested in the biological study of qualia. This is related to the discovery of the ancient atomists, and emphasized by Galileo, Descartes, and Locke, that physical objects do not possess secondary, or phenomenal, properties, or qualia, such as color, smell, loudness, and taste. They have only primary properties, such as composition and energy. By contrast, qualia, or raw feelings, are only in the mind, they emerge in the brain when it perceives external objects, and occasionally also in the absence of external stimuli. According to both materialist monism and cognitive neuroscience, qualia are brain processes. However, this does not entail that qualia are physical. As the founders of psychophysics discovered in mid-19th century, there is a radical difference between a color and the corresponding electromagnetic radiation, as well as between a thermal sensation and heat, or between loudness and the amplitude of the corresponding sound wave. Now we know that the difference is that in the RST case there is a brain, and perhaps even a RST person report, both of which are absent. In the second case, the distinction between primary, objective, and secondary, subjective, proper ties poses serious problems to phenomenalists and physicalists, vulgar materialists alike. Indeed, the former cannot accept primary properties, and the latter cannot account for secondary properties. Consequently, phenomenalists are bound to either ignore or distort all the sciences but classical, brainless, psychology, while physicalists are bound to admit only physics and chemistry, and thus to deny the very existence of qualia. More in Bunge 2006a. Physicalists, or naturalists, deny qualia even though they experience them every time they perceive something. Non-physicalist materialists are not afraid of qualia. They assume that these occur only in brains, so that they must be tackled by cognitive neuroscience. In fact, any recent textbook on neuroscience contains chapters devoted to vision, hearing, olfaction, taste, etc. In other words, qualia are being accounted for precisely in the materialist fashion that dogmatic and antiscientific philosophers, such as Husserl, 1970, 134 ff., had condemned a priori. In other words, subjectivity is being explained in objective terms, more in Bunge 2006a. In particular, the psychology of perception is explaining phenomena, appearances. A task that no philosophical phenomenologist has even attempted. The materialist who includes qualia in his inventory of the world is likely to be an emergentist materialist. That is, he will emphasize that systems, such as the brain, possess properties that their constituents, example neurons and neuron assemblies, such as cortical columns, lack. Such global properties are said to be emergent, because they arise, or else disappear, in the course of processes, such as those of self-organization, morphogenesis, and dissolution, that are conspicuous in development and evolution, as we saw in Chapter 5. A related objection to psychoneural identity is that in daily life we describe mental processes in non-neuroscientific terms. For example, one says that so and so fell in love, rather than describing in detail the very complex brain process he underwent, a process we know only in broad outline anyway. But this is common to occurrences of all kinds rather than a peculiarity of the mental. Thus, a driver may describe her car's breakdown in a simplistic way, in a more complicated one by her mechanic, and in a still more sophisticated manner by a car engineer. Likewise, the explanation of a cardiovascular accident such as a stroke, involves items, such as fat deposits in the arteries, and beta blockers, which do not occur in its clinical description. Philosophers of mind rightly call this the contrast between folk psychology and scientific psychology. A seemingly more technical fashion of formulating the objection in question is this: for an identity between mental phenomena and brain processes to exist, the former must share all the properties of the latter, but they don't. Indeed, whereas mental phenomena have secondary properties, brain processes have only primary properties. The former are subject-dependent, subjective, whereas the latter are objective. But this objection is invalid, for it could be raised against all scientific descriptions. For instance, a weak electrical discharge causes a shock that the patient may describe as a painful tickle, while a biophysicist would explain it in terms of the action of an electric current on living tissue. To take a simpler example, and one that has bedeviled semanticists since Freya for over a century, what is the difference between the morning star and the evening star? They are the same planet, namely Venus, but they look different, because both the atmosphere and the subject have changed. In fact, seeing Venus in the morning is not the same experience as seeing it in the evening, although the physical object looked at is one and the same. Most philosophers are baffled by this example, because they believe that they are dealing with a single referent, namely Venus, while actually there are three referents: Venus, subject, and atmosphere. Venus is what I call the central referent of the propositions I saw the morning star and I saw the evening star. These propositions summarize I saw Venus in the morning, or through a cool and clean atmosphere and I saw Venus in the evening, or through a somewhat warmer and polluted atmosphere respectively. Bunge 1974a. This is just an example of the contrast between the scientific description of a subject-independent occurrence, and the intuitive or ordinary knowledge description of a human experience. In other words, we have to do with two descriptions of two different facts, one that involves a knowing subject, and another that does not. If the object in question is a mental process, we have these two different facts: a brain process seen by a scientist from the outside, and the same process as experienced and described by the owner of the brain in question. If the brain happens to be that of a cognitive neuroscientist who observes her own mind, she too is likely to give two different descriptions: the objective one in terms of primary properties, such as the rate of consumption of either glucose or oxygen, and the egocentric one in terms of feelings, images, and the like. In summary, there are qualia and they are exclusive to sentient beings, but they can be explained in objective, subject-independent terms, namely as features of brain processes. In general, science is expected to explain subjectivity, or experience, in objective, non-experiential terms, and this is what psychology is all about. But this argument won't persuade the ordinary language philosopher who, like Staljar, 2006, believes that science, in particular physics, ignores the physics Eichel, whence it would be quixotic to attempt to reduce the experiential to the non-experiential. It would be impolite to disturb their slumber. 9.7 Reduction and merger. The factual identity postulated by the psychoneural identity hypothesis is of the same kind as the identities heat equals random atomic or molecular motion, light equals electromagnetic radiation whose wavelength is comprised between 390 nanometers and 740 nm, and rusting equals combination of a metal with oxygen. Fiction writers and speculative philosophers are of course free to invent worlds where such factual identities do not hold, where everyone gets anything for free, and where society rewards nonsense. But responsible people do not mistake conceptual possibility, or conceivability, for factual possibility, or lawfulness, and they do not regard the ability to invent fantasy worlds as evidence for their real existence. There is a huge philosophical literature on reduction, but the subject is far from having been exhausted. For one thing, it is seldom made clear what is the object of reduction, thing, property, or construct. For instance, it is often stated that water equals H2O. But this equation is false. What is true is that a water body, such as a drop of dew or a lake, is composed of H2O molecules, and composition is only one of the features of a system. A water body has also a structure, essentially the hydrogen bonds shown in Fig 5.4. In addition, a water body has typical mechanisms, in particular random molecular motion on one level and O on the next. Second example, it is usually said that temperature equals kinetic energy. But this equation is falsified by any macrophysical body, such as a spoon. It would be truer to say that temperature equals average kinetic energy of a system of atoms or molecules in random motion. It will be noted that the RST example concerns a thing, and the second a construct, a function, representing a physical property. In my terminology, the RST is a pseudo-example of ontological reduction, whereas the second is wrongly alleged to be an instance of epistemological reduction. Let us elucidate these two technical terms. See details in Bunge 1973, 1977c, 2003a. Bunge and Ardila 1987. I suggest that reduction can be either ontological as in M equals N, or epistemo-logical as in M logi is deducible from N logi, where M and N denote properties, such as mental and neural respectively. To state that the mental is the same as neural is to perform an ontological reduction. And to claim that psychology has or will become a chapter of neuroscience is to express hope for an epistemological reduction. Incidentally, the reduction of the mental to the neural does not amount to eliminating the former, but to explaining it. For example, cognitive neuroscientists seek to explain such subjective phenomena as feeling angry or elated in the objective terms of neuroscience. Such reduction does not eliminate the phenomenal concepts of anger and elation. Psychoneural monism is not the same as eliminative materialism. Likewise, the explanation of a small-scale social event, such as explaining the formation or dissolution of a partnership in terms of the convergence or divergence of individual interests, does not eliminate the concepts of social aggregation and disintegration. Neither of the two reductions, the ontological or the epistemological, implies the other. The ontological thesis of the identity of the mental and the neural only suggests the research project of either reducing psychology to neuroscience or merging the two disciplines. In the former case one aims for psychobiology, whereas in the latter one aims for joining them. But, since the mental life of gregarious animals is strongly influenced by their social life, a good pinch of sociology must be added to cognitive neuroscience. Naturalism does not work for the mind of highly artificial gregarious animals such as us. Recall Chapter 6. When dealing with mental phenomena, the physicalist adopts an extreme form of reductionism. He skips chemistry and biology, equates mental with physics, and hopes that one day psychology will become a branch of physics. Thus the physicalist attends the world to the ground, or he ignores the existence of the superphysical levels or organization, such as the chemical, biotic, and social ones. The physicalist oversimplifies and impoverishes both reality and our knowledge of it. Moreover, he confirms the psychoneural dualist's intuition that it is impossible for a physical thing to think, whereas the correct case is whether anything other than the brain, which is a biological thing, can think. By contrast, emergentist materialism overcomes the ontological and epistemo-logical limitations of physicalism, recall chapter 5. In particular, it denies that atoms are just aggregates of elementary particles, and cells just clumps of molecules, that we are all embryos, as certain American senators have held, and that you are your neurons, as it has also been claimed. Of course, physics is the basic science. But it is not omniscient, because there are superphysical, yet not aphysical, levels. This suggests that there are limits to reduction, that in most cases reduction is moderate rather than radical. For example, it is not true that heat is the same as molecular motion, as can be seen from the fact that it is possible to prepare a high-speed molecular beam at near absolute zero temperature. What is true is that heat is the same as random molecular motion. This is a case of straight onto logical reduction together with partial epistemological reduction, because it involves a probabilistic hypothesis in addition to mechanics. The logical difference between radical and moderate reduction is this. An idea, concept, hypothesis, or theory, B may be said to have been radically, or strongly, reduced to an idea A if B has been proved to be deducible from A without further ado. Examples: statics and kinematics have been fully reduced to dynamics, and optics to electromagnetism. By contrast, an idea B can be said to have been moderately, or weakly, reduced to an idea A if there is a third idea C such that, conjoined with A, entails B. For example, statistical mechanics is deducible from mechanics jointly with Boltzmann's subsidiary hypothesis that the initial positions and velocities of the atoms or molecules in question be distributed at random. And chemistry is reducible from quantum mechanics only when conjoined with classical chemical kinetics plus certain hypotheses about chemical bonds, such as that the covalent, or non-ionic, ones consist in the sharing of electrons. In short, radical or strong reduction of B to A, AB. Moderate or weak reduction of B to A and CB. Mental phenomena are of course far more complicated than physical and chemical processes, but from a purely logical point of view not more so than the case of chemistry. Indeed, to explain the mental we need not only neuroscience but also some of sociological concepts, such as aggression and cooperation. For example, depression is explained not only in terms of genetic predisposition and serotonin imbalance, but also with the help of data concerning problems in the patient's social life in family, workplace, and society at large. Notice that, contrary to popular opinion, not all reduction is to lower levels. The reason is that everything, except for the universe as a whole, is embedded in some higher level system. For example, a child's scholastic performance must be accounted for not only in neuroscientific terms but also with reference to the child's place in his school, family, and neighborhood. Likewise, microeconomic activities cannot be explained in abstraction from macroeconomic, demographic, and political circumstances. Hence neuroeconomics, the attempt to explain economic activity exclusively in neuroscientific terms, is wrong-headed. In sum, reduction can be of either of three types: micro, macro, and mixed. See Fig 9.5. In short, the program of cognitive neuroscience is this: mental phenomena can be explained, at least in principle, through ontological reduction, mental equals neural, combined with the epistemological merger or convergence of the various branches of neuroscience, and of the latter with psychology and sociology, Bunge 2003a. Bunge and Ardila 1987. Epistemological, or intertheoretical, reduction, by contrast, is rare not only in neuroscience but also in physics, Bunge 1973a. Craver 2009, espouses this thesis, and calls mosaic the unity and advancement of neuroscience brought about by the merger of its various chapters. The same author also shares my thesis that to explain something is to describe the underlying mechanism. However, this mosaic is in the service of a deep ontological reduction, that of the mental to the neural. In general, the study of all things requires both analysis and synthesis. This is why the advancement of modern science has always consisted of two parallel movements, the branching or splitting into specialties, and the merger or convergence of initially separate disciplines. Concluding remarks. The pronouncements of most philosophers about the nature of mind have been often dogmatic or confused. For example, Plato thought that the soul is immaterial and guides the body. Husserl believed in the immaterial mind, that the body is nothing but a tool of the mind, and that introspection, together with pretending that the external world does not exist, phenomenological reduction, is the only way to study the mind and even the world. Wittgenstein, 1967, 105, wrote that one of the most dangerous of ideas for a philosopher is, oddly enough, that we think with our heads, or in our heads. Both the positivist Ayer and the rationalist Popper adopted psycho-neural dualism as a matter of course, just because it is part of ordinary knowledge. The linguistic philosophers believe that the clue to the mind is the philosophy of language, which of course presupposes that non-human animals are utterly mindless. And the computer worshippers, notably Putnam, Fodor, and Dennett, have assured us that the mind is a set of computer programs that can be realized or embodied in alternative ways. Few philosophers of mind have bothered to learn what cognitive neuroscience has to say about mental processes. Most of them have not even learned that the brain is a biological system, not only a physical one, and consequently brain science is not a branch of physics. This is why they keep denying that a physical thing could have experiences, feelings, and thoughts. Although most of them regard themselves as critical thinkers, and some of them materialists of sorts, in fact they proceed in the a prioristic, hence dogmatic, fashion characteristic of philosophical idealists. Consequently, far from advancing the science of mind, they would have hindered its advancement if scientists had read them. It is humbling to learn from Herodotus, Book 2, that around 650 BCE, the pharaoh Psammetichus had a mute goatherd raise two newly born infants in isolation, to end out which language they spoke spontaneously. Never mind the result, what matters is that, more than 2.5 millennia ago, someone knew what many a modern philosopher of mind does not, that empirical questions call for empirical research. Chapter 10. Mind and Society. Immanuel Kant and the Baron Theory D. Holbach were born in Germany just 1 year apart at the start of the Enlightenment. If Kant had lived in sparkling Paris rather than in Königsberg, and D. Holbach had stayed in dark Edsham, his native town, they might have exchanged philosophies. Kant might have become the great realist and realist philosopher of the century, and D. Holbach his idealist counterpart. Of course, the previous sentence is a counterfactual, and as such untestable, and therefore neither true nor false. But it is not a ludicrous fantasy, because we know that nurture and opportunity are just as important as nature. Whereas in remote and dark Königsberg Kant had no one to learn from or contend with, D. Holbach's salon was frequented by some of the most interesting, advanced, and important thinkers of the Enlightenment, Beccaria, Condillac, Condorcet, D'Alembert, Diderot, Franklin, Helvetius, Hume, Rousseau, and Turgot, among others. So, whereas Kant's mental life was basically a soliloquy, Die Holbekes was a constant stimulating and witty dialogue with his brightest and most daring contemporaries. While in dismal Königsberg it was possible, and to some extent desirable, to ignore the drab and dangerous external world, a similar ite from reality was impossible in the bustling and loud construction site of the Lumières. Society reciprocated, while Die Holbekes' incendiary books were popular despite having been banned. Kant's rather arcane works circulated only among a few learned men. The Baron de Holbach, like Voltaire and Hume, but unlike Kant, was what we now call a public intellectual, one whose views are noticed because they matter. Moreover, whereas de Holbach was scientifically and politically progressive, Kant was just as conservative as Hume. And yet, judging from the complexity of the problems that the two philosophers tackled, Kant's native intelligence and learning were superior to de Holbach's. The preceding, if true, reinforces the thesis that nature is of little avail without nurture, just as a severely deficient brain cannot learn much. In other words, every thing mental is at once neural and social. For example, although all humans, in all cultures, are born with similar brains, one and the same stimulus may cause pleasure in one culture and disgust in a different one. Experience etches local traits on universal brains. The methodological lesson is that psychology cannot perform its main job, which is to describe and explain the mental, without the assistance of the social sciences. Notice that this thesis is the dual of the rational choice approach, according to which only individual behavior can explain the social. It is also at variance with pop evolutionary psychology, according to which biology explains social science. Let us glimpse at three areas of active contemporary research: developmental cognitive neuroscience, social cognitive neuroscience, and evolution. 10.1 Development. According to genetic determinism, individual development is the automatic unfolding of the program inscribed in the genome. In other words, genome would be destiny. A corollary of this thesis is that identical twins and clones have identical nervous systems and therefore, via psychoneural identity, the same behavior and the same inner life, if any. But this corollary was refuted in the 1970s by studies of the water Ea Daphnia magna, the parthenogenetic sh Poecilia 4 Mosa, as well as of humans. In all three cases the nervous systems of clones exhibited significant anatomical differences. Change 2004, 188. For example, PLE, human identical twins have different fingerprints and can have different handedness. As Peter Medower, 1957, 154 to 155, put it, the inborn differences between individuals are combinatorial. One individual differs from all others not because he has unique endowments but because he has a unique combination of endowments. Clearly, such differences emerge in the course of development, some because of different external stimuli, whereas others may be consequences of the vicissitudes of the migration of neurons and the growth of axons and dendrites. Gould, 2002. Rightly emphasized the importance of contingency, accident, in both development and evolution. Its mere occurrence disproves the extravagant opinion that there are development algorithms. In short, genome is opportunity, not destiny. To change the metaphor, DNA proposes, and the internal milieu, jointly with the environment, disposes. Besides being somewhat erratic, animal development is notoriously mosaic. As is evolution. That is, the various parts of the organism do not mature at the same rate, because their development is controlled by different genes. For example, the reproductive system matures much faster than the nervous system. Correspondingly, the reward and reinforcement system matures before the control system, located elsewhere in the brain. This mismatch generates notorious social problems, such as that of the impulsiveness, selfishness, and irresponsibility that characterize adolescent behavior by contrast to adult behavior. Indeed, the teenager's prefrontal cortex, a newcomer in evolution and the center of cognitive control, is not well prepared to control the powerful new emotions that emerge as the brain is suddenly flooded by sex hormones. Hence teen pregnancy, which in turn is handled differently in different societies, permissively in some, and punitively in others. Young motherhood was the rule when people aged quickly and on average enjoyed only half of today's life expectancy. In those times, risky behavior in search of instant gratification often favored learning and consequently survival as well. By contrast, in our tightly structured modern society, crafted and controlled by more mature, risk-avoiding, and therefore conservative people, innovation is fully controlled in schools and workplaces, and discouraged when suspect of being socially disruptive. Developmental psychologists are bound to face, again and again, the age-old nature/nurture debate: is that ability or behavior innate or learned, intuitive or ratio NAL, instinctive and universal, or social and particular? In particular, Chomsky and his followers have claimed that language is the mirror of the mind rather than our main communication tool, that it is instinctive, and even that we are born knowing universal grammar and more. Developmental psychologists and social scientists have always known otherwise. Their empirical studies have found that speech and gesturing are learned, and that their primary function is communication. Example: Dunbar 2003, Tomasello 2008. Language is a tool of social intercourse to such an extent that it is newly reinvented every time it is absent. For example, Creoles have been observed to develop from pidgins in the course of a single generation. And the deaf school children in Nicaragua created their own sign language, without any coaching, while playing in the schoolyard. By contrast, children who were locked up from birth for several years never progressed beyond a proto-language devoid of syntax. We are certainly born with the ability to learn languages, as well as mathematics and theology, but this potentiality is actualized only in suitable social environments. In short, while no one denies that all normal humans are born with the ability to learn almost anything, from manual skills and languages to science and philosophy, there is no evidence whatsoever that anything learnable is encoded in the genome. The genotype-phenotype connection is very indirect, whence any talk of cognitive genetics is purely promissory. Moreover, this project is seriously odd, because it skips crucial levels: cell, neuron assembly, and surroundings. Any serious studies of the emergence and improvement of cognitive abilities are undertaken by developmental psychologists and anthropologists. For example, it has been found only recently that both the ability to recollect details and to suppress, not repress, unwanted memories emerge in late childhood. Far from jumping from genes to behavior, these scientists study the gradual development, ontogeny, of children in various social environments. See example: Karmeloff-Smith 2006. What they have found again and again is that, whereas some environments can actualize certain predispositions, by activating the corresponding set of genes, others can frustrate them. For example, Wright et al. 2008 have found the following causal chain: childhood lead exposure rightward arrow abnormal brain development rightward arrow behavioral deficits rightward arrow greater likelihood of involvement in crime. Of course, lead exposure is not the only possible trigger of antisocial behavior. Many different brain society pairs may produce the same output. For example, growing up in a poor and violent environment may predispose to crime even more strongly than lead exposure, if only because such environment is not conducive to regular school attendance. Another example is this. Dehenny and co-workers, 2008, asked how young children and Amazonian tribesmen map numbers onto space. They instructed their subjects to place the numbers from 0 to 100 on an unmarked ruler from left to right. They found that naive individuals used up roughly half the left half of the ruler to place the smaller integers, and crowded all the remaining numbers in the right half. They adopted the logarithmic scale, as anyone acquainted with the Fechner-Weber psychophysical law might have expected. Only the educated subjects distributed evenly, that is, they assigned the same numerical value to all the segments of equal length. The authors concluded that, whereas the logarithmic scale is innate and therefore universal, the linear scale is learned and therefore culture-bound. And they added that this solution of the problem should reconcile the nativist and the environmentalist stands. Perhaps they are unduly optimistic, because the nature/nurture debate has a large ideological political component, contrary to received opinion. Though, this component is ambiguous. Indeed, a nativist may claim either that all humans are born equal, or that social status is inborn. Another clear case that demands joint attention to nature and nurture is moral development. In particular, preference for fairness or equity, which is generalized among normal adults, is not inborn. Normal equals neither psychopathic nor market fundamentalist. Presumably, such preference develops along with socialization, or inculturation, since it emerges only around the age of 7 or 8, and even then it is parochial, that is, limited to the member's social group, Fair et al. 2008. Moreover, our reactions to unfairness depend critically on serotonin level, which can be altered experimentally. Intolerance to unfairness increases with serotonin depletion, Crockett et al. 2008. Caution: this ending does not prove that our sense of fairness, or any other social emotion, is purely a matter of chemistry. It only proves that morality is inherent in minding matter. Presumably, the sense of fairness does not fully develop in a caste society, where everyone knows his place from birth. As with fairness and altruism, so with violence. It is well known that physical aggression changes during the life course, and in North American males it peaks at about 17 years, when the brain, still immature, is awash with hormones, and the adolescent enjoys new freedoms and new opportunities, and makes new friends. But we do not know yet the relative contributions of genes, brain maturation, and social environment. See example Lober and Pardini 2008. Only one point seems clear: that antisocial behavior is exceptional, even among people born in violent societies. The case of Iceland is particularly clear, since Icelanders have a rather uniform and constant genome due to the lack of immigration in modern times. Yet, according to their sagas, Icelanders were remarkably murderous and treacherous 1,000 years ago, whereas they have been particularly peaceful and gentle during the last few centuries. Perhaps this is due to the fact that severe climate deterioration and deforestation transformed prairies and forests into glaciers, leaving no land to GHT. over, and forcing people to concentrate in villages and cooperate in the face of an increasingly harsh environment. Note, incidentally, that there are at least two different concepts of an innate trait, those of occurring from conception or from birth. And in either case it is preferable to ask whether a given property cluster, rather than a single trait, is innate. Because properties happen to come in clusters, as will be discussed in Chapter 14. See Mammally 2008 for both problems. Lastly, developmental psychology is moving increasingly closer to comparative and evolutionary psychology. That is, students of child development are asking which other animals possess the same traits, and at what stage in evolution may those traits have emerged. One result of this convergence of disciplines, which would have delighted Ernst Haeckel, is the principle that the cognitive traits that we share with other animals tend to emerge early in human development. See Platt and Spelke 2009. It is hard to dispute that the brain not only controls the rest of the body but also models its surroundings and helps us adapt to it, as well as adapt it to us. One of the simplest and most persuasive proofs that the brain models its environment is this: when a rat walks around a circuit, the place neurons in its hippocampus at the same time. As for the role of the nervous system in adaptation and in niche construction, that is, the alteration of the environment to the animal's benefit. Suffice to recall that even the humble soil worm passes tons of soil through its guts in the course of its existence, thus unwittingly aerating the soil and enhancing its fertility. There is more: the behavior of a gregarious higher vertebrate is unintelligible if the animal is extricated from its social environment, because much of that behavior consists in interacting with conspecifics. If in doubt, remember how severely impaired the mental life of autistic children is. Yet most of psychology, even nowadays, is asocial. It ignores the individual's social context, which is like studying lungs in a vacuum. Social psychology corrected the social blindness of classical psychology. In particular, Vygotsky, 1978, Luria, 1976, Humphrey, 1983, and Cole, 1996, investigated the social root and social function of the higher mental functions, and showed some of the cultural differences in thinking. In recent years, social neuroscience has started to reveal some of the neural mechanisms of the social aspect of human life, example Cacioppo et al. 2006. Take, for instance, self-consciousness, which we use not only to control our own behavior, but also to understand that of others. In fact, my knowledge of others, and my ability to get along with them, or to attempt to modify their behavior, derive to a large extent from an analogy with myself. I model others after myself, and so I can empathize with them and foresee some of their actions and inactions. When this ability is severely impaired, as in the case of Asperger patients, the results are maladjustment and unhappiness. In turn, self-consciousness is to some extent a product of social intercourse. I am the more self-conscious, the more intensely I hope or fear that my behavior will be watched and judged by my fellow humans. In pathological cases, such as that of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, self-consciousness degenerates into self-centeredness and paranoia, a combination that results in an oscillation between search for appreciation and id from society. Thus consciousness, particularly self-consciousness, is both effect and cause of social behavior. More in sections 11.4 and 11.5. What holds for the relation between self-consciousness and social life also holds for language. Self-consciousness and language are likely to be coeval and to have co-evolved alongside sociality. This conjecture is suggested in part by our daily experience with silent, internal, speech. It is likely that the primitive system of animal communication, which eventually evolved into articulate language, allowed hominins and Paleolithic men to internalize certain aspects of their social behavior. As they perfected their system of communication, it became more than a means of social intercourse, namely a tool of self-analysis and a carrier of prefabricated chunks of thought that could be summoned and combined almost at will. Eventually, our remote ancestors became able to talk to themselves, that is, to internalize conversations, some of which must have referred to their own mental processes. Thus, self-knowledge and language may have evolved through a feed-forward mechanism, and both co-evolved with culture. Note that this hypothesis is at variance with both the hypotheses that the mind is a byproduct of speech, Luria and Vygotsky, and that language is a byproduct of the mind, Chomsky and Popper and Ecclesiastes. Note also that all of the preceding contradicts both epiphenomenalism and the so-called mirror theory of knowledge. Consciousness will be examined in some detail in section 11.2. In sum, the social psychologists provided the social context of the mind. But some of them were so radical that they showed the person as a lump of passive putty, at the mercy of her environment. This might not have happened if they had taken into account that mental life is brain activity, and that the brain is constantly active, even when in isolation from social stimuli. But classical social psychology was brain-less, and occasionally even hostile to biopsychology. In particular, the behaviorists claimed that mental processes either do not exist or are just highly complex behavioral processes. This view contradicts the ordinary definition of behavioral process as overt, hence directly observable bodily changes. Moreover, the view in case involves confusing facts with their environmental conditions. Thus, although respiration is impossible in a void, it is not an atmospheric process. By correcting one imbalance, namely the neglect of social stimuli, the behaviorists reinforced another, the neglect of that which controls behavior, namely the brain. Yet all social relations are refracted by the brain, because this organ controls behavior. The brain-society connection is so strong that it can lead to curbing instinct. For instance, sexual desire can be intensified or extinguished by social intercourse. Freud's conjecture, that incestuous desire is innate, is the basis of the so-called Oedipus complex, but it was never put to the test by any psychoanalysts. Arthur P. Wolff, 1995, tested this conjecture by investigating the history of 14,402 Taiwanese married couples during the 1905 to 1945 period. He found that at that time there were two types of marriage: the major one, where the bride was brought up together with her future husband in his home, and the minor marriage, where husband and wife met for the first time the day of their marriage. In the former case, the children grew up as psychological siblings and developed a strong aversion to the idea of having sex together, as a result of which their marriage was often disastrous. In short, familiarity breeds horror of incest. The Oedipus complex belongs in the dustbin of pop psychology. Another item found in the same bin is the notion of collective mind. It is often said that organizations, such as businesses, have intentions or purposes. There has also been plenty of talk of collective memories, and even collective unconscious, but no scientific research on such entities. Strictly speaking, all that is nonsense. Since mental states are brain states, and brains reside in individual bodies. What is true is that the members of any organization share some beliefs and goals, and that they may engage in collective actions, such as participating in the manufacture of a good, in a street demonstration, or in the worship of a deity. In all these cases, we equals every one of us. Hence Le Bon's crowd psychology, according to which the soul of a mass is irrational, was unscientific. But its successor, the psychology of individual behavior in a group, whether amorphous as in a soccer stadium, or organized as in a religious congregation, can be rigorous. Ironically, neuroscience has recently provided the most compelling argument for the need to integrate individual psychology with social psychology. This is the discovery of mirror neurons in the early 1990s, Rizzolatti and Craig Hero 2004. These neurons are activated in one's brain when contemplating someone else's behavior. Brie put, similar, mirror, neurons control similar behaviors, they are copycats. For example, if a person, or a monkey, sees another grasping a thing, the mirror neurons in her motor cortex will as if she were executing the same movements. The primary role of the human mirror neuron system seems to be to understand the meaning, goal, of the actions of others, Rizzolatti and Sinigaglia 2008, 124. This understanding is intuitive or preconceptual as well as prelinguistic, it is the Verstehen or empathic comprehension extolled by Wilhelm Dilthey and his followers as the superior alternative to the scientific method. But of course the role of such understanding is to facilitate the sharing of experiences, learning, and coexistence, not to replace the objective and analytic study of social life. Experience is personal, but its study is expected to be impersonal or, better, objective. It has been conjectured that mirror neurons make us cooperative and altruistic from birth. Much the same has been claimed for the so-called bonding hormones, oxytocin and prolactin, central to sex and parenting. Yet, about 1/3 of us are uncooperative. This suggests that bonding hormones and mirror neurons may be necessary to understand others, but not sufficient to feel concern for others. The latter condition seems to emerge only through positive social experiences. Negative social experiences, such as those lived by children raised in violent inner cities, tend to breed selfishness, the easiest short-term survival strategy. The discovery of mirror neurons is bound to have a profound effect on consciousness studies, too many of which have been more literary, philosophical, than scientific. Indeed, as Rizzolatti has said, it is hard to conceive of an I without an us. This is particularly true of moral behavior, that is, behavior triggered by moral problems, such as whether or not to help a distraught stranger. A number of conflicting views have been proposed to explain moral behavior, that it is instinctive or learned, emotional or calculated, constant or situational, and so on. Unsurprisingly, until very recently only more or less ingenious arguments were offered to prop up these various ethical hypotheses, for it was taken for granted that philosophy, even practical philosophy, cannot be subjected to experimental tests. As so often happens in other fields, ethical innovation is often due to outsiders, to people who, not being chained to tradition, feel free to challenge it. Indeed, in recent years some psychologists, neuroscientists, and economists have been designing and performing experiments on moral behavior, thus continuing the pioneer work of Jean Piaget and some of his pupils. This work has even attracted the attention of a Harvard philosopher, Appiah 2008. The recent experimental study of fairness is a case in point. Every normal person, in every society, is often torn between self-interest and concern for others. She does her best to balance these two rather natural connotations, so as to be fair within bounds. and yet most religions, moral philosophies, and economic theories claim that one ought to be either an egoist or an altruist. In particular, standard economic theory asserts that smart people are selfish, that economic rationality consists in attempting to maximize one's expected utilities regardless of other people's interests. But this dogma has been subjected to severe criticisms over the past 3 decades. First, because of the conceptual imprecision of the concept of expected utility, example Blatt, 1983, Bunge 1996. Second, because the assumption in question has been experimentally confused by the so-called behavioral economists, example Gintis et al. 2005. Henrich et al. 2004, Thaler 1992. These studies have shown that the vast majority of people are strong reciprocators. They not only repay favors but occasionally go out of their way to help total strangers, and run risks in punishing selfish behavior. Obviously, as we grow up we internalize some of the learned rules of social behavior, to the point that in ordinary cases we solve moral problems in an automatic fashion. At RST site some types of behavior seem impregnable to physiological explanation. For example, although alcohol is a depressant, it can be exhilarating when consumed in moderation in merry company. The social stimuli would seem to obliterate the physiological response. But physiological psychology can account for the effect of social stimuli and their interference with non-social ones, whereas classical social psychology can at most describe them. Indeed, consider two brain systems, N and S, sensitive to natural and social stimuli respectively, and both innervating a third brain system C, in control of either mood or overt behavior of some kind. Furthermore, assume that the activity of this third system is largely determined by the activities of N and S, and call Fn, Fs, and Fc the state vectors of the respective neural systems. Finally, assume that the input Fn into system C is weighted by a factor Wn, whereas the input Fs into C is weighted by a number Ws. That is, assume that Fc equals Wnfn plus Wsfs. Clearly, the net outcome Fc will depend on the relative values of the inputs as well as on the corresponding weights. For example, if Wn equals 0.5 and Wn equals 0.2, while the stimuli are Fn equals 10 and Fs equals 20, the response will be Fc equals 1, inhibition. But if Fs goes from 20 to 30, the outcome of the joint action of the natural and the social stimuli will be Fc equals +1, that is, an excitation. Admittedly, the preceding sketch has to be eshed out, or rather, brained in, but it sounds like a plausible research project in social neuroscience. The immaterial soul could not possibly have evolved along with the body, thus decreed in 1996 Pope John Paul II after having admitted that our bodies had been a result of a long-drawn, though not purely natural, evolution. If, by contrast, mental processes are brain processes, then both the brain and its functions, in particular the mental ones, must have evolved together. Thus hypothesized Darwin in The Descent of Man, 1871. The evolution of mentality is the object of study of VE budding disciplines: comparative psychology, evolutionary and comparative neuroscience, evolution, psychology, cognitive archaeology, and evolutionary epistemology. Let us peek at them. Comparative psychologists try to guess at which stage in evolution the various mental abilities emerged, by identifying them in contemporary animal genera. The underlying guiding hypothesis is that whatever traits are found in all the species included in a modern genus are likely to be ancestral. Two examples must suffice. Here, the origins of pleasure and of language. Michel Cabanach, 1999, conjectured that reptiles were the earliest animals to feel pleasure because contemporary lizards, unlike sh and amphibians, like to be stroked. Hence pleasure is likely to have emerged with reptiles about 400 million years ago. Likewise, Andrew Bass and colleagues, 2008, conjectured that language evolved from the calls that some sh have been using for 400 million years for attracting mates and defending territory. The basis for this hypothesis is the anatomical nd ing that all vertebrates seem to share a special compartment located in the hindbrain and spinal cord, which subserves, affects, social vocalization. So, contrary to intuition, bullfrogs, birds, and Luciano Pavarotti share some important behavioral traits. Because they share the vertebrate body plan, which, in turn, is rooted in a group of common genes. To be sure, the above hypotheses are speculative, but at least they are philosophically sound, if only because they tee in with evolutionary biology. They elicit experiment, do not detach function from organ, and do not attribute computational abilities to the enumerate. However, biology is necessary but insufficient to account for the emergence of language, because this is symbolic, and symbols, being conventional, are anything but natural, they are social constructions. Hence, any plausible account of the emergence of language will involve social archaeology in addition to evolutionary neuroscience. See Fig 10.1. Evolutionary neuroscientists attempt to guess the evolution of the primate brain. For example, its uppermost layer is called the neocortex because there is good reason to assume that it is the most recent, so that it performs the most sophisticated functions. However, the popular view that the deeper is also the older is not generally true. For instance, we have two visual systems, the ventral and the dorsal, phylogenetically newer, which perform somewhat different tasks, Goodale and Milner 2005. Another example is this: although moral decisions are performed by the frontal lobes, they seem to be motivated by phylogenetically older affective systems, as suggested by the facial expression of disgust, which is the same as that of distaste, Chapman et al. 2009. Unlike geological strata, the brain subsystems did not just pile up over time. The emergence of every new mental organ is likely to have been accompanied by a reorganization of the entire brain. However, on the whole it is true that going back and down in the brain amounts to receding in evolutionary time. For example, the more abstract and general an idea, the more likely it is to be had in a higher, and therefore newer, cortical layer. Which leads us to evolutionary psychology. Evolutionary psychology is still embryonic in its scientific phase, and senile in its speculative phase, the one popularized by Barkow, Cosmides, and Tooby, 1992. We shall deal with the latter in section 13.5, as a case of premature wild speculation. As for scientific evolutionary psychology, we shall only recall that it has recently merged with developmental psychology, see Björklund and Pellegrini 2002. The reason for this fusion is the same as that for the emergence of evodevo in general. Namely, that evolutionary novelties emerge in the course of individual development. For example, embryology can answer evolutionary questions such as how did the turtle get its shell? Moreover, to generalize something Tulving, 2002, 5, said about episodic MEM. Ori, one may conjecture that whatever brain organ or mental capacity is recently evolved, is likely to be late developing and early deteriorating. Examples: intuitive estimates of time, episodic memory, what where when, and moral evaluation. Hence the need to look at phylogeny from an ontogenetic viewpoint, and at ontogeny from a phylogenetic viewpoint. Indeed, contrary to the older preformationist view, according to which development is rigidly determined by the genetic program in a constant environment. It has been known since the days of Conrad Waddington and Jean Piaget that development is determined by both genome and environment, hence epigenetic, rather than genetic. For example, two identical twins, that is, individuals with the same genome, may adopt somewhat different lifestyles, as a consequence of which they have acquired different epigenomes, which they may pass on to their offspring. The difference is that some of the genes have been silenced by being coated with foreign molecules. Consequently, while we cannot be held responsible for our genomes, we are responsible for our epigenomes, as well as for those of our children. For example, childhood neglect and abuse alter stress responses and increase the risk of suicide. The underlying molecular mechanism is the coding, hence turning off, of a gene involved in glucocorticoid regulation, McGowan et al. 2009. Even the best genetic endowment is powerless in a severely deprived and stressful social environment, which slows down and distorts the development of the child's prefrontal cortex to an extent comparable to an anatomic insult of the same brain region, Kishiyama et al. 2009. In sum, development is nowadays regarded as epigenetic as well as genetic. It is a multi-level and bidirectional process, both bottom-up and top-down, see Fig 10.2. This is why, far from focusing on the individual organism developing under the tyranny of its genome, conceived of as the unmoved mover insensitive to the environment, nowadays evolutionary developmental neuroscientists and psychologists study the entire developmental system, from gene to cell to whole organism to environment. Gottlieb 1992, Licklider and Honeycutt 2003. I submit that developmental evolutionary psychology has superseded the evolutionary epistemology project sketched in the 1970s by the ethologist Konrad Lorenz, 1971, the psychologist Donald Campbell, 1974a, and the philosophers Karl Popper, 1978, and Gerhard Vollmer, 1986. Their correct central idea was that cognition is an adaptation mechanism subject to natural selection. Other than this commonality, the projects of the scholars in question were quite different, as Vollmer, 1987, has emphasized. Whereas Popper and Campbell were interested in the evolution, or rather history, of knowledge, Lorenz and Vollmer tackled the problem of the evolution of our cognitive abilities. In particular, they attempted to explain why so many false theories, such as geocentric astronomy, looked attractive in the past. Namely because they appearances or, as Vollmer puts it, they were quite adequate for the mesocosm. And this brand of evolutionary epistemology suggested that Kant's innate categories and laws of thought are actually products of evolution. But neuroscience and developmental psychology show that we are born mindless. Bunge 1983a, 51-59. In my opinion, the evolutionary psychology project did not come to fruition for the following reasons. First, although it invokes neuroscience, it makes no use of it. Second, and as a consequence, it overlooks emotion despite the intense two-way corticolimbic tract that explains not only that we can control emotion, but also that inquiry can be pursued passionately. Third, in the intervening years we have learned that phylogeny cannot be well understood when detached from ontogeny. And conversely, hence the need for evolutionary developmental psychology. Fourth, it is likely that the cognitive abilities have co-evolved with the manual, artistic, and social abilities, an assumption that cognitive archaeologists take for granted, and which deprives evolutionary epistemology of its independence. Fifth, the evolutionary epistemology project overlooks the social, or cultural, aspect of human evolution. Sixth, evolutionary epistemology is still at the project stage after more than 3 decades. Evolutionary epistemology has not explained, for instance, the sudden emergence of cave painting and its lack of subsequent progress, why the ancient Egyptians were far more worried by the afterlife than any other early civilization, why the Chinese have never worshipped any gods, whereas the Indians imagined tens of thousands, why the ancient Peruvians, who were so accomplished in many fields, had no writing, or why the ancient Greeks did not borrow the zero from the Sumerians. However, evolutionary epistemology has taught us a few important lessons. One of them is that classical epistemology is deficient because it ignores the knowing subject, as Popper, 1972, demanded, and consequently overlooks knowledge in the making. Another lesson is that evolutionary novelties allow our children to develop their learning apparatus in a different way from our remote ancestors. While it is true that, contrary to what Kant thought, newborns are mindless and have to start from scratch, since all knowledge is learned, ours have the advantage of being new evolutionary arrivals. For example, their prefrontal cortices have at least 2 abilities that our hominin ancestor may have lacked. One is that of learning to control emotional impulses. Another advantage is that of being capable of learning how to learn. But all of this and much more occurs in some social context or other. A child reared in a very poor, backward, or violent society won't necessarily have any advantages over her hominin ancestors. So, once again, the naturalist approach must be supplemented with some social research. In short, if the mind is conceived as a set of brain functions, then it ought to be seen in an evolutionary perspective. But since the human mind develops in a social milieu, human evolution is social as well as biological. This is the subject of the next section. The reason for dealing at the same time with biological and cultural evolution is, of course, that man is not an animal like others, but the animal that invented culture in the anthropological sense of the word, that is, as the system of economic, political, and symbolic activities that go beyond foraging, mating, breeding, and gding. Hence genes and culture have been the 2 sides of the same coin. From the moment modern humans emerged in Africa around 100,000 years ago. Smale 2008. As Richardson and Boyd, 2005, 194, put it, GNS, by themselves, can't readily adapt to rapidly changing environments. Cultural variants, by themselves, can't do anything without brains and bodies. Genes and culture are tightly coupled but subject to evolutionary forces that tug behavior in different directions. This is why fashionable evolutionary psychology, which regards culture as wholly shaped by genes, and genes as impervious to environmental change, is wrong-headed in addition to being an exercise in uncontrolled imagination. See Section 13.4. A few examples will show the need to fuse the biological and cultural perspectives. 1. The Neolithic Revolution made the emergence of towns possible and, with them, the arrival of new social norms, which in turn changed the rules of sexual selection. For example, wealth and political power conferred a greater Darwinian trness than physical strength and generosity. 2. Mass migrations transported ideas and habits along with genes, Cavalli Sforza and Feldman 1981. 3. Crowding in. Towns facilitated the spread of contagious diseases, and caused inheritable changes in the immune system to the point that they may be the origin of the major genetic differences between ourselves and our ancestors of 10 millennia ago, Keats 1984. 4. In-group solidarity favored the survival of ethnic and cultural groups subject to discrimination. 5. The dairy industry, born only about 5,000 years ago, cannot thrive in places where most people lack the gene involved in the synthesis of lactase, the enzyme that breaks down lactose, the milk sugar. And wherever milk is drunk, a healthy lifestyle is favored, which in turn facilitates the spread of the lactase related gene. 6. The Industrial Revolution favored brain over brawn, and thus gave the weak but smart a better chance of spreading their genes. 7. The societies that encourage learning support schools and thus favor the spread of the unknown genes that facilitate learning. 8. Literacy causes anatomical changes in the brain. It increases white matter in the corpus callosum, and gray matter in the gyri, Carreras. ETAL 2009. 9. The increasing importance of intelligence in work and communication, along with progress in informatics and telecommunications, have led to the growth of sedentariness and thus to an increase in the incidence of a number of diseases that are bound to severely distort human demographics and diversity. 10. Current migratory currents are faster and more intense than ever, and they cover the entire planet, favoring miscegenation and two mutually complementary political attitudes, toleration and intolerance of the other, which in turn enhance migratory policies. All of the above suggests that human evolution has accelerated since the invention of agriculture about 10,000 years ago, Cochrane and Harp ending. 2009. Incidentally, this view contradicts the dogma of pop evolutionary psychology, that human nature has remained unaltered for the past 100 millennia or so. Let us now peek at an utterly different but complementary eld, cognitive archaeology. The workers in this discipline tackle a formidable inverse problem, that of inferring, guessing, the ideas that may have guided the manufacture of the artifacts found in archaeological sites. See Mithun 1996, Renfrew and Zubrov 1994. Trigger 2003a. In principle, it is possible to test the hypothesis that a given ancient artifact was used to accomplish a certain function, and that its manufacture must have involved certain pieces of knowledge. This is done by replicating and using the artifact in question. Experimental archaeology, which does just this, was born more than a century ago. However, the conclusions, conjectures, of archaeological research are conjectural because much of the evidence for them is ambiguous. This stone tool could have been used either for killing or for digging, that vase for drinking or for offering sacras, this building for worship or for showing off power. The North American megafauna became extinct about 11,000 years ago, when the RST humans got there. But that was also the time when the last ice age ended. So, those animals may have been the victims of climate change, in particular huge woods, rather than of the puny arrowheads of the newcomers. In Australia too the megafauna became extinct at the time of the arrival of the RST people, about 45,000 years ago. However, there is no independent evidence that those humans were big game hunters. Rather, remains of charred vegetation suggest that the new arrivals in Australia set prairies on whether deliberately or not, thus depriving the big animals from food. To be sure, further research may resolve these ambiguities. But archaeologists know that all reconstructions of the past are tentative, they do not share the cocksureness of the Evolutionary psychologists. The upshot is that we know very little about the remote past of the mind, or even about its present. And this little we owe to neuroscientists, experimental psychologists, comparative psychologists, and archaeologists, not to evolutionary psychologists. Table 10.1 summarizes and brings together what has been learned about the past of human cognition and culture. The so-called great religions were the RST totalitarian ideologies, since they were intent on controlling all aspects of human life. They all erected an impassable wall between humans and other animals. By contrast, Aristotle declared that we are political animals, which allowed people to emphasize either our animality or our political nature. Nearly 2 millennia later, Descartes took a step backwards when holding that non-human animals are automata, that only humans have souls. At the time of Darwin, the famous philologist Max Muller reinforced the Cartesian wall. He claimed that language is the prerogative of humans, and denied that it might have evolved from a proto-language. 3 generations later, Noam Chomsky repeated this extraordinary contention, and stated that to speak of linguistic evolution is as absurd as speaking of molecular evolution, which did take place and is the subject of a specialized journal. And he added that all humans are born with a universal grammar, a sort of template for all particular languages, and that language is the mirror of the mind rather than having evolved mainly as the most sophisticated means of communication. On top of dismissing evolutionary biology and sociolinguistics, and of overlooking developmental psychology, Chomsky and his followers adopted psychoneural dualism, and consequently they overlooked primatology and neuroscience, to which they started to pay lip service only in recent years. Wittgenstein's follow. ERS chimed in. Max Black, Stuart Hampshire, and Norman Malcolm declared that it would be senseless to attribute to an animal any concepts at all. They knew, because they had read Descartes, Wittgenstein, and Chomsky. By contrast, Darwin, 1911, had famously suggested that the human-non-human difference is one of degree and not of kind, and fathered animal psychology. During the 20th century, primatologists and neuroscientists kept investigating the similarities as well as the differences among the various primates, see, example. Proust 2007. In particular, Franz de Waal, 1998, corrected Aristotle when he found that chimpanzees, our next of kin, are political animals, and Machiavellian ones too. Bood. The greatest shock to the anti-evolutionist linguists should have come when some primatologists taught some chimpanzees to use sign language and graphic symbols to interact and express themselves. Thus, the chimpanzee Lana, using a keyboard, produced a number of sentences, such as "Please machine make window open," and "Beverly move behind room," Rumbaugh and Gill 1976. Any parent of a 2-year-old child, and any recent immigrant, would be proud of a similar accomplishment. Not so the anti-evolutionists, who would object that this was no evidence of language. They would claim that what is typical of our language is recursion, or the embedding of sentences into others' sentences, as in Dick knows that Theobia ignores what makes Kindi tick. This reaction reminds me of a remark by the mathematician Julio Rey Pasteur: if a cell were ever synthesized in a laboratory, the vitalists would exclaim, yes, but what about a giraffe? In short, there are 3 main traditions concerning the problem in hand: spiritualism, naturalism, and sociologism. And we seem to have reached an impasse in the debate over these and other doctrines, see, example Penn et al. 2008. This impasse has 2 main sources. One is the rigidity or dogmatism of some of the champions of These competing traditions, the other is that, as a matter of fact, there are continuities, as well as discontinuities in the evolution of any phylum. For example, many mammals and birds model their surroundings, make hypotheses, and try them out, and communicate among themselves. But humans alone possess the additional abilities of reacting on their own mental processes, of attributing certain events to invented, unobservable entities, of transcending the here and now, of adopting other people's viewpoints, of designing long-term plans and acting accordingly, of helping others without expecting repayment, of delivering altruistic punishment, of regularly sharing food, of organizing and reforming social systems, and of inventing, breaking, or repealing norms of social behavior. See further features of the ape-human gap in Adolph's 2009, Gazzaniga 2008, Lawrence 1971, Passingham 2008. In addition to disagreeing on what makes us unique, scientists disagree on the source of our peculiarities. Is it biological, psychological, or social? In other words, did some of our remote ancestors become human because of a mutation? The emergence of a new mental ability, a radical change in modus vivendi and the attending social organization, or all of the preceding? It is likely that, since humanness is a whole bundle of interrelated characteristics, its origin will eventually be explained by the concerted efforts of students in many disciplines, from genetics and neuroscience to psychology, linguistics, anthropology, archaeology and sociology. Arnold and Levinson 2006. In particular, when accounting for the emergence of Homo sapiens, we should not overlook labor, the factor that Engels, 1962, singled out in his 1876 essay on the part played by labor in the transition from ape to man. This is because labor, much more than mere foraging, requires planning, organization, and instruction. True. Spiders, bees, beavers, and bowerbirds make things, but not according to plan and rule. Their products are gene facts rather than artifacts. Yet, most speculations about the origin of language and other human peculiarities overlook work, perhaps because they take it for granted that hominins were basically sex-crazed gatherers or hunters, more interested in freeloading, cheating, and cheater detection, than in enjoying life and cooperating to get things done and meet emergencies. The unions of the ontological and methodological individualism inherent in standard economic theory and the economic imperialism it generated is apparent in the hominization literature. All animals eat and have sex, many species are gregarious and forge alliances for defense or hunting, several share their food when begged, practice reciprocal altruism, and communicate through calls and signals. Hence humanization cannot have been a matter of subsistence, coexistence, reproduction, and communication alone. Only deliberation, work, and the concomitant social organization, such as cooperation and sexual division of work, tool-making, communication through articulate, syntactical, language, and tutoring of the young, are uniquely human. So are episodic memory, planning, and deliberate social organization. Note the shift from a single peculiarity, such as tool-making or language, to a whole cluster or system of interacting abilities. However, all of this called for, and in turn favored, a large increase in brain mass, particularly of the frontal lobes, as well as improved connections among its parts, such as its prefrontal and temporal regions, Calvin and Bickerton 2000. Passingham 2008, Proust 2007. And of course better brains made it possible to tackle harder problems, think deeper, make better tools, and organize more complex social systems. the improvement in mental operations along with evolution is strongly suggested by comparative neuroscience, which has found that, as the brain size grows, the quantity of white matter burrs, which interconnect different cortical zones, grows much faster than that of gray matter, Ullman 1999. That is, the hominization process was not just one of improving adaptation and enrichment of sociality but also, perhaps mainly, one of enrichment of the self. Note, incidentally, that our inclusive materialism shares the idealist view of the all-importance of mind. Last, but not least, improved brains facilitated cooperation and the concomitant egalitarianism, a moral characteristic of gatherer-hunter communities. Mithun 1999, speculates that better brains facilitated cooperation, in particular coordination, as well as the sharing of information and more effective mind reading, which exposed minds to public scrutiny and thus discouraged cheating and plotting. See Table 10.2. Caution, the inclusion of some items in the list below is currently the object of spirited controversy, both inside and out of the scientific community. For example, episodic memory was regarded as characteristically human until scrub jays were shown to have it, jumping spiders can plan an attack stalking prey, whales too have mirror neurons, chimpanzees are just as adept at politicking as university profs. Soars, and the ability to delay gratification has long ceased to be the prerogative of Calvinist traders. It has been noted that harsh competition for access to resources favors impulsiveness, whereas foraging alone affords the leisure of delayed gratification, and a subordinate status in a rigid social hierarchy imposes self-control, example Henty and Roeder 2006. Behavior of both types has been observed in several species. By contrast, only humans point, a gesture that seems to indicate shared intention and attention, Tomasello 2006. In tackling the problem in hand we must take into account specialist bias. Thus, primatologists tend to emphasize the commonalities of humans and other primates, which dog lovers tend to extend to their pets. By contrast, linguists, dualist philosophers of mind, and theologians emphasize differences. Evolutionary biologists are the best experts in the matter, yet they are unlikely to claim that their endings and conjectures are null. At all events, the kind of evolution that brought us to the present stage was biopsychosocial rather than purely biological, psychological, or social. Moreover, the mental aspect of human evolution is affective as well as cognitive. Emphasis on the cognitive aspect of evolution, to the detriment of the emotional and the social aspects, is arbitrary. The understanding of our origins calls for the convergence or merger of all the sciences that study humans. Closing remarks. The modern conception of the mind differs in several respects from the traditional concept of the soul. First, minds are material, in the same derivative sense that movements, chemical reactions and social innovations are material, namely because they are changes in concrete things. Second, far from being constant, minds are variable, both ontogenetically and phylogenetically. Third, minds develop differently in different social contexts, and are means for social coexistence. All three characteristics suggest that traditional psychology, which ignored societies as well as brains, was badly odd. We need neuroscientific, developmental, social, and evolutionary psychologies. But we need them to be scientific rather than speculative, and interrelated rather than isolated from one another. See example Cacioppo et al. 2006, Corballis and Lee 1999. For example, when studying the development of morality in children, we must Remember that the control organ, the prefrontal cortex, being the most recent part of the brain, is also the last to attain full maturity, and we also need to know that morals are culture-bound, and as such subject to historical change, whence moral norms are learned and observed differently in different social groups and in different historical periods. Thus, when admiring the bravery and loyalty of the samurai, we must remember that this mercenary killer sells those virtues to a barbarous and cruel feudal lord. And when wondering how to deal with a young offender, instead of remaining sadist with the verdict that he is simply a bad boy, we must take everything into account: his brain, which may be abnormally immature; his family, which may be dysfunctional or non-existent; his school, which may be the usual authoritarian and boring drudgery; and his neighborhood, which may be infested with drug pushers as well as lacking in sports and cultural centers. Finally, note that the I-thou-it problem evokes the individualism holism systemism trilemma, Bunge 1996, 1998, 2003a. All three perspectives are in evidence in every branch of philosophy, although, as usual, ontology is at the root. Ontological individualism holds that reality is a collection of individuals; holism, that it is an indivisible whole, or that the whole is ontologically and epistemologically prior to its parts; and systemism, that reality is a system analyzable into composition, environment, structure, and mechanism. Psychology shares the individualism holism systemism trilemma. The Gestalt school was holistic, whereas behaviorism and its heir, computationalism, is individualist. The previous section suggests that systemism offers a more suitable framework for the scientific study of mind, since it leads to focusing on the individual in her environment rather than on either the isolated individual or society as a whole. Thus systemism makes room for social psychology as well as for cognitive, affective, and social neuroscience, along with both developmental and evolutionary psychology. This strategy has important practical spin-offs, particularly in the design of policies for the control of criminality, alcoholism, drug addiction, truancy, teen pregnancy, and welfare dependency. Indeed, all these cases require focusing on the individual in his milieu rather than on either the isolated individual, the traditional medical and legal approach, or society as a whole, the revolutionary and anti-psychiatry approaches. Let us now leave society for a while and concentrate on some of the more conventional issues in the philosophy of mind, such as consciousness, free will, and the self. Cognition is the acquisition of knowledge, or knowledge in the making. This sounds obvious as long as we do not ask what cognition and knowledge are, for we should admit that we don't know much about either. But we are getting to know something about both, particularly since the recent reorientation of the disciplines concerned with them. Indeed, neuroscientists and psychologists have learned that the study of cognition is that of certain brain processes in a social context. They also know that cognition and emotion, though distinguishable, are not separable. Furthermore, contrary to classical epistemology, which focused on the contemporary adult knowing subject, at present the study of cognition includes both its ontogeny and its phylogeny. Thus, what used to be separate disciplines have been converging. Contrary to the vulgar materialists, whether they be behaviorists, eliminative materialists, or computationalists, we take consciousness and free will for granted. Though of course not yet as fully understood. It would have been far easier to declare them non-existent, or to claim that they are totally unknown, and prophesy that they will never be understood. But the former strategy is escapist, the latter is defeatist. And both are patently wrong. Indeed, whoever denies consciousness cannot have felt its loss when falling asleep or undergoing anesthesia, never have felt pain or regret, and never questioned their motives for doing something. And whoever denies free will has never taken the initiative or disobeyed orders. Either denial is a case of willful agnosia resulting from an obsolete and paralyzing worldview. 11.1 Cognition and Knowledge. All knowledge is knowledge of something, there is no knowledge in itself. One may know facts and propositions. Consequently, ontology should precede epistemology. And yet modern philosophy started rejecting metaphysics. It did so just because the ruling metaphysics around 1600 was obsolete. The price paid for this antimetaphysical turn was subjectivism, outspoken as in Berkeley's case, or shamefaced as in Kant's. Luckily, scientists paid no attention to it until the emergence of quantum mechanics. Recall Chapter 3. We take knowledge of something to be a mental state, and moreover one irreducible to belief. This is because to believe or disbelieve X we must know X to begin with. Besides, anyone knows many things in which he does not believe, and mystics believe many things that they claim they feel intuitively but do not know. Hence, we reject the popular definition of knowledge as just belief. Nor is truth an ingredient of knowledge, for anyone knows any number of falsities and half-truths. Finally, we also distinguish knowledge from information, because some pieces of information, such as questions, orders, and absurdities do not constitute knowledge. And also because computers process information but, since they lack minds, they cannot be said to know anything. Cognitive neuroscience and the associated philosophy of mind regard cognition, or the acquisition of knowledge, as a brain process. Indeed, only the brain can perceive, conceive, plan, evaluate, and know itself, the main kinds of cognition. The preceding sentence is no mere uncertain conjecture, it is a robust result of cognitive neuroscience, as well as of countless experiences and experiments in such diverse fields as cognitive neuroscience, neurosurgery, psychopharmacology, narcotics trade, and politics. Thus, when manufacturing cognitive-enhancing drugs, such as amphetamines, the pharmaceutical industry tacitly endorses the principle that cognition is a brain function. Likewise Mussolini, when ordering the jailing of Antonio Gramsci, reportedly he said, "We must keep his brain from functioning for 20 years. To put it in negative terms, there is no knowledge without a knowing subject. Whether a la Plato, Hegel, Bolzano, or Popper. But of course one may pretend that there is such thing when interested in impersonal matters, such as relevance, reference, sense, and truth. For instance, one can do mathematics without caring who invented, discovered, or used the theorems one is studying or using. It is only when checking the truth value of a new proposition purporting to describe or explain a fact, that one may legitimately ask how it was found or checked it. For instance, a drug company may invest millions of dollars in ending out whether or not a new molecule has the psychotropic effects that its designers conjectured. By contrast, no one will spend a cent in checking Kant's extravagant thesis that space and time are subjective, for the very planning of even the humblest exploration of the real world presupposes their reality and that of its spatio-temporal features. Much the same holds for the learning tools, from the humble magnifying lens to the most powerful telescope, and from the pencil to the mainframe, they enjoy no autonomy, but work only as adjuncts to someone's brain. Only live brains can start themselves, ask questions, design research projects, set up automated experiments or calculations, and evaluate results. If all the knowing subjects were removed from laboratories, observatories, libraries, and learned networks, only isolated individuals with rapidly declining cognitive stores would remain. And not even that would remain if humankind were wiped out, because disused learning tools are like sills. Thus, Popper's, 1967, famous thought experiment, wherein knowledge would remain buried in books even after a universal nuclear holocaust, is nonsense, unread. Able books are no longer books, just as the fossil remains of dinosaurs are no longer dinosaurs. However, let us move from knowledge back to cognition. It may be remembered from section 9.2, that the brain is plastic, that is, some of the connections among the neurons in the brain change in the course of time. We now postulate that cognition is an activity of plastic, or modiable, uncommitted, or self-organizing, neuronal systems, or psychons, as we may call them. Our SEC on assumption is that some animals have psychons. Actually, as Eric Kandel has shown, even such primitive animals as sea slugs have plastic neurons, but they are mindless, for they can only learn very primitive motor tasks. Our third postulate is that all the psychons of an animal are coupled to one another, forming supersystems, such as the amygdala and the columns and mini-columns in the cerebral cortex. Our fourth postulate is that every animal endowed with psychons is capable of acquiring new functions, that is, learning, in the course of its life. In humans, the processes of dendritic sprouting and formation of new synaptic connections stops only at the onset of senility. So, barring senility, we can keep learning new tasks throughout life, and it is well known that learning is self-reinforcing. Finally, a convention, we call learned, as opposed to instinctive or inborn, any neural function involving a psychon that has acquired a regular connectivity, that is, one that is either constant or varies regularly rather than at random. A new connectivity may be formed by chance for the rest time, for instance, by the joint ring of two initially independent neurons, as Hebb conjectured. If a connection consolidates, that is, if there is recurrence or recall, whether spontaneously or in response to an environmental demand, we may regard it as established or learned. Donald Hebb, 1949, revolutionized cognitive psychology when he conjectured that learning an item consists in the formation of a new cell assembly or neuronal system. Obviously, for this to happen, the cells in question must be uncommitted to begin with, that is, they must not belong to a rigidly wired circuit or network. In other words, their interconnections must be plastic, their synaptic weights must be able to vary in the course of time, either spontaneously or under stimulation. This is the so-called use-disuse hypothesis, RST, proposed by Tanzi, embraced by Kayal and Rend, and exploited by Hebb, Cooper, 2005. See Fig 11.1. The neuroscientific account of learning is roughly this: learning ability equals plasticity, and learning equals the emergence of new neuron assemblies. Since what learns is a neuronal system, a more accurate reformulation of this hypothesis would be, the learning of a neuronal system is proportional to its plasticity. Assuming that the two variables have been adequately quantitated, we may abbreviate that hypothesis as L equals Kp, which can be graphed as a straight line in the LP state space of the system in question, see Fig 11.2. But since in-learning rate is just as important as total knowledge acquired, we may consider this more sophisticated conjecture. Learning times learning rate of change is proportional to plasticity times plasticity. Rate of change, i.e., L.dl/dt equals ap.dp/dt, which entails L2 equals AP2 plus B. The graph of this function in the state space, LP, is a hyperbola. Thus the RST graph, linear function, may be regarded as the asymptote of the second. Warning, the preceding is just an exercise in speculative cognitive neuroscience, intended to suggest how to quantitate the merger of the two founding disciplines, and how to build state spaces. Neither of the two hypotheses has so far been subjected to experimental test. So far we have only considered excitation. The number of possibilities increases dramatically if we add inhibition, which, as Pavlov and von Bexey discovered, is just as basic and pervasive as excitation, Bakeshy 1967. Behaviorists took no notice of this discovery, they stubbornly clung to their stimulus-response model. And brain imaging enthusiasts sometimes forget that increased electrical or metabolic activity of a region is an ambiguous indicator. It may indicate either a mental process or the inhibition of another brain area. Finally, a few words about the dual or complement of knowledge, namely ignorance. We may distinguish two kinds of it, involuntary and willful. We routinely discard problems and results that do not excite our curiosity. At other times we reluctantly discard or postpone certain interesting problems for lack of time or means, but hope to tackle them at some other time, or else leave them to future generations of investigators. These are cases of the docta ignorantia that Nicholas of CUSA discussed in the Renaissance. Finally, there is what may be called docta stultitia, the dogmatic claim that certain problems will never be solved. This case must be distinguished from the unsolvable problems in mathematics. These can be proved to have no solution. There are many famous and unusual cases of willful ignorance. Suffice to recall Kant's claim that noumena, things in themselves, are unknowable. Kant's decree that the innards of stars will never be known, Émile Dubois-Raymond's dogma that the mind-body problem is insoluble, Noam Chomsky's thesis, that the origin and evolution of language lie beyond the reach of science, just because language cannot possibly have evolved, and the claim of several contemporary philosophers, that consciousness will forever remain mysterious. We know what happened to these pessimistic prophecies. Physics, chemistry and biology only study things in themselves, only psychology studies things for us, or phenomena, such as seeing red or feeling friendliness. Astrophysics has successfully been investigating the interior of stars for close to a century. Neurolinguistics, PRI, modology, anthropology, and archaeology are currently investigating the origin and evolution of language. And cognitive neuroscience has been investigating the mind-body problem for the last 6 decades. In sum, the noted prophecies of Kant, Comte, Dubois-Raymond, Chomsky, and other Mr. Ians, have been falsified. It is a fact that this is a book. This fact, you're seeing it, and you're knowing something about books. 2 further facts led you to thinking that this is a book. This thought is a brain process. But nothing prevents you from stripping off its neural stuff, and pretending that the given thought can exist in and by itself. This pretense is called a proposition. Finally, this proposition may be formulated as a sentence in thousands of languages. Note that a single fact may be represented by many different thoughts in different brains under different circumstances, and that these different thoughts are telescoped, as it were, under one and the same proposition, or depersonalized thought. Further, this single proposition may be expressed differently in different languages. The following diagram exhibits the 4 important ontological categories involved in the previous text: fact, thought, proposition, and sentence. Nominalists, being vulgar materialists, physicalists, claim to shun all talk of concepts and propositions. The few consistent among them identify constructs, concepts and propositions, with their symbols, hence they will say, for instance, that the numeral 7 is identical with a prime number, instead of saying that the numeral 7, a physical object, designates or symbolizes the successor of the number 6. But, as the idealist Freyer rightly noted long ago, numerals and other marks have physical and chemical properties, whereas numbers have only conceptual properties. Nominalists will also identify meaning with reference or denotation, whereas non-nominalists will include sense, or connotation along with reference. Thus, whereas linguists may admit that Heidegger's Edes vocis sen is es selbst, being is it itself, is an admissible German sentence, no sane person will claim that it makes sense, unless she happens to earn her living teaching such nonsense. Every proposition can be said as a sentence, but the converse is false. We can get to know fairly well-defined constructs, but not all of them. Indeed, nobody will ever know every single member of an inite set, it would take forever to count them all. Since this is an impossible task, what mathematicians do is to adopt the systemic approach. They lay down the essential conditions that the given entity must satisfy. For instance, the natural numbers are ordained one by one, but all at once through Peano's VE postulates. Only one of these characterizes an individual, namely the RST postulate. 0 is a number, but the predicate is a number is deemed implicitly, through the postulate system. The second Peano postulate relates an arbitrary number to its successor. And the FTH postulate, the principle of induction, involves the entire system of natural numbers. Thus the individuals in question, the integers, are deemed in a top-down fashion, in violation of the bottom-up prescription of methodological individualism. All the other number systems are introduced in a similar manner, as SYS. TEMS, rather than element by element, individualism, or as unanalyzable wholes. Holism. This holds, in particular, for the system of real numbers, which are non-denumerable, as a consequence of which the overwhelming majority of them remain unspecified and nameless. Only a handful of transcendental numbers, such as pi and e, are explicitly deemed, by inite series or products, and thus may be said to be completely known. Thus, we have the paradoxical situation that we know in outline a whole, but in detail only a tiny minority of the members of this whole. Political analog, we can know a mass party if we only learn some of its principles and deeds, even if we know only a few of members. Yet, the huge building of mathematical analysis has been erected on that rather skimpy basis, with, however, the underlying logic, a sort of tool for extracting any valid consequence of those few assumptions. Let the methodological individualist, who refuses to countenance systems, despair over this paradox. What to do with 100 and its relatives, such as its 100th power? Few deny that these numerals symbolize numbers, but no one can claim that they are thinkable. The same holds for the powers of Aleph 0, the numerosity of the set of natural numbers, and the other transnite numbers. These are neither material nor mental objects. What are they then? I submit that we should distinguish two questions, the ontological and the psychological. From an ontological point of view, those monsters belong in the same category as the familiar digits, they are conceptual objects or constructs. It is only psychologically that 100 is in a different league as 10. In short, we add the constructs level to the physical and mental strata, and split the category of constructs into intelligible and unintelligible. But we add the following provisos. First, mental objects are brain states or events. Second, George Cantor may have understood what we ordinary mortals and unintelligible. Third, constructs do not enjoy autonomy, they are human creations and, moreover, unlike buildings and artifacts, they will leave no ruins behind when the last human being dies. Let us next glimpse at what is generally regarded as the summit of the mind-body problem. Consciousness may be regarded as a special case of cognition, namely self-cognition, or awareness of oneself. It is sometimes called metacognition, but this is not really a synonym, for one may be conscious of one's own motions, sensations, feelings, and emotions in addition to cognitions. Moreover, we usually succeed in switching consciousness on and off. We do this every time we fall asleep, as well as every time we perform a routine task, that is, one that does not require constant conscious supervision. In the latter case we may be said to engage in tacit cognition, or know-how. Thus, consciousness entails cognition, but not conversely. We often know unconsciously, as Hume, von Hartmann, Tolstoy, Pavlov, Freud, and countless others have noted. The brain is apt to fluctuate more or less spontaneously between the conscious and the unconscious levels. For example, when attempting to retrieve a forgotten item, we are consciously try out several heuristics, such as searching for semen, tick relatives of the said item, or attempting to recall the circumstances in which we originally learned it. But this search may clog the memory lane, better, labyrinth, with irrelevant items. So, after repeated unsuccessful trials we give up for the moment, reasonably hoping that the sought item will suddenly resurface spontaneously out of nowhere, presumably, from another region of the neocortex. In short, consciousness is very valuable, but it should not be overrated, and a satisfactory understanding of it is still elusive, but at least we have a partial functional command of it. Consciousness used to be the preserve of writers and philosophers, such as Augustine, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Marcel Proust, James Joyce, Italo Svevo, Robert Musil, Henry Bergson, and Edmund Husserl. The latter, in particular, conceived of his own philosophy, namely phenomenology, as egology, the RST person study of the self. But of course such study is unscientific if only because it starts and ends with trivial RST person reports, such as this tooth hurts. A dentist will certainly examine the tooth indicated by the patient, but he will not treat it without further ado, because he knows that the source of the pain may well be elsewhere. And nobody takes at face value every statement of the form "I am sorry about that," because we are all familiar with hypocrisy. In short, RST person reports are fallible, and there is no RST person, autobiographic, science. All scientific research seeks what Russell called knowledge by description, by contrast with knowledge by acquaintance. The former may be characterized as knowledge of the third-person kind, such as the anesthetist's report on a patient's fading consciousness. In other words, science is objective. This holds, in particular, for the science of consciousness, to which the phenomenologists, from Husserl to Sartre, have contributed only eis and hermetic sentences, such as Husserl's assertion that consciousness is absolute being. But phenomenologists and existentialists will not be fazed by the accusation that they have not helped explain consciousness, for their avowed aim is to understand, verstehen, mind in an intuitive way, not to explain it scientifically. The science and philosophy of consciousness have exploded in recent years, see. Example Block ETAL 1997, Hobson 1999, Loris and Tonini 2009, Shear 1995, Smith and Jokic 2003. Regrettably, there is still no consensus on what consciousness is. Worse, some students, starting with the great William James, have denied its existence. Others, such as McGinn, 2004, admit the occurrence of conscious states but deny that they will ever be understood, due to our limited epistemic architecture. How does he know? And is this a piece of conscious or of tacit knowledge, or rather willful ignorance? Cognitive neuroscientists have tended to adopt an excessively permissive concept of consciousness. For example, Damasio and Meyer, 2009, 6, propose the following working definition: a momentary creation of neural patterns which describe, map, represent, model, a relation between the organism, on the one hand, and an object or event, on the other. But presumably the lowly Aplysia, or sea slug, tests this definition, since it can methodically scan and devour all the algae stuck on an irregular rocky patch. As the early ecologists, such as von Uexküll, 1921, emphasized. Nearly a century ago, all animals map their surroundings. Surely human consciousness is more than that, it is the ability to learn new items about the world and oneself. Philosophers have not fared better. Some of them have described consciousness in cryptic terms, as when Thomas Nagel, 1974, 435, famously wrote, fundamentally an organism has conscious states if and only if there is something it is like to be that organism, something it is like for the organism. For an update see Baines. 2008, one wonders how the predicate is like to be might be formalized in the predicate calculus, and how it might translate into other languages. I submit that the Byzantine expression there is something it is like to be is at best equivocal, at worst nonsensical, and in any event irrelevant to the problem of consciousness. For a post-mortem of that cryptic phrase, see Lohrmann 2004. In particular, it does not suggest criteria that could help anesthetists and surgeons estimate degrees of unconsciousness of surgery patients. Let us move on past wordplays parading as philosophical depth, and consider a familiar situation. The little girl kicked her dog and walked back to her chair. The dog whined and moved to the corner, where it lied down. After a short while, the girl blushed, shed a few tears, kneeled before the dog, and petted it. The dog got up and licked the girl's hand. So far, we have given only a crude and dry description of two familiar pieces of overt behavior. This story may satisfy the uncurious behaviorist, but it will only whet the appetite of the curious scientist. What caused the behavior of girl and dog? What went on in their heads, which mechanisms activated their overt behavior? We can only guess, as with any other inverse problem of the output rightward arrow input type. However, we can make some educated guesses because we are familiar with similar episodes, and because psychologists have made a start in the study of emotion and the awareness of episodes of emotion, feeling, and cognition of self. That is, self-consciousness. We can guess that, for some reason, the child was at rst angry at the dog. In neurophysiological terms, the activity of her orbitofrontal and anterior cingular cortex was enhanced. Subsequently, a region in her prefrontal cortex became active and sent a signal to some subcortical center. Immediately thereafter, this center signaled to the motor circuitry in her brain, which in turn opened her water gates and dilated the capillaries in her face, hence her blushing. All this happened when the girl searched her soul and repented. She then resolved to make amends. Her prefrontal cortex activated her motor strip, which in turn led her to get up, walk towards the dog, and ask it for forgiveness. What happened inside the dog's skull? Again, we can only guess. Charles Darwin, who pioneered the study of emotions in humans and other animals, might have surmised that the dog was at rst frightened, perhaps also angry, and Nally became grateful to its young mistress when she caressed him. Is this a case of anthropomorphism? Perhaps, but this is no great sin when dealing with close relatives, particularly relatives that have been largely shaped by humans over a period of about 15,000 years, see Daston and Mittman 2005. In the above story we met several old acquaintances, behavior, emotion, and reason, along with behaviorism, folk psychology, and cognitive neuroscience. Along the way, the old problem of the nature and even existence of consciousness reared its head. True, the behaviorists, from Watson to Skinner, as well as the philosophers who followed them, from Ryle to Dennett, have claimed that belief in the existence of consciousness is delusional. One may retort that these people were deluded by their own positivist philosophy, according to which there are only phenomena, that is, appearances, in this case overt behaviors. For good criticisms of the deniers see Donald 2001, Gazzaniga 2008, Searle 1997. Given that the literature on consciousness, though bulky, is quite inconclusive, one suspects that the ideas on the subject are confused. It may be that the problem of consciousness is like that of the Holy Grail, because there is no consensus on what it is. Some knights doubt its existence while others wander hither and thither. If this diagnosis is correct, then an analysis like the following is indicated. The aim of this section is the modest one of pointing out that the word consciousness denotes a large variety of mental processes, in particular the following: Bunge and Ardila 1987, 234-5. 1. Reactivity or sensitivity. When laymen want to make sure that a person is not in a comatose state, they prick her with a pin. But of course all things are sensitive to some physical or chemical agents, so this is actually a test of materiality. 2. Be more precise, we suggest. Definition 1. Let B denote a thing, living or non-living, and A an action on B or on a part of B, and originating either outside B or in a part of B. Then B is A sensitive, or A responsive, if B reacts to A, i.e., if A causes or triggers a change in the state of B, either always or with a certain frequency. 2. Awareness, or phenomenal consciousness. Any animal capable of identifying or discriminating some, internal or external, stimuli, or some of its own actions, can be said to be aware of them provided it can do something to control either the sources of stimulation or its own reaction to them, not so if it cannot help responding on cue. For example, the gazelle that approaches a watering hole in sight of a pride of lions, and the rat that accepts an electric shock in exchange for the chance of eating something or exploring a new environment, can be imputed awareness. Consequently, an awareness test or indicator would be the ability to learn new behavior patterns incompatible with inherited or previously learned ones. Awareness requires neither more nor less than neurosensors of some kind. Hence, organisms lacking neurosensors altogether cannot be aware of anything. Not even a sea urchin can be aware of anything, for it lacks sense organs, it is only reactive or sensitive. Actually, all animals have this capacity, which is why it is hard to understand why philosophers since Locke have made so much noise about qualia, or phenomenal properties. In summary, we propose definition 2. An animal B is aware of, or notices, change X, internal or external. To B, if B feels, senses, X. 3. Self-awareness. An animal can be aware of its surroundings but not always of what it is feeling, perceiving, thinking, or doing. An animal aware of its own feelings or actions may be said to be self-aware. When in such a state, it not only moves or feels hungry, but also notices that it is moving or feeling hungry, as suggested by the way it goes about solving the problems it encounters along the way. On the other hand, certain neurological patients are confused as to the origins of some of their own feelings and doings. They are not fully self-aware. Example, hemi-neglect, or the failure to recognize half of one's own body, due to either a stroke or anesthesia. Nor are normal adult humans self-aware all the time. We often manage to temporarily forget hunger or pain, and we perform many actions automatically, unconsciously. Becoming self-aware requires weakening other awareness and paying mainly attention to oneself. That is, becoming self-absorbed or practicing introspection, or soul-searching. When confronted with moral problems, the word introspection lost much of its appeal when it was noted that, strictly speaking, we do not watch our own mental processes in the same way that we watch a water stream. But it is still useful. To be self-aware is to be aware of oneself as something different from everything else. It amounts to carving one's own niche in the universe. A self-aware animal notices, however dimly, that it is the subject of its own feelings and doings. Ordinarily, self-awareness is so much taken for granted, that we tend to forget that, when absent-minded, we are not aware of ourselves, and that it can be a serious hindrance when performing a non-routine task. We condense the above into the following convention. Definition 3. An animal B is self-aware, or has self-awareness, if B is aware of some of its inner changes and some of its own actions. Note that self-awareness does nor require thinking about one's own mental processes. Satisfaction of this additional conditional takes us to the next level. 4. Consciousness. An animal aware of what it is perceiving, feeling, or thinking may be said to be conscious, even if momentarily oblivious of some of its own feelings and doings, or not manifestly responding to some external stimuli that normally elicit its reaction. The goose that rolls an imaginary egg with its beak is not conscious. The early ethologists conjectured that the bird's movements are regulated by a sort of motor tape in its nervous system. The animal cannot help moving that way. By contrast, the pigeon that looks attentively at a rotated gourd to check whether it is the same as the original, in expectation of a reward, may be said to be conscious. The animal is monitoring and manipulating some of its own movements and mental states. In sum, we stipulate. Definition 4. An animal B is conscious of mental process M if B thinks of M as occurring in B. According to this convention, an animal can only be conscious of some of its own higher mental processes. Not just feeling, sensing and doing, but also thinking of what it perceives or thinks. To be sure, thought need not be abstract or even verbalizable. It can be in images, as when we perform a mathematical calculation imagining that we are writing on a blackboard. An animal conscious of mental process M in itself undergoes, either in parallel or in quick succession, two different mental processes: M, the object mental process or content of its consciousness, and thinking about M, i.e., being conscious of M. The object of M can be a perception, of, example, a hot pan, a memory, of, example a tasty morsel, a mathematical formula, or what have you. Note the difference between consciousness and awareness. Animals of certain species can become aware of certain stimuli, and many are capable of paying attention, but they won't be conscious of anything unless they can think. Conversely, a person lost in daydreaming or in deep, productive thinking, may be unaware of her surroundings. Consequently, the concepts of consciousness and awareness are mutually independent. This being so, they should not be confused. And the hybrid conscious awareness should be avoided. Note also that we can not be conscious of other people's mental processes, because we do not share their brains. But of course we can get to know some of them indirectly, through indicators such as body movements and words. Finally, note that the above definition confutes the claim that recognition in a mirror is a test of consciousness. It only tests for self-recognition. We come now to the top rung in cognitive abilities. 5. Self-consciousness. An animal that is occasionally conscious, that sometimes reeks upon its own perceptions, feelings, or thoughts, concurrent or past, and does not attribute them to something or somebody else, can be said to be self-conscious. By contrast, an animal that attributes its own perceptions, feelings, or thoughts to external objects, fails to be self-conscious. So is someone who hears voices, imputes his dreams to spirits, or claims to communicate with the dead or with God. Likewise, an individual immersed in a motor or intellectual task who does not pause to reflect upon what she is doing or thinking, who forgets herself, is not self-conscious. She is herself without being conscious of herself. Anyone who were constantly self-conscious would never get anything done. Just as self-awareness is one rung higher than awareness, so self-consciousness is one step higher than consciousness. A subject is self-conscious only if she has consciousness of her own perceptions and thoughts as occurring in herself. To put it in epistemological terms, an animal is self-conscious if it knows who and what it is itself, i.e., if it has self-knowledge. Hence the admonition of the Delphi oracle. Know thyself, amounts to, be self-conscious. This is of course easier said than done, as evidenced by the occurrence of self-deception. Now, in order for someone to know who and what she is, one must have some recollection of one's past. We are what we have become, and we know what we have learned. Hence the total amnesiac can hardly be said to have a self. On the other hand, she need not be able to extrapolate her own life into the future. It may not be able to imagine or plan its next move, except for a very short time, such as the time needed to walk to the next room. Thus, the primate with a frontal lobotomy appears to be self-conscious from moment to moment. As an eminent neuropsychologist put it, in such an animal the stream of happenings is not segmented and so runs together in a present which is forever, without past or future. The organism becomes completely a monitor at the mercy of its momentary states, instead of an actor on them. Pribram 1971, 348. The same is likely to happen to animals with a very small prefrontal cortex, like cats, or none, like birds. This calls for the following additional distinctions. Definition 5. An individual is a. Antero-self-conscious if she recalls correctly some of her recent past. b. Pro-self-conscious if she can imagine, even wrongly, some of her own future, and c. Fully self-conscious if she is both antero and pro-self-conscious. Presumably, full self-consciousness is a human prerogative. As Richard Passingham, 2008, 30, wrote, we can rephrase Descartes' cogito. I am aware of My own thinking, therefore I am human. Anyone ceases to be fully conscious after suffering a severe concussion. Victims of the barbarous lobotomy operation lost their pro-self-consciousness. They could not even plan a simple meal. H.M., the famous neurological patient studied by Scoville and Brenda Milner, lost his entero-self-consciousness after his operation. He never even remembered having seen the doctors who had examined him the day before. The case of K.C., the patient studied by Indel Tulving, is even more tragic. Because he cannot not remember anything about his own life, except for the experiences he has had in the last minute or two, and he has no idea what he is going to do next. His self or inner life is practically restricted to the present. But at least his semantic memory, of what's, is nearly intact, which suggests that semantic and episodic memories have different locations in the brain. If psychoneural dualists can explain such deficits in purely psychological terms, they have not published their endings. By contrast, the biological approach to both conscious and non-conscious processes has vindicated the materialist hypothesis that consciousness is a brain process, Place 1956. And this hypothesis is not only philosophically significant, it also underlies the search for brain indicators, or measures, of consciousness in addition to self-reports and behavioral indicators of conscious states, see Seth et al. 2008. Being conscious of a mental process in oneself is to be in a certain mental state. Now, according to cognitive neuroscience, being in a mental state is the same as a brain being in a certain state, or rather undergoing processes of a certain kind. Hence consciousness, which in classical, brainless, psychology is conceived of as an entity, is better regarded as a collection of brain states. For this reason we stipulate. Definition 6. The consciousness of animal B is the set of all the states of the brain of B in which B is conscious of some feeling, perception, or thought in B itself. Most cognitive neuroscientists assume that any mental process, such as the recognition of a face, the identification of a sound, the recall of an episode, or the completion of a GUR, mobilizes a large number of neurons grouped into specialized assemblies or modules. Imaging studies have repeatedly shown that this number increases with the complexity of the task and the level of consciousness of the operation. However, it is also well known that practice reduces the required level of consciousness. Think of near automatic driving in a highway, performing routine calculations, or correcting printer's proofs. A computer scientist might say that with practice, software gradually hardens into hardware. The great polymath Euler has been credited with saying, "My pencil knows more than I." The level of consciousness rises only in the face of a difficulty, otherwise we proceed automatically, or nearly so, as when reading an emotionally neutral text on a familiar subject. A heightened level of consciousness is only required by unexpected novelties, and by the deliberate effort to formulate the new strategies called for by non-routine problems, such as the search for new information sources, new problems, new conjectures, or new methods. All such tasks call for sharply focused attention and strong motivation, in addition to the cooperation of a number of cortical modules such as the anterior cingulate cortex. Incidentally, this seems to be the organ of cognitive contact resolution, as when one is asked to read the word red displayed in green. See Botvinnik et al. 1999. Dehenny and Nakashe, 2001, 14, following a suggestion of Dehenny, Kurzberg, and Changer, 1998, propose that consciousness emerges under attention. Top-down attentional amplification is the mechanism by which modular processes can be temporarily mobilized and made available to the global workspace, the site of working memory, and therefore to consciousness. However, human subjects can perform certain discriminations, such as telling male faces from female ones, without paying attention. See Tonani and Cook 2008. Tonani and co-workers, by contrast, hypothesize that consciousness is either cortical integration or cortical information capacity, particularly in the posterior parietal area, Alkire et al. 2008. But integration calls for neuronal synchronization. As Sherrington had suggested, and Wolf-Singer, 2009, and others have confirmed in recent years. This is an obvious condition for any complex thing. Synchronization is necessary for integration, which in turn is necessary for a system to act as a unit in some respect. Thus the unity of the mind, the binding of the processes occurring concurrently in different subsystems of the brain, is just the functional counterpart of the unity of the brain. He and Rachel, 2009, conjecture that the slow cortical potential, of frequencies between 1 and 4 Hz, is the messenger that communicates distant regions of the neocortex. Under either hypothesis, attention or integration, the dimming and temporary loss of consciousness caused by alcohol, sleeping pills, and anesthesia is identical with the more or less pronounced weakening of the cohesion or systemic ity of the cerebral cortex. Thus the anesthetist's job is to loosen and monitor such integration, and to make sure that integration is eventually restored. The subjective, or phenomenological, unity of consciousness may thus be, tentatively, explained in terms of the interconnection of a number of specialized neuronal modules, or circuits, in the global workspace. The modules in this supersystem are not necessarily XED and adjacent. They are plastic and may be itinerant, as it has been suggested earlier. Consequently, the contours of the workspace fluctuate as different brain circuits are temporarily mobilized, then demobilized. Dehenny and Nakashe, LOCCIT. These hypotheses explain not only consciousness but also unconscious processes. These occur in neuron assemblies that remain isolated from the global workspace, as is the case with subliminal perception, in particular blind sight, and the automatic detection of typos, and syntactic Oz. More on this anon. Except for a few philosophers, such as Dennett, 1991, and McGinn, 2004, nearly everyone takes it for granted that consciousness has two roles: the monitoring of mental processes, and the control of mental and motor activities. Cognitive neuroscience can model roughly as follows this dual role of consciousness. Bunge 1980a. 176-8, Bunge and Ardila 1987, 145. Consider a neural system made up of two subsystems, N, and its consciousness C. Suppose further that these two units are linked by bonds of two kinds, N stimulates or inhibits C, which in turn either activates or inhibits N. See Fig 11.3. The subject is aware of activity in N, or in a muscle innervat by N just in case N stimulates C or C acts upon N, either by stimulating or inhibiting N. In the RST case, C passively monitors N, the dashboard metaphor. In the second case, C exerts a causal action on N, the steering wheel metaphor. Normally we are conscious of several events at the same time, as in multitasking. Hence we assume that the consciousness of an animal over a given period is the activity of a system of a number of such units in C while connected with a second neural system N. Admittedly, the above schema is bound to raise many a neuroscientist's eyebrow. For example, the study of involuntary, unconscious, motor behavior has shown that if the subject becomes conscious of it, this happens only after he has performed the movement, a fact that would confirm the Lang-James hypothesis. But this does not warrant the conclusion that conscious experiences are consequences of brain activity, rather than causes, Haggard 2005. This dualist interpretation is all the more bizarre for coming from an avowed anti-dualist. What, if not a brain activity, can consciousness be according to monism? Besides, experimental endings on involuntary motor behavior do not necessarily carry over to voluntary behavior, which is often conscious though not necessarily self-conscious. For example, after I have consciously decided to drive myself home, I will myself to walk to the garage, start the engine, and drive into the street, but once I join the traffic, I cease to pay attention to the driving, and resume thinking about some conceptual problem. Could a machine be conscious? Yes, up to a point. Indeed, there are plenty of machines equipped with both measuring devices and controls, which may be regarded as analogues of self-cognition and action respectively. But machines lack the spontaneity and freedom that characterize human consciousness. They work in accordance with the program specified by their inventors and human controls, without understanding what is going on, and without the possibility of deliberately altering the program. For example, unmanned aircraft sense their momentary state, search and destroy targets, and can even adapt their trajectories to unforeseen obstacles. But they have no choice of mission, they can only do what they have been designed to do. In short, it is possible to construct self-aware machines, but not fully conscious ones. The strength of the CN connection is likely to vary in the course of time, either spontaneously or as a result of interactions with other parts of the nervous system. This explains the fact that, as William James pointed out, consciousness comes in degrees, something we experience daily when slowly falling asleep and waking up. If the two systems become totally disconnected, the corresponding conscious experience is interrupted. This explains the momentary loss of consciousness in deep sleep or as a result of a concussion. The hypothesis also helps explain blind sight, unconscious learning, tacit memory, the loss of episodic memory, and the like. All of these would be disconnection syndromes, hence basically similar to the aphasias, agnosias, and apraxias, as well as to some amnesias, classically described by Norman Geschwind in the 1960s. But disconnection also occurs when learned behavior, initially conscious, becomes unconscious with practice. The above model is at variance with the view that consciousness is the active ITY of a single supervisor or central executive. This view is inconsistent with an extensive body of neurological data about patients who have sustained lesions in any of the brain centers, yet have retained the ability to perform mental operations, requiring not only a number of faculties, but also mental effort and concentration, i.e., consciousness. However, there is little doubt that self-consciousness is located in the prefrontal cortex, which in humans occupies no less than 29% of the total neocortex. It is also doubtless that ours is only a coarse model, but it is one that can be perfected, as more is learned about the prefrontal cortex. At this early stage of the scientific investigation of consciousness, we need not commit ourselves to any of the hypotheses we have just discussed. There are several alternative conjectures. However, to qualify as scientific, any hypothesis about conscious states must construe them as states of certain neuronal systems. There is no more brainless mind than there are faceless smiles. Besides, a scientific theory is much more precise than any of the extant models, which are of the hand-waving kind. Might the quantum theory help craft a full-edged theory of consciousness, as Roger Penrose and others have claimed. The orthodox or Copenhagen interpretation of that theory suggests an intimate quantum consciousness connection, for it states that consciousness causes the collapse or projection of the state function. But this is just an obiter dictum, since the quantum theory does not contain any variables denoting mental properties. As we saw in Chapter 3, the said collapse is nowadays conceived of as the decoherence resulting from the interaction between a quantum and its macrophysical environment, which need no be manned by an experimentalist. State function collapse is a purely physical process. Just as quantum physics does not contain psychological variables, so cognitive neuroscience has no need for quantum mechanics, because its anatomical units, neurons, are strongly entangled with their environment. Hence, even if any of them were to be in a coherent superposition of states at a given instant, it would promptly decohere, collapse, due to the strong interactions with the surrounding tissue. Consequently, all of its properties would become sharp and, in particular, free from the uncertainty or bluntness peculiar to quantons. Recall Section 3.2. The same holds, a fortiori, for any of the multi-neuron systems capable of experiencing mental processes. Therefore, the project of constructing a quantum cognitive science, as proposed by Quinton Smith, 2003, is at best future music, and at worst wrong-headed fantasy and consequently a waste of time. In any event, anyone seriously interested in merging cognitive science with quantum mechanics should stop writing symbols that look like state, or wave, functions but are not such, because they are not mathematically well-defined. In fact, they are not solutions of Schrödinger equations for neural nodules capable of performing mental functions, but just scribbles. So far as I know, nobody has done this for a neuron, or even for a water droplet. And yet even Stephen Hawking has indulged in claiming that a certain letter stands for the state function of the universe. As the Germans say, paper is tolerant. Biopsychology is not only ending more and more about consciousness, it can also dispel dualist myths, such as that of zombies. The zombie, a character of Haitian folklore and contemporary philosophy of mind, is said to be a living dead, someone who is just like a live person with a normal brain, but behaves like an automaton or as a golem, i.e., it has no consciousness. Saul Kripke and other philosophers have held that just imagining the existence of zombies refutes psychoneural monism. This wild fantasy has prompted a small academic industry, many papers and several websites devoted to zombies. See, example Chalmers 1996. Let us see how a cognitive neuroscientist might react. If zombies had normal brains, they would also have normal mental properties. Because one cannot have the same base properties without the same emergent properties. And if, on the contrary, zombies had abnormal brains, then they would behave in such an extraordinary way, that they would be promptly spotted and disqualified as human beings. Indeed, they would not respond to questions or commands, they would be unable to solve problems requiring imagination, they would be unable to take the initiative and make plans, they would commit plenty of antisocial actions without remorse, they would feel no pain, and they would not suffer from mental disorders, they would not even dream or hallucinate that they are zombies. In short, humans without consciousness would not behave like human beings. So, far from falsifying psychoneural monism, the zombie fantasy illustrates it. Let us now write a few words about unconscious processes. Nearly all of classical psychology dealt with conscious processes. Pavlov earned the Nobel Prize for inaugurating the experimental study of automatic behavior, both unconditioned and learned. Freud, his near contemporary, got the Goethe Prize for crafting amusing but outrageous stories about the unconscious, the recreation of conscious states. Whereas Freud saw hidden goals even in emotional facts such as the child-parent bond, today's cognitive neuroscientists are uncovering the neural mechanisms of unconscious as well as of deliberate behaviors. They even study the automatic regulation of behavior and emotion, as when one keeps walking towards a goal, or abstains from shouting angrily in public, without deliberation. Pavlov's work is relevant to a tricky neurological problem, that of ascertaining whether the victim of a brain accident, who has been knocked unconscious, is in an irreversible vegetative state, and so not worth being kept on a life support system. The most plausible test is the so-called trace conditioning of the eye blink response, which consists in learning to associate a tone with an air puff in the eye. The ability to learn this simple trick is regarded as evidence of minimally conscious state, hence a reliable predictor of recovery, Bekenstein et al. 2009. Selfhood is usually identified with consciousness. That is, a person is deemed as a being capable of being in conscious states. I submit that this definition is far too restrictive, for it deprives babies, senile individuals, and a fortiori non-human animals, of personhood. Such exclusion does not agree with the common practice of attributing different personality traits to babies and senile individuals, as well as to apes, monkeys, dogs, cats, and other animals. Anyone who has handled animals knows that some members of any given higher vertebrate species are more curious, smart, teachable, gregarious, playful, affectionate, or gluttonous than others. They have different personalities, hence they are persons to begin with, though of course not necessarily human persons. I therefore suggest this alternative definition: a person is an animal with a mind, i.e., capable of having mental processes. Not all the time, of course. We do not surrender ourselves and cease to be persons when drunk, in deep sleep, or under general anesthesia. To be sure, persons, just like all other concrete things, are always in a state of ux, but they lose their selves only when brain dead, when they are no longer able to have a mental life. The further problem of identifying the animal species with mental capacities is best left to ethologists and animal psychologists. There is no consensus on this matter, partly because of the religious and idealist underrating of non-human animals, and partly because of the difficulty in attributing mentality on the strength of purely behavioral indicators. However, there is a tendency to attribute minds to all higher vertebrates, that is, mammals and birds. Most philosophers of mind are likely to regard all of the above as either wrong or irrelevant to the philosophical problem of personhood, which they deem to be very hard or even insoluble. But this problem is trivial to a psychoneural monist, for she takes the whole person, body, and its functions, as a whole, and so does not wonder what the link between mind and body may be, any more than a cardiologist wonders about the link between a heart and its contractions. There is one outstanding exception, though, the neuroscientist Rodolfo Linares, 2001, 128, believes that the self is unreal, that it is a very important and useful construct, a complicated self, vector. It exists only as a calculated entity. This extravagant statement makes no sense, for there are no eigenvectors in themselves. Every eigenvector is attached to some operator or other, and no such mathematical object is even mentioned in the text. Besides, the thesis that selves are abstract evaporates as soon as one moves from the RST person mode to the third person one. For example, if Rodolfo tells me I am now going to insert a microelectrode into this neuron, I may translate the sentence into Rodolfo is about to insert a microelectrode into that neuron. I will be talking about Rodolfo himself doing something. By himself, not about his hands alone, nor just about his brain, let alone about someone else. Nor does the materialist agonize over whether she is a body, a mind, or a body-mind composite. She knows that she is an animal endowed with a brain capable of experiencing mental events. She also knows that she will lose herself when her brain goes. This is why she knows that she will miss her own funeral. 4. Once, the expression mortal remains, used in religious obituaries to denote cadavres, is correct. But religions are wrong in overrating natural death, since it is just the termination of life. However, let us turn to a more cheerful and less trivial subject. What is not trivial, but the subject of ongoing empirical research, is the problem of ending out the stages of the development of personality and, in particular at what age children become self-conscious and start attributing minds to other beings. Preliminary result, at about 5. Given the limited linguistic ability of young children, this investigation demands unusual ingenuity in experimental design. Unlike the scientific method, which is universal, scientific techniques are topic-specific. Once again, ontology precedes epistemology, recall section 1.5. As we grow up, we acquire knowledge of ourselves and others, and these two pieces of knowledge are involved in the way we deal with others. And unless we exert some self-control, we are bound to get into trouble. Self-control is normally learned through experience and self-reflection. But it won't if the organ of social regulation, namely the orbitofrontal cortex, is badly damaged, example Beer 2006. This has been known for over a century. When the case of Phineas Gage was given considerable publicity, he suffered a radical deterioration in social behavior after a piece of iron injured precisely that part of his brain. This episode might have given birth to social cognitive neuroscience, had it not been for the prevailing philosophical preconception at the time, that the natural and the social sciences are separated by an unbridgeable chasm. However, drives and self-control are not the only determinants of social behavior. Social bonds are just as important, and occasionally they overpower self-control, as in the case of the behavior of members of closely knit groups such as criminal gangs. In fact, the data, example Wright et al. 1999, appear to support the systemic hypothesis that criminal behavior results from a combination of low self-control or moral individualism, with social bonds and circumstances, holism. The following diagram telescopes our systemic view of human social behavior. To conclude this section, the biosocial approach to mind suggests that the philosophical problem of the self has been artificially innated by the separation of mind from both its brain and the latter's social environment. Science does not study the self and its brain, as the popular book by Popper and Ecclesiastes, 1977, has it. Rather, it explores the socially embedded brain and its self. One reason for this reversal is that mental events are brain events, just as digestion is a process in the guts, and walking the specific function of legs. Another reason is that mindless brains precede minding brains both in development and in evolution. We are born with uneducated brains that, in suitable environments, actualize or acquire mental faculties that differ from one animal species to the next. This mind-building process is called learning, and it goes on under dual control, that of oneself and one's immediate social surrounding. I do something of my own free will if I can choose to either do or not do it, and if this decision is not forced upon me by circumstances. For example, I write this sentence because I want to, not because anyone ordered me to. The same holds for many other actions and inactions in the course of the day. I experience free will every time. I am given a choice among alternatives, and a fortiori when I invent a new option. Moreover, I assume that the same holds for all adult human beings, even those under duress, for they can drag their feet, cheat, or rebel, albeit at risk. It is well known that all codes of behavior presuppose free will. For example, usually soldiers are pardoned for committing war crimes if they acted under strict orders. Furthermore, I venture to suggest that other higher vertebrates too enjoy a mea sure of free will, as when wild animals tackle new problems in novel ways, or domestic animals escape or disobey a command. In any event, as Nicholas Rescher, 2009-12, put it, the emergence of free will is one of evolution's crowning glories. Yes, evolution has been in part a liberation process, one of decreasing dependence on the environment, thanks to improvements in homeostasis, and increasing empowerment, ability to do, thanks to improvements of the brain and its social uses. And yet free will has generally been regarded as illusory, not only by philosophical naturalists like Spinoza and D. Holbach, but also by scientists like Laplace and Skinner. The most popular argument against free will is the one from classical or Laplacian determinism: the state of a person at any time is an effect of all the causes in the person and her environment, indeed the whole universe, at previous times. Accordingly, a person would lack initiative, so that she could never be in control of herself, whence she cannot be held responsible for her own actions. Hence benefactors and criminals would be equivalent, because both would be products of their environments. Consequently, we should neither reward good actions nor punish wicked ones. In other words, the naturalist who denies free will is likely to argue, in a behaviorist vein, that the brain is the slave of its environment, so it cannot help making the decisions it makes. All of these would be stimulus-bound. This is what classical neuroscience and behaviorist, or stimulus response, psychology used to teach. But we have known for a while that this view is wrong, that the brain is active all the time, even during sleep, and that most of its activities are spontaneous or self-generated rather than responses to external stimuli. We conjecture this because the brain applies only a tiny percentage of its energy budget to its transactions with the external world, recall section 9.2. We also know that self-control, which is a necessary condition for free will, is a learnable function of the prefrontal cortex, the phylogenetically newest area of the brain. So much so, that people with serious damage to that brain region lack free will, they are swayed by the stimuli impinging on them. Thus, the removal or disconnection of significant portions of nervous tissue in the prefrontal cortex causes environmental dependency syndrome, an irreversible disorder. However, self-determination is not the prerogative of the prefrontal cortex, it is a property of matter on all levels. Recall the cases of inertia, self-organization, and spontaneous light emission and radioactivity, chapters 2 and 3. In conclusion, negative freedom, or freedom from all constraints, can never be total, because we are constantly bombarded by our natural and social environment. But positive freedom, or freedom to potestas agendi, is possible, and it is compatible with determinism. The reason is that, to exercise it, we use our volition areas, in the frontal lobes and the parietal cortex. For example, the political prisoner who is given the option of revealing the names of his comrades or being shot, is certainly deprived of negative liberty. But he can exert his free will to implement his positive liberty, better dead than betraying the cause. Lobotomy patients cannot enjoy such freedom because their main volition center has been surgically cut off from the rest of the brain. In conclusion, there is freedom to because causation is for real. There would be no positive freedom in a world ruled by chance. Bunge 1959a. This view is called compatibilism. By contrast, according to idealism, the soul is immaterial and therefore out of all causal streams, so it may start itself and even guide the body. Emergent made. Realism concurs, except that it replaces soul with brain. Under this version of materialism, the person retains the initiative and moral responsibility that idealism traditionally attributed her. Moreover, the free will thesis ceases to be a dogma, to become an empirically testable hypothesis. Indeed, a subject's decisions can be altered by tampering with her brain in various ways, such as subjecting her to stress full situations or electrically stimulating her frontal lobes or parietal cortex. Example: Desmerget et al. 2009. And the assumption has the additional advantage that it does not involve telekinesis, or the mental power to move matter without energy expenditure. Hebb, 1980, was one of the rare experimental psychologists who thought that the problem of free will could be attacked scientifically, because free action originates in spontaneous, or non-stimulus bound, brain activity. His own experiments on sensory deprivation had shown that, contrary to the stimulus response dogma, the living brain is constantly active. But, of course, freedom is never complete, because there are self-imposed moral constraints, and we are all subject to natural and social constraints and pressures. Among the latter are the limitations that we freely consent to in exchange for the right to participate in social networks that protect our interests. Furthermore, positive freedom will lead to inefficient or even evil action unless accompanied by the knowledge and the moral conscience required to wanting to do the right thing. Since Hebb's days, free choice has been studied in the laboratory, not only in humans but also in monkeys. For example, Bijan Pasaran and his co-workers, 2008, studied the brain activity of monkeys making free choices, as well as instructed choices. They trained monkeys to reach visual targets for rewards of juice in two different ways. In one of the tasks the animals were instructed to search in a XED sequence, in the other they had choose the sequence neuron ring in two brain areas was recorded, the prefrontal cortex and the parietal cortex. It was found that both areas are active during both tasks, but that coherence between them was far stronger during free search. So, this difference in intensity may be regarded as a physiological indicator of the degree of free will. Let us now glimpse at the ethics of free will. A central problem in this field is that of responsibility and the corresponding blame. A person may be said to be primarily responsible for X only if she enjoys free will, knows how to handle X, and is in charge of X. If any of these three conditions is missing, then the person in question cannot be blamed when something goes wrong with X during her watch. This is why it is foolish to entrust young children, the mentally handicapped, and the unskilled with heavy responsibilities. The fact that every one knows this, is evidence for the conjecture that free will is usually taken for granted in real life, even by psychologists and philosophers who deny it on paper. Is free will limited to humans? Two famous mathematicians have recently published what they call the strong free will theorem. This theorem asserts, roughly, That if indeed we humans have free will, then elementary particles already have their own small share of this valuable commodity. Conway and Cochin 2009. The reader might think that the said mathematicians have found a bridge between the science of the presumptive seat of free will, namely our prefrontal cortex, on the one hand, and the quantum theory on the other. Nothing of the sort. Conway and Cochin focus on a well-known feature of quantum matter, that some of its properties are not fully determined by its immediate past and its surrounding. This has been known for about a century. Suffice to recall radioactivity, the spin measurement, and the countless scattering experiments, where incident particles directed at a target in the same direction and with the same speed will end up in different places. In the latter case, physicists calculate the probability that the incident particle will be decayed into a given solid angle. A popular example is that of an electron moving in a magnetic field, and which may end up, with equal probabilities, with its spin either parallel or anti-parallel to the external field. The authors claim that this constitutes evidence that the particle is free to choose either direction. Actually, they analyze a more complex measurement on a spin-1 particle, but the basic idea is the same. The vast majority of physicists describe such results in strictly physical terms, and students might be unked if they were to indulge in anthropomorphism and claim, as Conway and Cochin do, that the universe has by definition taken a free decision. In fact, by definition, free will is the ability to act at one's own discretion, and only persons in a conscious state have this ability. Moreover, free will does not come free, but involves energy expenditure. Hence, if Conway and Cochin took particle free will seriously, they would tell us which part of the Hamiltonian energy operator of their particle corresponds to its free will, which might be the sources of the extravagant claim of Conway and Cochin. I surmise that it has two sources: sloppy language and the Copenhagen interpretation of the quantum theory. The RST culprit made its appearance when the authors attributed quantum indeterminacy to the free will of fundamental particles. It also occurs in their warning, OPCIT 228, that they will use the words property, event, and information almost interchangeably, although they designate radically different ontological categories. Actually, even the title of their paper, the Strong Free Will Theorem, is careless. What does strong qualify, free will or theorem? It is also obvious that Conway and Cochin adopt uncritically the Copenhagen interpretation. In fact, they focus exclusively on experimental situations, as if the quantum theory held only in the laboratory, while in fact it is used to explain such empirically inaccessible processes as the nuclear reactions occurring in the stars. The upholders of the Copenhagen interpretation overlook this fact and, following the Berkeley-Hume-Kant-Mach-Vienna circle line, claim that, as Leo Rosenfeld once said, the experimenter conjures up the quantum phenomenon. While the experimenter is indeed free to try to measure what he wants, or what his research grant can afford, to be successful he must bow to the laws of nature. So, Spinoza was right for this very particular case. The experimenter's freedom consists in his knowledge of the relevant natural laws. If he does not know them, the best he can do is to play the trial and error game. To seriously check the claim that the experimenter's free will implies the quantums, one would need two items absent from the paper in question: a theory of free will and a bridge formula between it and the quantum theory, and b. experimenters willing to be locked inside a magnetic resonance imaging apparatus, with their brains wired to a measurement device. Regrettably, our authors offer no suggestions about either item. Nor do they say how quantons manage in the absence of experimenters, particularly before the emergence of humans. However, there is a simpler and cheaper refutation of the Conway-Cochin theorem, namely this. Free will is the ability to do what one wants, and both volition and decision are functions of the human, or higher vertebrate, prefrontal cortex. As such, these functions are way beyond the possibility of brainless things, such as elementary particles, atoms, or even individual neurons. Why react so vehemently to the extravagance of two mathematicians? Not so much to protect physics from esotericism, as to argue for the reality of human free will. Indeed, the Conway-Cochin theorem is a conditional of the form if H, then P. Now, since P is obviously false, then H too is false. That is, if we admit the said theorem, we must conclude that we lack free will. And I, for one, am not prepared to surrender this human prerogative. 6 decades ago, when I asked the chief of the Argentine political police for identity documents, he told me that I would get them if I signed an authorization to search my house. When I refused to do this, he asked me why, and I replied, because I want to keep my free will. Let the reader imagine the sequence. In concluding, an obvious political point, free will is necessary but not sufficient for the enjoyment of civil liberties. These can be exercised under a liberal social order, where liberal is meant in the broad sense, not in the narrow economic sense intended by the neoliberals, who are only interested in free enterprise. A fair social order will make it possible for nearly everyone to enjoy her free will, with Mill's condition that it won't restrict another person's liberty. But such nearly universal empowerment is unattainable in a very divided society, where power, whether economic, political, or cultural, is monopolized by a minority. Bunge, 2009. So, the problem of free will is as important in politics as it is in ethics and in theology. A favorite tenet of the neo-Kantian philosophy of the social is that, whereas the natural sciences explain facts in terms of causes, social facts can only be explained by reasons. The reason for this divergence would be that, unlike natural facts, social facts would be eminently cultural, moral, or spiritual, whence the qualiers cultural, moral, and spiritual for the social studies. See, example Dilthey 1959, Putnam 1978. There are at least two problems with this thesis. Arst problem is that it omits feelings and emotions, as when one says that the shares of a company fell because investors feared that the company would be the victim of a hostile takeover, or because they heard an alarming rumor that turned to be false. A second objection to the thesis in question is that it focuses on social actions resulting from deliberate decisions, and consequently it overlooks the fact that many macro-social events are the result of events that are beyond our control, such as natural disasters and plagues. Outstanding examples are the volcanic eruption that destroyed Pompeii, the Black Death, the storm that sunk the Spanish Armada and thus spared Elizabethan England, and the sandstorms that are currently threatening Beijing. Nor are natural disasters the only socially effective causes without attendant reactions. Most of the laws of our industrial societies have not been willed by anyone. For example, no one wants inanition, unemployment, or business cycles to happen. They are inherent in capitalism and can only be mitigated by strict regulations and strong social programs like those instituted by the New Deal. A third objection to the cause/reason dichotomy is that, from a neuroscientific viewpoint, proposing a reason amounts to triggering a causal process in the prefrontal cortex. Consider the following familiar situation. A man is caught stealing Asked to explain his action, the thief responds, "I lost my job because of the current recession, and, since I have the duty to feed my family, I am forced to steal." This chain of reasons may in turn be translated into the following causal chain. Environmental event: rightward arrow, deliberation and decision processes in the prefrontal cortex. Rightward arrow, motor cortex. Rightward arrow, act of stealing. Thus, from the point of view of cognitive neuroscience, reasons for acting are efficient causes. Hence the reason/cause dichotomy results from psychoneural dualism, which is ontologically shallow. Of course, for analytic purposes, and particularly to evaluate the merits and demerits of alternative reasons for taking action, one may distinguish reasons from causes. But distinction need not entail a separation, for the simple reason that there are neither disembodied reasons nor actor-free actions. We may only pretend that there are. The preceding consideration should impact action theory, a branch of practical philosophy that has remained at a rather primitive stage because it has been approached from a linguistic angle, whereas what is needed in this discipline is res non verba, deeds, not words. Epistemology has traditionally been deemed as the philosophical study of knowledge. In turn, knowledge is usually understood as the product or null state of cognition, or knowledge in the making. And cognition can be studied either psychologically or neuroscientifically. The pioneering studies of Jean Piaget on the way young children acquire certain key concepts are in the best classical tradition, that which overlooks the brain. The neuroscientific approach to cognition should attract those who, like Quine, have been demanding the naturalization of epistemology. But of course it is easier, and therefore more popular, to demand the naturalization of epistemology than to work on this project and investigate cognition as a process in a brain immersed in a social surrounding. This fondness for promissory notes, along with the persistence of psychoneural dualism, helps to explain the backwardness of the cognitive neuroscience of child development. But this very same imperfection is a powerful stimulus for research. As Rita Levi-Montalcini wrote in her scientific autobiography, in praise of imperfection, which is one of the marvels of scientific research, that it can transmute scarcity into plenty. The early modern philosophers, particularly Descartes, regarded the mind as the reasoning engine. They overlooked motivation and emotion. The contemporary version of this ultra-rationalist view is computationalism, the thesis that all mental processes are computations. From a philosophical viewpoint, computationalism comes in two varieties, materialist and idealist. The former asserts that brains are computers, example Chitland and Sejanowski 1993, McCulloch 1965. By contrast, idealist computationalism holds that the mind is either a computer or a collection of computer programs, and in either case detachable from the anatomical hardware. Putnam 1960, PylysHyn 1984. This is often called the multiple realizability thesis. In either version, computationalism is the newest phase of the information processing psychology that displaced behaviorism in the 1960s, and that characterizes brainless cognitive science, still the dominant school in psychology. Thus, computerese is just a dialect of informationese. From a historical viewpoint, computationalism is a sophisticated version of behaviorism, for it only interpolates the computer program between stimulus and response, and does not regard novel programs as brain creations. See Fig 12.1. The root of computationalism is of course the actual similarity between brains and computers, and correspondingly between natural and artificial intelligence. The two are indeed similar because the artifacts in question have been designed to form analogues of certain brain functions. And the computationalist program is an example of the strategy of treating similars as identicals. The history of science and technology shows that this strategy fails about as often as it succeeds. The same history also shows that success often blinds to failure. Let us glimpse at the brain-computer analogy from a philosophical viewpoint. Computationalism raises at least three problems of interest to philosophers: the capabilities and limitations of computers, the respects in which computers. Everyone admits that, whereas people can feel and reason, computers cannot feel anything. But most people believe that computers, or rather computer programs, are the greatest thinkers ever, the most accurate, fastest, and the only infallible reasoners. There is some truth to this, though not much. First of all, most mental processes are not computations, they are desires, hopes, fears, pictures, and other non-propositional items, Meller 1991. Second, computers are severely limited even in the propositional realm. For example, they are incapable of detecting problems or inventing any programs or, a fortiori, the ideas involved in them, Bunge 1956a. No algorithm, no computation. John Searles, 1980, ingenious and well-known Chinese room argument should persuade anyone that computers are purely syntactic engines, that meaning, refer, ins cum sense, escapes them by design. Gregory Chaitin, 2006, 7, the well-known IBM computer scientist, put it this way: the computer programming languages are formalisms for computing and calculating, not for reasoning, not for proving theorems, and most emphatically not for inventing new mathematical concepts nor for making new mathematical discoveries. However, a computer enthusiast might raise the following objection, as Hillary Putnam once did at a meeting: while present-day computers are indeed limited, nothing guarantees that this limitation won't be overcome in the future, because the mind is nothing but a set of computer programs. Let us see. An original invention is a process in two phases, design and realization. The design is a representation or description of the desired artifact, and the realization is the latter's construction. In the case of a conceptual artifact, such as a theory or a computer program, the two phases coincide, the artifact emerges as it is being described. And of course, by definition of original, an original design is one that has never been described before, that is, one that is so far unknown. Thus the task of inventing a radically new idea, such as a novel computer program, is just as hard as the task of trying to nd the Holy Grail. All one knows is the use or function it would perform if it were available. More precisely, the inventor faces a hard inverse problem: given the desired output, design an artifact capable of delivering it. And this is of course an determined and therefore ill-posed problem, one requiring creativity far beyond the reach of anything working to rule the way the known machines are supposed to work. Indeed, algorithms can handle only direct problems, such as calculating the next state of a Turing machine given its next state function, current state, and input. A well-posed direct problem, if soluble, has a single solution. By contrast, an inverse problem is open-ended, it has either multiple solutions or none, and, if soluble at all, it calls for ad hoc tricks, such as additional special assumptions, see Bunge 2006. Familiar examples of inverse problems are, ending the epicenter of an earthquake, the dispersion center of a biospecies, and the source of an epidemics, spotting a place from which a given thing may become visible, identifying the cause, S, of a medical syndrome, and guessing the intentions behind a piece of human behavior. The most famous historical example of a direct problems is, given a mechanical SYS TEM and its equation, S, of motion, compute its orbit, S. The corresponding inverse problem is Newton's, given the orbit, S, of a mechanical system, and d its equation, S. of motion. Whereas the direct problem may demand some talent, solving its inverse counterpart required the Newton. See Fig 12.2. It is an article of scientific and technological faith that, in principle, all well posed direct problems, however hard, are soluble. No such faith is possible with regard to inverse problems, because they are in principle ill-posed, their statement is incomplete, and consequently they demand extra guesses. And, because guessing cannot be programmed, inverse problems are beyond the ken of computer programs. Now, the most interesting and demanding problems in science, engineering, social technology, the humanities, and ordinary life are of the inverse kind. Just think of the problem of inventing a theory to account for a mass of empirical data, of designing an artifact to accomplish a novel task, of designing a government program aiming at solving a given bundle of social problems, or of identifying the author of an unsigned text, or painting, or musical score, or scientific paper, or technological design, or artifact. In other words, the most intriguing and difficult problems, in all else, are inverse and therefore beyond the reach of computer technology. Shorter, the most important tasks are not programmable. Or, to put it cynically, whatever is programmable is trivial even if laborious. Evidently, once a task has been programmed, it may require expertise but not original brain power. For example, there is an algorithm for discovering regularity ties of particular mechanical systems from data about their movements, Schmidt and Lipson 2009. But the resulting equations do not involve any high-level variables, such as mass, momentum, and energy, and they do not cover all the possible mechanical systems, the way theoretical mechanics does, so that they are useless for tackling new problems. Science cannot be automated, but many time-consuming scientific procedures, such as sequencing genomes, and detecting rare and novel particles in a collider, can be automated once the corresponding algorithms have been invented. Still, it is often claimed that all the limitations of present-day computers might be overcome in the future. Of course, prudence counsels never to say that some thing cannot be done. But the problem in hand is logical, not empirical. Indeed, the expressions programmed spontaneity, programmed creativity, and automated programmation are oxymorons, for it is in principle impossible to program an utterly unknown task, or to invent an idea of which one has no clue. To use Catel's, 1987, well-known distinction, one may admit that computers are capable of crystallized reasoning, while denying that they can engage in intuitive reasoning, which is the ability of tackling new problems. Indeed, no computer can be self-activated, it can only be activated by a computer program, and every such program is a detailed and precise prescription for attaining a goal of a known kind, with means of a known type. One might as well order a monkey to design a piece of software. To indulge in a technicality, a computation is what a Turing machine does. And this is for the machine to undergo a night sequence of configurations following one another in accordance to precise rules. And one of these rules stipulates that a computer will stay in the same state unless it admits a stimulus. In other words, computers lack spontaneity or free will, they are at the mercy of their users. In particular, they lack the plasticity, freedom, and willpower required to decide to learn new items through submitting voluntarily to a demanding apprenticeship. Thus, contrary to a computer that has been badly damaged, the brain of a person who has suffered a severe insult, such as a stroke, a bullet wound, or the surgical removal of a substantial part, can recover the lost function to some extent. It can learn to walk on prosthetic legs, it can relearn to speak and calculate, and so on. Such self-repair ability is beyond any machine. Of course, one may imagine robot surgeons, nurses and teachers capable of diagnosing and repairing damaged machines. But they would not be self-repairing artifacts, and they would be other-programmed rather than self-programmed. This is where Kant's distinction between the autonomous and the heteronomous agent comes in. The enormous power of digital computers has reinforced mechanistic materialism, whereas their limitations have encouraged idealists. In mathematics, this conic translates as the debate between those who believe that all of mathematics can be captured by formal systems, and those who emphasize the creative and therefore unpredictable aspect of mathematical work. Actually, there is no need to take sides on this issue, because each of the contenders is partially right. In mathematics, there is invention as well as discovery, or postulation and proof, and consequently the right attitude straddles the mechanist and anti-mechanist viewpoints. Pfefferman 2009. And such compromise does not involve restricting materialism. It only entails admitting that the Turing machine is not a true model of the human brain, if only because, unlike the machine, the brain is spontaneous and creative. One often reads in the psychological literature that animals compute every bit of experience, whether it be seeing or sweating, jumping or feeling thirsty, choosing or deciding, discovering or inventing, and so on. But surely this is just a metaphor. Since computations proper are operations on symbols, whereas mental operations are processes in neural systems, which are made of living cells that communicate through physical or chemical signals, not symbols. These are artifacts and, moreover, the earliest symbols were invented no more than about 30,000 years ago, when our species had been in existence for about 100,000 years. It is therefore shocking to read that there must be an addressable read/write mechanism in brains that encodes information received into symbols. Gallistel and King 2009. Only the Holy Ghost could compete with the mystery of the miracle of the symbols embedded in brains before having been invented. The further claim that neuroscience tries to discover the algorithms used in the brain, Sejanowski et al. 1988, 1300, is no less puzzling, since an algorithm is, by definition, a rule for calculating something, such as the logarithm of a number, whereas the brain uses biological laws. Likewise, planets do not compute their own orbits, but use, or come with, Kepler's laws, which are natural regularities, not rules for processing information. Consequently, the search for logarithms in the untutored brain is similar to the search for wood in the cell on the strength of the traditional Chinese doctrine of the VE elements, one of which would be wood. Since they are artifacts, algorithms cannot be discovered, they must be invented. And invention is anything but a rule-directed activity, it is an art. In particular, there can be no algorithms for designing algorithms, just as there can be no rules for creating original works of art. The reason is obvious: by definition, any rule-directed task is routine rather than original. Compare computational neuroscience with computational physics or chemistry. A computational physicist or chemist designs and uses computer programs to compute functions, or solve equations, that are known or hope to represent physical traits, such as atomic or molecular energy levels. He is a theoretical, or rather, mathematical, physicist or chemist who uses more advanced tools than paper and pencil. By contrast, a computational neuroscientist models brain structures, organs, regions, as computers. Hence he looks for algorithms embodied in neural networks. He shares the Pythagorean belief that the world, or at least the brain, is made up of mathematical objects. For example, he may claim that the untutored brain performs Bayesian inferences, that it arbitrarily assigns initial probability values, priors, and computes posterior probabilities using Bayes' theorem, where probability is equated with degree of belief. To me, this sounds like holding that planets compute the prior subjective probability of meteorite impact, and regulate their angular velocity so as to avoid the catastrophe. I suggest instead that the brain computes only when it does. More precisely, I submit that a computational X science can research either of two possible research projects. I further submit that, while Project A is being successfully carried out in physics and chemistry, Project B is highly problematic, not to say wrong-headed. Furthermore, the computer metaphor is incomplete, since we are seldom told how such computations are carried out. For instance, what are the algorithms for feeling surprise or fear, for falling in love or down the stairs, for asking questions or criticizing answers? Such imprecision is characteristic of an immature science. It is similar to the molecular biologist who assured us that DNA molecules specify proteins, or instruct about their synthesis, instead of exhibiting the corresponding chemical reactions. Computationalism is popular not only among computer fans, but also among the cognitive psychologists and philosophers of mind reluctant to learning some neuroscience. By contrast, computer designers and robotics engineers have learned long ago that, to design better AI machines, they have to learn more about natural intelligence. After all, one cannot imitate X unless one knows something about X. And one of the things we do know about natural intelligence is that it involves memory, and that human memory, unlike computer memory, is reconstructive, impoverishing or enriching, always distorting, rather than replicating. Philosophers seem to love the computer metaphor for two reasons. First, because it looks like a simple, rational, and modern solution to the age-old mind-body problem. Second, because computationalism is ontologically ambiguous, it attracts the superficial idealist because it assures him that matter is unimportant, and it also satisfies the materialist because it reassures him that mental processes are material. In fact, computationalism is hylomorphist, whence it might satisfy a non-Christian Aristotelian. But of course the consistent idealist won't be fooled, if only because this neo-Mechanist view of the mind makes no room for spontaneity, free will, or free creations, as Einstein characterized the theoretical concepts. Nor will the emergentist materialist be fooled by computationalism, because live brains can invent qualitatively new tricks, whereas the goal of a programmed process is exced in advance by the user. There can be no such things as programmed spontaneity and ruled creativity, for the simple reason that these expressions are self-contradictory. Of course computers are similar to human brains in some respect, but they are dissimilar in most. The most obvious difference between them is that brains, unlike computers, and machines in general, lack initiative, whereas brains are constantly active even in the absence of external stimulation. Recall section 9.3. This point is best appreciated by recalling that the Turing machine, which is the basic blueprint for the digital computer, produces no outputs unless it receives some inputs. Indeed, one of the postulates of the theory of Turing machines states that, if a Turing machine in a given state receives the null input, it remains in that state. In obv. A symbols, for every s in the input alphabet, m, s0, equals s, where m is the transition or next state function, and 0 designates the null input. By contrast, the transition function for a live brain would satisfy something like this: for every state s there is another state t, such that t equals s, and m, s0, equals t. Computationalism, the view that all mental processes are operations upon symbols, carried out by the brain in accordance with precise rules, algorithms, is open to the following objections. 1. The vast majority of the computations in question are just gloried hand waving, since they are seldom specied. Hence, to state that a bird, or an acrobat, computed a certain bodily movement, is no more informative than saying that it or she performed it. 2. Unlike computers, people and other animals are not designed, they are products of evolution and experience. The hardware-software distinction does not apply to people, because mental processes cannot be detached from the brain, where they happen, except by abstraction. Human software grows with learning. It is subject to both development and evolution. And minds do not evolve by themselves, only minding brains evolve. Hence computationalism implies, mistakenly, the irrelevance of both developmental and evolutionary biology to psychology. 3. Computer programs, or algorithms, are not living things or processes but artifacts. Like machines, they are designed and repaired, ordered and sold, lost and stolen. Hence algorithms satisfy not only certain laws, but also certain technical norms, or conventions, some of which are smart but others less so, which is why they are continually being upgraded. 4. Only routine computations proper are algorithmic. All other mental processes, from feeling love, fear, or hatred to guessing, inventing and criticizing, are non-algorithmic. In particular, there are no known rules for hitting on good ideas. Nor do we know the neural computations that allegedly guide computations proper. 5. Information processing psychologists use freely the words information and computation, but they make no use of the corresponding technical concepts that are elucidated in Shannon's theory of communication and in metamathematics, respectively. Hence their discourse remains on an intuitive and metaphorical level. Actually, information processing psychology is just classical psychology rewritten in informationese. 6. Because computationalism is exclusively interested in rational, and particularly algorithmic, processes, it cuts the strong links between cognition, on the one hand, and motivation, emotion, and sociality on the other. Hence it can explain neither curiosity nor learning, nor the fact that social circumstances now stimulate, now inhibit learning. By contrast, the biological approach to cognition exhibits its strong interactions with emotion and social context, e.g. Phelps. 2006. 7. Unlike computers, which are natural conservatives designed to obey, humans have the ability to innovate, disobey, and cheat. In particular, they can craft 234. 12. Brain and computer, the hardware/software dualism. Discuss, criticize, and put into practice rules of conduct, some of which are moral principles, and others technical or legal norms. And, although any live-able rules of conduct are informed by knowledge, they are not epistemic items. Moreover, such norms are motivated and enacted by social emotions, such as empathy, sympathy, pity, shame, pride, trust, and mistrust, which are beyond the ken of machines. In short, unlike people, computers have no moral sense. Further abilities beyond the ken of any conceivable machines, for not being programmable, are the ability to be self-conscious and self-critical, to distinguish the essential from the secondary, to use clues, cut corners, suggest alternatives, and understand metaphors, initiative, or spontaneity, creativity, common sense, curiosity, intuition, and systemic, as opposed to analytic or sectoral thinking, and to handle continuity and actual entity, except as symbols. 8. Computationalism ignores the fact that, unlike computers, brains are social and learn through interaction, adaptation, cooperation, and connect. 9. Because they are social, human brains are nth order intentional, they can get to know that someone else knows something, and so on. First order intentionality is exemplified by self-consciousness, and being able to form a theory of mind, i.e., to figure out what other people are thinking, counts as second order intentionality. Note the difference between intention and intention. The former is related to meaning, whereas intention is related to goal. 10. Computationalism violates the very RST principle of the philosophy of technology. This is the thesis that made things, unlike found ones, embody ideas. Whence they constitute an ontological level of their own, that of things made, rather than found. See further limitations of computers in Bunge 1956a, 1985. In short, computationalism does not fare better than Cartesian dualism. The reason is that it, too, refuses to take the brain seriously. Both are functionalist, they adopt the stuff/function dichotomy. Hence neither of them can explain anything, since explanation consists in exhibiting mechanism. Basically, brainless psychology is no better than heartless cardiology. More on the modes and limitations of functionalism in Monner and Bunge 2001. A computer won't do anything unless a user feeds it a program. That is, an RT. Information processing unit is a system with three components: a user with a brain trained to operate computers and, in particular, to encode and decode messages, that is, to pair symbols to meanings; b. a computer together with its energy source; and c. a computer program. In short, EPU equals U plus H plus P. The removal of any of these three components disables the information processing system EPU. A computer program species a sequence of machine states. It is said to be a piece of software because it can be replaced with another program, and inserted into the same piece of hardware, to produce a different information processing unit. Still, the hardware/software nomenclature is misleading, because software is just as hard or material as hardware. True, unlike an ordinary piece of matter, a piece of software has a semantic content, or rather it elicits one. More precisely, a piece of software, when inserted into a computer, evokes meanings in its user's brain. Hence, the content of a piece of software is very different from the content of a bottle. It can only be poured into a trained brain, and only metaphorically at that. That is, software belongs in the semiotic level of reality, along with bank bills, sentences, and diagrams, neither of which fools its function without a brain able to understand its meaning. Recall section 4.1. The hardware/software distinction made in computer technology is useful but superficial. It is useful because one may use different pieces of software to activate the same machine. And also because software design is conceptually and socially different from the design of machine architecture, to the point that most software engineers, unlike their hardware counterparts, do not hold engineering degrees. But the distinction is ontologically shallow because every piece of software is materialized in a disk. The distinction in question does not involve a detachment. The hard/soft distinction is even less justable in the case of animals, in particular humans. This is because human software, the mind, is only a collection of brain functions, and these, unlike pieces of computer software, are undetachable from the hardware or brain. Furthermore, whereas brain software grows and decays with experience and reaction, a piece of computer software emerges fully developed and stays unaltered in a disk. Indeed, it has been known since the work of Sir Frederick Bartlett in 1932 that human memory is constructive as well as destructive, to the point that one may recall events that never happened. See Shatter 2001, Tulving 2002. Computers may fail but can be repaired, whereas brains may become enriched up to a certain point, after which they decay beyond repair. It is widely believed that computers can replace chess players and even mathematicians. Deep Blue, the famous IBM machine, is said to have defeated the world chess champion Garry Kasparov. But this is mistaken, because the machine was programmed by Dr. Fengsung Hsu, aka Crazy Bird. Moreover, the program was upgraded after every move. What actually defeated Kasparov was not the machine, but the system composed of the machine and Dr. Hsu. The claim that computers can do mathematics is equally mistaken. They only process physical, electromagnetic, correlates of mathematical concepts. Bunge 1956a. Moreover, such correlations are conventional. In particular, machines process numerals, not the numbers these designate. Unlike numbers, which have conceptual properties, numerals have only physical and chemical properties. Because they handle names, not concepts, one might say that computers are nominalist machines. True, some computer programs prove theorems from given axioms and definitions. But these premises have got to be invented by live mathematicians. It is also true that such machines are able to choose among alternative strategies, but someone has to invent such strategies, and equally live programmers have to feed them into the machines. In general, it is one thing to follow a program, and another to write a thoroughly new one. Again, it is one thing to select the most suitable means for attaining a given goal, and quite another to conceive of a goal and of a whole family of means to reach it. Besides, and this is essential, all a computer program can do is to help solve a problem. Machines cannot discover new problems because there are no algorithms for inventing or discovering them. And such problems, to be tackled with the help of a computer, have got to be computational, programmable. But the vast majority of interesting mathematical problems are not of this kind. Indeed, consider this small sample. Formalize a hypothesis or theory stated in ordinary language. Given the few terms of an inite series, guess the general term. Invent methods for adding inite series or products, or computing integrals. Given a continuous function, and the differential equation, S, that it satisfies. Find the premises, axioms, definitions, and lemmas, that entail a given proposition. That is, given B, and D and A such that A, B. Discover the abstract theory underlying two different theories. Invent new algorithms. Given a set of empirical data, invent a theory, other than an inductive generalization, accounting for them. In sum, machines cannot replace brains, at most they can assist us in performing some routine tasks. In particular, scientific research is not being fully automated. Since only routine operations are rule-directed, ending problems, inventing ideas, and evaluating cannot be programmed. But there is no doubt that the spread of the information and computing technology has altered the manner in which we live, think, work, and interact. Just look around and you will see plenty of people talking to a cell phone or texting, too busy to talk to themselves, examine their own lives, and plan. But this happens mainly in the public spaces in cities of the industrialized world. It is not typical of the third world, where the vast majority of people live. Communication has always been coextensive with humanness, since humans are essentially sociable. But we do not grow, eat, wear, or clobber bits. So, it is not true that ours is the information society. No doubt, life would become extremely difficult in the industrialized nations if all the communication channels were suddenly shut off. But it would not stop. We would keep feeding babies, using energy sources, growing vegetables, milking cows, transporting goods, moving around, studying, playing, and so on. And, as a compensation for the good things that the information channels deliver, we would be spared all the cultural garbage and political poison they spread. In short, contemporary society differs only in degree from its ancestor half a century ago. And the differences in social interactions are two-faced, the weak bonds, with strangers. Closing remarks. Have become stronger, while the strong ones, with relatives and friends, have been weakened, because warm face-to-face interactions are being replaced with cold screen-to-screen interactions. Computer worshippers believe that the future of psychology belongs to AI. This is like saying that the future of human anatomy and physiology belongs to robotics. Since the goal of AI and robotics is to imitate us in some regards, they can advance only insofar as they learn about humans from the sciences of man. In general, to imitate anything, start by learning about a genuine article. Much the same holds for the current vogue of bits from bits recipe in popular physics. It is wrong to try and reduce the natural to the artificial, and in particular to attempt to base physics upon engineering, rather than the other way round, and this for two reasons. First, because machines and engineering are artificial items built by brains, which belong in both nature and culture. Second, because the basic sets of digital computer science are denumerable, whereas reality is continuous in most respects, which is why continuous functions and differential equations have been so successful in physics and engineering. In sum, computers are useful as long as they are regarded as aids to brains, not as substitutes for them. Chapter 13. Knowledge, Genuine and Bogus. It has been said that humans can fake anything, even altruism and love, as well as science and philosophy. Some theories and practices can be recognized at RST site as being bogus and unrecyclable. This is the case of palmistry, homeopathy, and creation science. Others demand plowing through esoteric texts. This is the case of phenomenology, which its founder, Edmund Husserl, 1960, launched as a rigorous science, yet at the same time as the polar opposite of science proper. Phenomenologists claim to be able to know anything instantaneously, apodictically, and exclusively through introspection, by pretending that the external world does not exist, instead of assuming it and exploring it. And, since they reject the scientific method, they do not feel obliged to offer any evidence for their claims. But, since phenomenologists have never produced anything other than phenomenology itself, why should we feel compelled to believe the claim that theirs is a rigorous science? Assessing other theories and practices is harder, because they contain fragments of mathematics or of science. For example, alchemy has been the paradigmatic pseudo-science since Robert Boyle's time. But to their credit, in their mad pursuit of cheap gold from base metals, the alchemists designed many apparatuses and procedures that later proved indispensable to chemical research. Astrology was a wrong personality theory, but the art of casting horoscopes required precise astronomical knowledge, and fed a number of scientists. The Pythagorean Brotherhood produced a mixture of science and pseudoscience. It created at once mathematics, theoretical physics, and mystical nonsense. Aristotle was the top logician of antiquity and the earliest marine biologist, but his physics and astronomy were wide of the mark. Kant made important contributions to ethics, but invented a subjectivist physics and an a prioristic psychology that may have paved the way to the absurd nature philosophy of Hegel and Schelling, as well as to interpretive, Verstehen and social studies. Marx mixed sound economics, brilliant historical insights, and sound social criticism with Hegelian nonsense and apocalyptic prophesying. The neo-classical economists pioneered the use of mathematics in social science but never bothered to put their hypotheses to the test. Freud speculated about emotions, sexuality, and unconscious processes, all of them neglected by the scientific psychology of his time, without concern for their empirical validation. To this day, there are no psychoanalytic laboratories, and the founders of the quantum theory misinterpreted it in the light of Berkeley's subjectivism, overlooking the fact that physicists are very late arrivals in the universe. In short, sometimes intellectual gold comes mixed with muck, whence the need to design and use a sifting device. This is our task in the present chapter, to construct a sort of litmus test for ideas and procedures advertised as scientific. Such test should help not only to protect us from intellectual swindle but also to evaluate research projects. We shall be concerned only with the sciences and pseudosciences that claim to deal with facts, whether natural or social. Hence, we shall not deal with mathematics except tangentially, and only as a tool for the exploration of the real world. Obviously, this world can be explored either scientifically or non-scientifically. In either case, such exploration, like any other deliberate activity, involves a certain approach. The latter may be construed as a set of general assumptions, together with some antecedent knowledge of the items to be explored, a goal, and a means. In a way, the general assumptions, the extant knowledge of the facts to be explored, and the goal dictate jointly the means or method to be employed. Thus, if what is to be explored is the mind, if the latter is conceived of as an immanent real entity, and if the goal is to understand mental processes in any old way, then the cheapest means is to engage in free speculation. Given an idealistic assumption about the nature of mind, it would be preposterous to try and catch it by exploring the brain. If, on the other hand, mental processes are assumed to be brain processes, and if the aim is to understand the mechanisms underlying mental phenomena, then the scientific method, particularly in its experimental version, is mandatory. This is the philosophical rationale of cognitive, affective, and social neuroscience. That is, whether or not someone studies the brain in order to understand the mind, depends critically upon her more or less tacit philosophy of mind. In general, one starts research by picking a domain D of facts, then makes, or takes for granted, some general assumptions, G, about them, collects a body B of background knowledge about the DS, picks an aim, A, whether conceptual or practical, and in the light of the preceding determines the proper method, m. to study the DS. Hence, an arbitrary research project may be sketched as the ordered quintuple equals. The only function of this list is to keep track of the essentials in framing the following definitions. A scientific investigation of a domain D of facts assumes that these are material, lawful and open to scrutiny, as opposed to immaterial, in particular supernatural, lawless or inscrutable, and the investigation builds on a body B of previous scientific endings, and it is done with the main aims, a. of describing and explaining the facts in question with the help of the scientific method, m. In turn, the latter may be summarily described as the sequence. Choice of background knowledge, statement of problem, s. tentative solution. Example hypothesis or experimental technique, run of empirical tests, observations. Measurements, or experiments, evaluation of test results, eventual correction of any of the preceding steps, and new problems posed by the ending. Contrary to widespread belief, the scientific method does not exclude speculation, it only disciplines imagination. For example, it is not enough to produce an ingenious mathematical model of some domain of facts, the way mathematical economists do. Consistency, sophistication, and formal beauty are never enough in scientific research, the end product of which is expected to match reality, i.e., to be true to some degree. Pseudoscientists are not to be blamed for exerting their imagination but for letting it loose. The place of unbridled speculation is art, not science. The scientific method presupposes that everything can in principle be debated, and that every scientific debate must be logically valid, even if no logical principles or rules are explicitly invoked. This method also involves two key semantic ideas, those of meaning and truth. Nonsense cannot be investigated, hence it cannot even be pronounced false. Think of calculating or measuring times of it using Heidegger's definition of time as the maturation of temporality. Furthermore, the scientific method cannot be practiced consistently in a moral vacuum. Indeed, it involves the ethos of basic science, which Robert K. Merton, 1973, characterized as universalism, disinterestedness, organized skepticism, and epistemic communism. The sharing of methods and endings with the scientific community. Finally, there are another four distinguishing features of any authentic science: changeability, compatibility with the bulk of the antecedent knowledge, partial overlap with at least one other science, and control by the scientific community. The RST condition owes from the fact that there is no live science without research, and that research is likely to enrich or correct the fund of knowledge. In sum, science is eminently changeable. By contrast, the pseudosciences and ideologies are either stagnant, like parapsychology, or they change under pressure from power groups or as a result of disputes among factions, as has been the case with theology, Marxism, and psychoanalysis. The second condition, partial intersection with tradition, can be restated thus. To be worthy of the attention of a scientific community, a new idea must be neither obvious nor so outlandish that it clashes with the bulk, though not the totality, of the antecedent knowledge. Compatibility with the latter is necessary not only to weed out groundless speculation but also to understand the new idea, as well as to check it. Indeed, the worth of a novel hypothesis or of a proposed experimental design is gauged partly by the extent to which it ties in with reasonably well-established bits of knowledge. For example, telekinesis is out of the question if only because it violates the principle of conservation of energy. Typically, the principles of a pseudoscience can be learned in a few days, whereas those of a genuine science may occupy a lifetime, if only because of the bulkiness of the body of background knowledge it is based upon. The third condition, that of either using or feeding other research elds, follows from the fact that the classification of the factual sciences is somewhat artificial. For example, where does the study of memory fall, in psychology, neuroscience, or both? And which discipline investigates the distribution of wealth, sociology, economics, or both? Because of such partial overlaps and interactions, the set of all the sciences constitutes a system. By contrast, the pseudosciences are typically solitary. The fourth condition, summarized as control by the scientific community, can be spelled out as follows. Investigators do not work in a social vacuum, but experience the stimuli and inhibitions of fellow workers, mostly personally unknown to them. They borrow problems and endings, and ask for criticisms, and, if they have anything interesting to say, they get both solicited and unsolicited advice. Such interplay of cooperation with competition is a mechanism for the generation of problems and the control and diffusion of results. It makes scientific research a self-doubting, self-correcting and self-perpetuating enterprise. This renders the actual attainment of truth less peculiar to science than the ability and willingness to detect error and correct it. After all, everyday knowledge is full of well-attested trivialities that have not resulted from scientific research. So far, the distinguishing features of genuine factual science, whether natural, social, or biosocial. Let us now take a quick look at the kind of philosophy that favors the advancement of science. I submit that the progress of science depends on conditions of three types: psychological, such as curiosity; social, such as research freedom and social support; and philosophical, such as realism. The RST2 conditions have been studied by several scholars, particularly Merton, 1973. By contrast, the philosophical conditions have hardly been studied because of the dogma, common to both idealism and positivism, that science and philosophy are mutually disjoint, and yet they are no less important. I submit they are the ones summarized in Fig 13.1. Perhaps humanism and scientism are the only words in the diagram below in need of clarification. Humanism is understood here as a secular worldview together with a moral philosophy emphasizing the basic human rights and duties, as well as the desirability of solving social issues in a peaceful and rational way. Thus, a humanist scientist will abstain from using his skills to harm the innocent, and will put humankind before king and country. He will side with Professor Einstein rather than with Dr. Strangelove. By contrast, a non-humanist scientist may engage in mercenary pursuits, and thus end up doing pseudoscience. Clear examples are the anthropologists who attempted to justify the racial prejudices of colonialists and Nazis, and the economists who could not care less for the social injustice and environmental destructiveness inherent in raw capitalism. The word scientism too calls for elucidation because it is sometimes employed in a derogatory sense, and at other times confused with either positivism or naturalism. As understood in the present work, scientism is the research strategy that may be compressed into the following argument. Everything knowable is best studied scientifically. Mind, society, and morals are knowable. Mind, society, and morals are best studied scientifically. This conclusion coincides with the definition of scientisme in Lalande's Classe. Cal Vocabulaire, 1938, 2, 740. The idea that the spirit and the methods of science should be extended to all walks of intellectual and moral life without exception. Condorcet, 1782, was the RST to formulate scientism explicitly. Positivists and Marxists adhered to it even when they failed to comply with it. The unity of science movement, which flourished between the 1930s and ca 1960, was a blend of science-tism and positivism. Ironically, the last fascicle of the International Encyclopedia of Unit Science, which started publication in 1938, was Thomas Kuhn's Structure of Scientific Revolutions, 1962, the RST constructivist relativist salvo in the contemporary science wars. True, Kuhn later distanced himself somewhat from the social constructivists, and regretted writing his purple passages. But in 1979 he wrote an unrepentant preface to the English translation of Ludwig Fleck's Genesis and Development of a Scientific Fact, of 1935. And, when asked by a scientific American reporter whether the universe changes every time a scientific revolution occurs, Kuhn answered emphatically, "Of course. Scientism opposes the reactionary dogma, RST stated by Kant and adopted by the so-called interpretive, or Verstehend, approach to the study of mind and society. That these are beyond the reach of science, so that they should remain the property of the anti-empirical and enumerate. In particular, philosophical or humanistic psychology and anthropology are the prescientic counterparts of the corresponding sciences. They belong in the same league as the nature philosophy of Hegel and Schelling." Alfred Schutz, a prominent member of the Verstehend school and a phenomenological sociologist, conducted no empirical research. Worse, he discouraged scientists from tackling big social problems, such as unemployment, nationalism, and war. By contrast, Claude Lévi-Strauss did work on Amazonian Indians, and Clifford Geertz studied village life in Bali. But, because both of them focused on the symbolic and ludic aspects of societies, while disdaining their so-called material basis, they were unable to explain how those peoples coped with shortages, natural disasters, landowners, and central governments. This is why the writings of Lévi-Strauss and Geertz are closer to literature than to science, an evaluation that they might have agreed, since they were no friends of scientism. Warning: like anything else, scientism can be faked. The positivists unwittingly faked scientism for 2 centuries. Indeed, they proclaimed their love of science while attempting to force it into the phenomenalist straitjacket, which precludes conjecturing imperceptible entities and properties, such as atoms, genes, minds, and social forces. The confusion of positivism with scientism was so common in the second half of the 19th century, that it spilled over into politics. Indeed, positivism was so prestigious that, between ca 1870 and 1920, the Argentine progressives swore by Comte and Spencer. These were the very same heroes of the self-styled Scientific Party headed by the dictator Porfirio Diaz, which froze Mexican society from 1876 to 1910. Unsurprisingly, after that period the Argentine conservatives, as well as the Mexican progressives, replaced positivism with idealism. These changes in philosophical climate affected the social studies and the science and education policies, and thus the training and recruitment of scientists. But it did not affect the content of research in natural science. I can only see myself through an idealist microscope or telescope. However, let us go back to our philosophical pentagon. The said pentagon is regular only in exceptional cases, such as those of Galileo, Newton, Euler, Berzelius, Ampere, Marx, Darwin, Bernard, Boltzmann, Ramon, Weyl, Einstein, and Keynes. Actually, Newton and Marx are borderline cases. Newton, because he expected the deity to replenish once in a while the momentum dissipated in friction, and Marx because he did not always distinguish between social science and political ideology. We should add to the above the vast majority of modern chemists. Most of them have been materialists and realists, partly because chemists are more attracted to laboratory work than to theoretical speculation, and partly because, since the time of Dalton, 1808, chemists have cultivated atomism, the most tangible fruit of ancient materialism. In most cases the sides of the philosophical pentagon are unequal, sometimes it is short on materialism, at other times short on realism, and in still other cases short on humanism, as in the cases of the great scientists who sell out to the powers that be. For example, until a century ago there were vitalist biologists, even nowadays. Some students of society claim to profess neo-Kantian subjectivism, the Verstehen school. Most economists worship standard economic theory, or at least pay lip service to it even after its repeated failures, and most 19th-century physicists opposed the atomic theories because they shared the positivist bias against positing unobservable entities. Paradoxically, most of the founders of the modern, quantum, atomic theory, particularly Bohr, Heisenberg, Born, and Pauli, followed the same positivist line. Indeed, they denied the autonomous, objective, existence of the very entities they were successfully describing. Recall Chapter 3. But of course they did not practice the subjectivism they preached. Indeed, their equations did not contain any psychological variables. This is why the positivist varnish can be scraped off quantum mechanics, leaving the neutral mathematical formalism, which can then be reinterpreted in a strictly objectivist fashion. Bunge 1967b. For example, according to the Copenhagen school, the eigenvalues of an operator representing a dynamical variable, such as the angular momentum, are values that an observer will nd when measuring the said property. But this is false, for what one reads in a meter are values of an indicator functionally related to a property, as in the case of the angle of a pressure gauge, see example Bunge 2006a. Hence, the realistic reinterpretation of the said postulate, the eigenvalues of an operator representing a dynamical property are the values that this property may take. A second famous example is this. According to Born's orthodox interpretation, psi2v is the probability of ending the particle in question inside the volume V. By contrast, on de Broglie's realist interpretation, the same quantity is the probability that the thing in question be present in V. The realist prefers the second interpretation for two reasons: because psi does not involve any variables representing human actions, and because the two probabilities, of presence and of ending, are bound to be different, since ending a quantum depends on the search method as well as on the state of the quantum. In the case of quantum physics, a bad philosophy did not succeed in in the atomistic program of explaining the visible through the invisible. Also, Newton unwittingly suffered from a parallel inconsistency, although his Principia contains the earliest hypothetic deductive system in factual science. In the same work Newton included a philosophical defense of inductivism. The great investigator does not succumb to a bad philosophy, but the latter, which he may incur in his popular writings, may mislead philosophers and frustrate young vocations. However, good philosophy does not guarantee good science. For example, the psychoneural identity hypothesis, adopted by medical psychology since the times of Hippocrates and Galen, did not help physicians to perform experiments or to craft models of brain functions, because physicians, with few exceptions, have been empiricists rather than scientific investigators. Similar events happened in social science. For example, Marx was an important original social scientist despite claiming to use the dialectical method, ontology, that he had learned from Hegel, one of the most confused and obnoxious philosophers in history. And a few Marxists made original contributions to anthropology, archaeology, and historiography thanks to their materialist, systemic, and scientistic approach. See, example Barraclough 1979, Trigger 2006. By contrast, no Marxist philosophers have gone beyond embroidering Marx's nonsensical dialectical ontology, because their task was to catechise, not to investigate. They kept doing Marxist scholasticism even after the precipitous fall of Soviet communism. See, example Panasiuk and Nowak 1998. Likewise, although Max Weber's early work was marred by the neo-Kantian variant of subjectivism, his mature work was free from it despite his paying lip service to that anti-scientific philosophy. Bunge 2007a. In sum, a philosophy may be characterized as progressive if it promotes the advancement of knowledge, and regressive if it blocks it. So far, the distinguishing features of genuine factual science, whether natural, social, or biosocial. Let us now list the distinguishing traits of pseudoscience. More in Bunge 1998, Fraser 2009, Gardner 1983, Kurtz 2001, Monner 2007 c. Park 2008. Wolpert 1992. A pseudoscientific treatment of a domain of facts violates some of the conditions listed in section 13.1 above, while at the same time calling itself scientific. It may be inconsistent, or it may involve unclear ideas, or it may assume the reality of utterly unlikely items, such as alien abduction or telekinesis, Selch genes, innate ideas, brain-independent minds, memes, or self-regulating markets. The said treatment may postulate that the facts in question are immaterial, inscrutable, or both. It fails to build on previous scientific endings. It may perform deeply odd empirical operations, such as ink blot tests, or it may fail to include control groups. It may fake test results, or it may dispense with empirical tests altogether. Besides, the pseudosciences do not evolve, or, if they do, their changes do not result from research. Thus, Ernest Jones, 1961, 235, informs us that Freud's foundational work on the interpretation of dreams, RST published in 1900, was resued 8 times in Freud's lifetime. No fundamental change was ever made, nor was one necessary. Much the same can be said of neoclassical microeconomics, which has remained stagnant since its birth in the 1870s except for mathematical embellishments, as Milton Friedman, 1991, triumphantly declared. The pseudosciences are characteristically isolated from other disciplines, although occasionally they interbreed with sister bogus sciences, as witnessed by psychoanalytic astrology. And, far from welcoming criticism, they attempt to belief. Their aim is not to search for truth but to persuade. They posit arrivals without departures and without travel. Whereas science is full of problems, and every one of its important endings poses further problems, pseudoscientists are characterized by certainty. In other words, whereas science begets more science, pseudoscience is barren because it generates no new problems. In sum, the main trouble with pseudoscience is that its research is either deeply odd or non-existent. This is why, contrary to scientific research, pseudoscientific speculation has not delivered a single law of nature or of society. However, some disciplines and practices are hard to diagnose because they make intensive use of sound mathematics. Bayesian statistics and inductive logic are cases in point, for they involve standard probability theory, but assign probabilities to propositions, not to facts, states of affair and events, and they do so arbitrarily, rather than in accordance with impersonal and explicit rules. Moreover, they do not even tell us what it means to say that a scientific conjecture is probable rather than true in the light of certain data, or plausible in the light of antecedent knowledge. Bayesian statisticians only tell us that probability measures the confidence that a particular individual has in the truth of a particular proposition, for example, the proposition that it will rain tomorrow, Savage 1954, 3. But since mere opinion does not qualify as science, Bayesianism is pseudoscientific, Bunge 2008b. For the same reason, inductive logic is a piece of pseudo-exact philosophy. Ironically, Popper 2 assigned probabilities to propositions while rightly attacking inductive logic. Berkeley, 1710, started the modern anti-science movement by rejecting the very notion of matter. Being a radical empiricist, he reasoned that knowledge starts with sensation, and that anything beyond sensation is unwarranted speculation. This included assuming that some sensations are caused by external objects, as well as attributing them primary, or subject-independent, properties, such as that of satisfying Newton's laws of motion. In short, Berkeley subordinated metaphysics to a radical empiricist epistemology. Anti-realism entailed immaterialism. Hume, Kant, Comte, Mach, and the logical positivists followed suit. They too adopted phenomenalism and rejected the concept of matter. But only Mach, 1942, an eminent experimental physicist and psychologist, attempted to prove that there is no such thing as matter, and therefore materialism is false. He proceeded as follows. Mach focused on Newtonian mechanics, in particular the second law of motion, namely force equals mass times acceleration. Moreover, he deemed material with HAV ing mass. He did not even acknowledge the existence of electrodynamics. And Mach endeavored to prove that the concept of mass is redundant. To achieve this goal, Mach analyzed the very special case of two bodies joined by a spring. In this case Newton's second law reads, F1 equals m1a1, F2 equals m2a2, and F1 equals F2. These equations entail m1/m2 equals a2/a1. This formula says that the ratio of masses equals negative the reciprocal of the ratio of accelerations. So far, so good. But now Mach takes the plunge. He posits that the given consequence of Newton's law deans the concept of relative mass. He conates law and convention. And, since an explicit denition of the form deniendum equals deniens renders the deniendum redundant, Mach concludes that the concept of matter is unnecessary. Whence materialism is false. That was not Mach's only logical faux pas, he also declared that the formula F equals m dot deans force. And, since he believed that the right-hand side of this formula is a product of accelerations, he declared that the concept force is just as redundant as that of mass. So, Mach crowed that he has slain the stuff and force dragon of the mechanistic materialism of Buchner, Voigt, and Moleschott. In short, Mach confused laws with denitions, and inverted the correct logical relation. Dynamics entails kinematics. He thus sacrificed Newtonian mechanics on the idealist altar. More in Bunge 1966. Regrettably, many physics textbooks adopted Mach's odd version of classical mechanics. Their authors did not realize that, in Newtonian mechanics, the concepts of acceleration, mass, and force are primitive, undeniable, and mutually independent, as shown by logicians, see Supps 1957. Another attempt to dematerialize physics was made when Einstein advanced his theory of gravitation. It was claimed that this affected the geometrization of physics. This claim is false. What the theory does is to represent the gravitational field by a manifold described by the so-called geometric tensor G. But the latter is in turn determined by the stress-energy tensor T, which describes the distribution of particles and fields in spacetime, in accordance to the formula G equals kT. Since this formula can be read in either direction, we must conclude that matter and space shape each other. Hence, contrary to what Misner, Thorne, and Wheeler, 1973, once claimed, Einstein's theory of gravitation does not realize William Clifford's 1870 dream of a space-time theory of matter. Wheeler, a co-worker of Niels Bohr's as well as Richard Feynman's thesis supervisor, was the most imaginative and persistent of all the distinguished physicists, intent on slaying the materialist dragon. In 1960 he believed that the building made real of the physical world is empty curved space-time. In particular, he wished to build mass out of pure geometry. But his theory, geometrodynamics, did not work. For it made no room for spin 1/2 particles, such as electrons, protons, neutrons, and neutrinos. So, in 1970 Wheeler announced that propositions are the building blocks of the universe, so that physics is a manifestation of logic. This did not work either. So, in 1990 Wheeler declared that the bit, or unity of information, is the basic or elementary component, see Barrow et al. 2004. In all three cases, physical entities, possessing energy, would be composed of non-physical units, thus violating the principle of conservation of energy. Worse, none of the three quixotic attempts mentioned above has solved any physical problem, and neither has succeeded in even bruising the said dragon. In short, physics remains the basic science of matter. And the claim that mathematics may secrete physics is a Pythagorean fantasy, and one that violates Leibniz's dichotomy between truths of reason and truths of fact. Although Sigmund Freud is usually credited with having discovered the unconscious, the truth is that people have been talking since time immemorial about doing certain mental operations without thinking. In the middle of the Enlightenment, Leonard Euler said, "My pencil knows more than I." 1 century later Hermann von Helmholtz, another great polymath, wrote about unconscious inferences. The self-taught philosopher Edward von Hartmann published his monumental best-seller, Das Unbewusstsein, when Freud was 13 years old. In his classic Principles of Psychology, 1890, William James wrote about the fortunate lapse of consciousness that allows us to leave a warm bed to go to work. And of course Pavlov got the Nobel Prize in 1904 for having shown experimentally, not just claimed, that animals can learn to perform certain actions in an automatic, unconscious fashion. What Freud did was to claim that most of our mental life is unconscious, that the unconscious never lies, and that dreams reveal our subconscious desires, provided, of course, they are suitably interpreted by analyst. He did not propose interpretation rules. He overlooked the fact that many dreams are unrealistic or even irrational. And he never put his conjectures to the experimental test. He relied on the gullibility of his readers. While no one disputes the Pavlovian, Freudian, thesis that many, perhaps most, of our actions are unconscious, no serious scientists hold dreams in awe, although a few do study dreaming in the laboratory, and most of Freud's fantasies, in particular, The Oedipal one, have been discredited. Eric Kandel, 2006, 363, is likely to be the only eminent scientist to have held that the emergence of psychoanalysis was a revolution. The serious historians of psychiatry, such as Shorter, 1997, know that it was a counter-revolution, for it replaced experimental psychology, that had been officially born in 1879, with wild, and often silly, speculation. In fact, while there have been thousands of protable psychoanalytic offices around the world, no psychoanalytic laboratories have ever been set up since Freud started his school in 1900. In this regard, psychoanalysis is even less scientific than parapsychology. The scientific study of unconscious mental processes began only in mid-19th century with observations on split brain and blind side patients. Since then, the various brain imaging techniques, such as PET scanning and functional MRI, have made it possible to ascertain whether someone feels or knows something, even though he or she is not aware that he feels or knows it. Moreover, these techniques make it possible to localize such mental processes in a non-invasive way. An example is the paper by Morris, Oman, and Dolan, 1998, which, unsurprisingly, does not cite any psychoanalytic studies. Let us peek at it. The amygdala is the tiny brain organ that feels such basic, strong, and ancient emotions as fear and anger. When this system gets damaged, a person's emotional and social life is severely stunted. The activity of the amygdala can be monitored by a PET scanner. This device allows the experimenter to detect a subject's emotions, and even to locate them in either side of the amygdala. However, such neural activity may not reach the conscious level. In this case, only a brain scanner can help. For example, if a normal human subject is shown an angry face as a target stimulus, and immediately thereafter an expressionless mask, he will report seeing the latter but not the former. Yet, the scanner tells a different story. It tells us that, if the angry face has been associated with an aversive stimulus, such as a burst of high-intensity white noise, the amygdala is activated by the target even though the subject does not recall having seen it. In short, the amygdala knows something that the organ of consciousness, whichever and wherever it may be, does not. Psychoanalysts could use this very method to measure the intensity of a male's hatred for his father. But they don't, because they don't believe in the brain. Their psychology is idealistic, hence brainless. The number of examples of pseudoscience can be multiplied at will. Astrology, alchemy, parapsychology, characterology, creation science, intelligent design, Christian Science, dowsing, homeopathy, and memetics are generally regarded as pseudoscientific. See, example Kurtz 1985, Randi 1982, and The Skeptical Inquirer. On the other hand, it is less widely accepted that psychoanalysis, widely regarded as the science of the unconscious, is a fake science too. Let us check whether it meets the conditions that, according to section 13.1, characterize the mature sciences. To begin with, psychoanalysis violates the ontology and the methodology of all genuine science. Indeed, it holds that the soul, mind in the standard English translation of Freud's works, is immaterial, yet can act upon the body, as shown by psychosomatic effects. However, psychoanalysis does not advance any mechanisms whereby an immaterial entity can alter the state of a material one. It just states that this is the case. Moreover, this statement is dogmatic, since psychoanalysts, unlike psychologists, do not perform any empirical tests. Freud himself had emphatically dissociated psychoanalysis from both experimental psychology and neuroscience. So much so, that the course of studies at the Faculty of Psychology that he sketched did not include any courses in either discipline. To mark the RST centenary of the publication of Freud's interpretation of dreams, the International Journal of Psychoanalysis published a paper by 6 New York analysts, von et al. 2000, who purported to report on the RST experiment tal test ever of psychoanalysis in the course of 1 century. Actually, this was no experiment at all, since it involved no control group. Hence those authors had no right to conclude that the observed improvements were due to the treatment. They could just as well have been spontaneous. Thus, psychoanalysts make no use of the scientific method because they do not know what it is. After all, they were not trained as scientists but only, at best, as medical practitioners. The French psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan, a postmodern cult guru, admitted this and held that psychoanalysis, far from being a science, is a purely rhetorical practice, l'art du bavardage. Finally, since psychoanalysts claim that their views are both true and effective, without having submitted them to either experimental tests or rigorous clinical trials, they can hardly be said to proceed with the intellectual honesty that scientists are expected to abide by, even if they occasionally lapse. In sum, psychoanalysis does not qualify as a science. Contrary to widespread belief, psychoanalysis is not even a failed science, if only because it makes no use of the scientific method and ignores counterexamples. It is just quack clinical psychology. The moment Darwin's theory of evolution emerged, it became clear that, as Theodosius Dobzhansky famously put it, nothing makes sense in biology except in the light of evolution. Regrettably, it has not always been clear what evolution itself is. Indeed, Darwin's theory was distorted from the start. It was distorted by Herbert Spencer, who though that evolution consists in the survival of the fittest and illustrated the universal progression from the simple to the complex, by the social Darwinists, who claimed that it confirmed the ancient myth that social standing is in the blood, by Richard Dawkins, who held that evolution is essentially a sequence of self-replicating and self-serving genes, so that the very existence of organisms is paradoxical, an idea that renders biology redundant, and by Daniel Dennett, who claims that evolution is guided by algorithms, i.e., computation rules, alas, unspec. Ed ones. The latest bastard of evolutionary biology is the fashionable evolutionary biology, see Barkow et al. 1992, Bus 2004, Pinker 2003. The worthy goal of this discipline is to trace the origin and evolution of such mental abilities as speech and moral judgment, as well as such social attitudes as jealousy, altruism, dominance, incest avoidance, and violence, and the torch used. In this exploration is the hypothesis that mind and behavior are ruled by genes, which in turn are insensitive to changes at the organismic and social levels. That is, there would be no intermediaries between molecule and mind. One might object that, since primitive man is no longer around, and since neither brains nor ideas fossilize, evolutionary psychology is untestable, hence concocting entertaining tales. But the evolutionary psychologists have an ingenious answer: we are still primitive, our minds were formed during the Pleistocene, and humans stopped evolving long ago. Actually, they tell us, we are essentially living fossils. All we have to do to explain present mental and behavioral traits is to gure out the problems that our remote ancestors, the fabled hunter-gatherers, might have faced. Everyone assumes that the circumstances of our remote ancestors were quite different from ours. but the evolutionary psychologists assure us that human nature, which is deemed by a set of domain-specific, special purpose, algorithms designed to cope with the problems faced by our remote ancestors, has not changed significantly over the past 100,000 years or so. Suffice it to imagine how we would feel, think, and act if we lived in the Pleistocene. This is how the evolutionary psychologists have made up dozens of fascinating stories, mostly about sex and dominance, that purport to account for nearly every mental and social trait. They also purport to explain our shortcomings. For instance, we find it difficult to imagine tiny invisible particles moving at very high speeds because our minds were designed to cope with visible slow-moving things. Obviously, this conjecture fails to explain why modern physicists, chemists, and biologists are much more proficient at dealing with microphysical entities than at throwing javelins or fashioning stone axes. Let us glimpse at just VE of the basic assumptions of evolutionary psychology. The RST1 is borrowed from pop genetics, pop ethology, pop anthropology, and pop psychology, particularly psychoanalysis. This is the triple hypothesis that a. Sex is the prime mover of all animal behavior, b. All males desire to spread their seed, or their genes, as widely as possible, while c. All females prefer the strongest, or richest, partners because they wish to produce the best offspring. These assumptions presuppose in turn that a. All drives are ultimately rooted in sex, b. All animals always seek sex consciously rather than instinctively, and c. They do so because they know that copulation leads eventually to pregnancy. But it is well known that a. Fear, hunger, and thirst trump sex, b. Most animal behavior is instinctive, and c. The coitus-pregnancy connection, though presumably suspected by people very long ago, was confirmed experimentally only in the 18th century by Lazzaro Spallanzani working with frogs. In sum, only Freud and the Pope share the obsession with sex that characterizes evolutionary psychologists. Another basic assumption of evolutionary psychology is that the mind is a computer that runs on innate algorithms. We rejected this non-biological view of mind in Chapter 12, for it overlooks a. The huge differences between artifacts, such as computers and algorithms, and natural items, such as brains and the laws of nature. Inherent in them, b. Spontaneity, initiative, and creativity, the ability to invent original ideas and actions that do not respond to environmental stimuli, and c. Sociality. Besides, the thesis of inborn knowledge is inconsistent with developmental neuroscience and psychology, as well as with the experience of parents and teachers. We are born ignorant of nearly everything, though of course endowed with the organ of learning anything. A third basic assumption of evolutionary psychology is that the mind is composed of hundreds or thousands of mutually independent modules, or microcomputers, every one of which performs a given task, such as detecting cheaters or identifying potential mates. We know from cognitive, affective, and social neuroscience that the brain is indeed composed of specialized subsystems, such as the ones for perceiving faces or sounds. But we also know that these modules are not mutually independent. For example, perception depends not only upon the current stimulus but also upon memory and expectation. Thus, if we are waiting for someone at a street corner, we are likely to misidentify many a passerby as the expected individual. A fourth basic hypothesis of evolutionary psychology, and the one distinctive of it, is that our minds were designed by natural selection to cope with the Pleistocene environment, that started nearly 2 million years ago and ended some 50,000 years ago. There are several problems with this claim. One of them is that it denies the existence of the modern mind, characterized by rationality and abstraction. Another problem is that it does not explain the fact that most of us man age far better in the urban jungle than in the wilderness. A third problem is that it is, in principle, impossible to know which were the precise survival problems that our remote ancestors faced, hence the mental abilities, or modules, that were selected. We are born learners, not learned, adaptable, not adapted, let alone to any of the long gone and largely unknown Pleistocene environments, which, incidentally, are likely to have undergone huge changes every few thousand years. Last, but not least, it is not true that our genome has remained unchanged over the past 50 millennia. For example, the ability to digest milk after infancy emerged in some peoples only about VE millennia ago, with the domestication of goats and cows. More on the genetic changes brought about by the invention of agriculture about 10,000 years ago in Cochrane and Harp ending 2009. Finally, another postulate of evolutionary psychology, as well as of standard economic theory, is that we are all basically selfish, that altruism is nothing but smart egoism. In other words, it is assumed that we are weak reciprocators rather than strong ones, that we do something for others only because we expect them to eventually pay us back. This hypothesis overlooks bonding and the social emotions, particularly empathy. Ethologists have always known that gregarious animals invest in cooperation, leading to long-term bonds, without which there would be no animal societies. And more recent observation and experiment have also shown that humans and other vertebrates engage in genuinely altruistic actions, example Gintis et al. 2005, and that they do so not only after careful deliberation, but often instinctively and out of empathy, example Preston and Duvall 2002. As Duvall, 2008, 292, puts it, the beauty of the empathy-altruism connection is that the mechanism works so well because it gives individuals an emotional stake in the welfare of others. Which endings do evolutionary psychologists boast about? Here is a sample of favorites, Bus 2004. 1. Typically, men invest less than women in parental care because they are uncertain about paternity, not because they spend more time working away from home. 2. Women prefer strong or rich men, individuals able to support them and their offspring, as proved by the fact that, in singles bars, females tend to make advances to prosperous-looking males, not because the ones who look for such men frequent such bars. 3. Depression has not been eliminated by natural selection because it is good for you, it induces you to lower your bar to a more realistic height. 4. Social dominance has nothing to do with economic and political power, it has purely biological roots, and an exclusively sexual motivation. 5. All social features are encoded in the human genome, when social revolutions have at best ephemeral results, Barkow 2006. 6. Cultural activities are only mating strategies. Thus, Plato, Thomas Aquinas, Leonardo, Michelangelo, Descartes, Spinoza, Newton, and other famous bachelors presumably worked only to seduce women. Likewise, the inventors of writing, computing, chronicling, philosophizing, and the like, must have been just as sex-crazed as monkeys and apes. In short, the main hypotheses of evolutionary psychology are either untestable or testable but implausible, hence unscientific in either case. See further criticisms in Buller 2005, Cochrane and Harp ending 2009, Gould 1997a, Licklider and Honeycutt. 2003, Lloyd 1999, Smale 2008. Still, the project of constructing a scientific evolutionary psychology is interesting. Whether it is viable, is yet to be seen. So much for pseudoscience. The subject of its underlying philosophy is intriguing and vast, yet largely unexplored. See, however, Bunge 2006 c. Flu 1987. Just think of the many pockets of pseudoscience ensconced in the hard sciences, such as the anthropic principle in cosmology, bits from bits myth and the attempt to craft a theory of everything, information talk in biochemistry, the it's all in the genes dogma in biology, human sociobiology, equilibrium economics, and game theoretic models in economics and political science. Analyze an egregious error in science, and you are likely to end a philosophical bug. Every attempt at classifying any collection of items outside mathematics is likely to meet borderline cases. The main reasons for such vagueness are either that the classification criteria themselves are imprecise, or that the item in question possesses only some of the features necessary to place it in the box in question. For instance, we still do not know how to tell with certainty certain hominins from humans. Whatever the reason, in the case of science we end plenty of disciplines, theories, or procedures that, far from falling clearly either in science or outside it, may be characterized as proto-scientific, semi-scientific, or as failed science. Let us take a quick look at these cases. A proto-science, or emerging science, is obviously a science in statu nascendi. If it survives at all, such eld may eventually develop either into a mature science, a semi-science, or a pseudoscience. In other words, at the time a discipline is said to be a proto-science, it is too early to pronounce it scientific or non-scientific. Examples: physics before Galileo and Huygens, chemistry before Lavoisier, and medicine before Virchow and Bernard. All of these disciplines eventually matured to become fully scientific. Medicine and engineering can be scientific even though they are technologies rather than sciences. A semi-science is a discipline that started out as a science, and is usually called a science, yet does not fully qualify as such. I submit that cosmology, psychology, economics, and politology are still semi-sciences despite their advanced ages. Indeed, cosmology is rife with speculations that contradict solid principles of physics. There are still psychologists who deny that the mind is what the brain does, or who write about neural systems subserving or mediating mental functions. And of course, many of the so-called Nobel Prizes in economics are often awarded to inventors of mathematical models that have no resemblance to economic reality, if only because they ignore production and politics, or to designers of economic policies that harm the poor. So much for glaring cases of pseudoscience. In some cases it is hard to know whether something is scientific, semi-scientific, or pseudoscientific. For instance, the vast majority of 19th-century physicists regarded atomistics as a pseudo-science because it had produced only indirect evidence for the atomic hypothesis. Worse, since there was no detailed theory of individual atoms, atomistics was only weakly testable, namely through the predictions of statistical mechanics and chemistry. But the theory became scientifically respectable almost overnight as a consequence of Einstein's theory of Brownian motion and Perrin's experimental confirmation of it. Only die-hard positivists, like Ernst Mach and Pierre Duhem, opposed atomism to the last. Another case of philosophical interest is string theory. It looks scientific because of its impressive mathematical apparatus, and because it tackles an open problem that is both important and hard, that of constructing a quantum theory of gravitation. For this reason, and because it has generated great mathematics, it is still attracting some of the brightest young brains. But the theory postulates that the physical space has 10 dimensions rather than 3, just to secure the mathematical consistency of the theory. Lisa Randall, a prominent string theorist, speculated that physical space had initially all the extra dimensions, but lost them as it aged. This maneuver certainly saves the theory from refutation, but it sounds like an excuse, particularly since no shrinking mechanism was advanced. Since the extra dimensions are unobservable, and since the theory has resisted experimental confirmation since its inception in 1968, it looks like science fiction, or at least like failed science. As one of its erstwhile enthusiasts has admitted, Small in 2006. The case of phrenology, the science of skull bumps, is instructive. It revived Galen's testable materialist hypothesis, that all mental functions are precisely localizable brain processes. But, instead of putting this exciting hypothesis to the experimental test, the phrenologists sold it successfully at fairs and other places of entertainment. They went around palpating people's skulls, and claiming to locate such the centers of imagination, altruism, philoprogenitivity, and so on. The emergence of modern neuroscience at the hands of Ramon Wyckoff of phrenology. What is emerging now is a symbiosis of localization with coordination. As we saw in section 9.3, the discredit of phrenology casts doubt not only on radical localizationism, but also on the scientific attempts to map the mind onto the brain. In particular, the brain imaging devices invented over the past 3 decades were greeted with skepticism because the very attempt to localize mental processes sounded like phrenology. But these new tools have proved very fruitful and, far from confirming the phrenological hypothesis, one module per function, it has given rise to many new insights, among them the view that all the subsystems of the brain are interconnected, and that such connections are the stronger, the more difficult the task. If a tool or a theory leads to important endings, it cannot be pseudoscientific, because one of the marks of pseudoscience is that it is built around some old superstition. A useful procedure for evaluating the scientific character of any new approach is to assess separately its body H of substantive hypotheses and its method M. In this way we get a 2 times 2 matrix. I submit that, at present, cognitive neuroscience is in the NW corner, right H and M, whereas 2 centuries ago phrenology was in the NE corner, right H, wrong M. Currently the Gestalt school, behaviorism, and cognitive psychology, in particular computationalism, are in the SW corner, wrong H, right M, while psychoanalysis, parapsychology and contemporary evolutionary psychology dwell in the SE1, wrong H and M. This is the pseudoscientific corner. The non-diagonal items should be regarded as semi-sciences. They may eventually develop either into full-fledged sciences or into pseudosciences, or they may quietly disappear for lack of new endings. Anal word of caution. Most of us are suspicious of radically new theories or tools, and this for either of 2 reasons, because of intellectual inertia, or because it is necessary to grill every newcomer to make sure that it is not an imposter. But one must avoid confusing the 2 reasons. Rigorous inquisitive types like novelty, but only as long as it does not threaten to discredit or dismantle the entire system of knowledge. Pseudoscience is always dangerous because it pollutes culture and, when it concerns health, the economy, or the polity, bogus science puts life, liberty, or peace at risk. But of course pseudoscience is supremely dangerous when it enjoys the support of governments, organized religions, or large corporations. A handful of examples should suffice to make this point. From the Enlightenment on, most progressives have held that genome is not tiny, that we can learn not only to think but also to feel and act, both directly through imitation and learning, and indirectly through social reform. By contrast, conservatives and reactionaries of all stripes have adopted nativism, the view that we are born with all the traits that emerge in the course of life. Thus, the Hindu sacred scriptures consecrated the caste system. The Bible held that the Jews were chosen by Yahweh. Aristotle, that barbarians are inferior to Hellenes, the European colonists, that the conquered peoples were savages only good to be enslaved or exterminated. And so on. The nativism-conservatism connection was considerably weakened by the Enlightenment and the subsequent spread of leftists' ideologies, but it resurfaced once in a while, with particular virulence as social Darwinism and, more recently, under the wing of evolutionary psychology. Let us recall the most recent revival of scientific nativism. Steven Pinker, 2003, a Harvard professor and the most popular psychologist of the day, devotes an entire chapter of one of his influential books to the political issues surrounding the environmentalism/nativism dilemma. He states that the new sciences of human nature, from genetics to evolutionary psychology, vindicate what he calls the tragic vision. This is none other than the individualism and pessimism of orthodox economics and conservative political philosophy, from Hobbes to Burke to Schopenhauer to Nietzsche to Hayek to Thatcher to Reagan. Pinker cites, OPCIT, 294, in particular, the following discoveries of those new sciences: the primacy of family ties, despite the fact that in most cases the members of business RMS, political cliques, laboratories, regiments, and sports teams, are not genetically related. The limited scope of communal sharing in human groups, although all primitive societies and many modern enterprises are cooperatives, the universality of dominance and violence across human societies. Even though the murder rate has been declining in all civilized societies over the past century, and not even the most divided societies are basically tyrannical and violent, and the universality of ethnocentrism and other forms of group against group hostility across societies, as if such undeniable strife were not balanced by cooperation, law abidance, and material interests. But that is not all, to persuade us that basically we are all selfish nasty brutes. Pinker, LOCCIT, completes the previous list with the following: the partial heritability of intelligence, conscientiousness, and antisocial tendencies, although all such capacities can be either enhanced or repressed by education and informal social control, the prevalence of defense mechanisms, self-serving biases, and cognitive dissonance reduction, which, though real, are surely less severe in welfare societies than in liberal ones, the biases of the human moral sense, including nepotism and conformity, true enough, but let us not overlook the facts that altruism and disconformity occur along with selfishness, and that political progress has often involved moral progress. The preceding is a clear example of failed radical reductionism, in this case of social science to genetics and psychology. Besides, Pinker's list of accomplishments of the new science of human nature reads like the preamble to a new right manifesto rather than a summary of scientific endings. Commitment to a regressive political ideology is a reliable indicator of the pseudoscientific nature of a discipline. Much the same holds for the self-styled evolutionary psychologists, whom Pinker admires. They too assert condently that social inequality is in our genes, and Consequently, social revolutions are bound to fail. Thus Barkow, 2006, 37, one of the founders, social stratification is a reaction of the evolutionary fact that people do want more for their children than they want for the children of others. But surely, class barriers, by definition, slow down social mobility or even prevent it altogether. Hence only a classless society, or at least one with porous social barriers, allows for personal advancement. Note that this is a purely logical argument. What needs empirical evidence is the assumption that ambition for one's offspring is inborn and therefore universal. But human genetics has not provided evidence for this piece of pop genetics. Far from having biological roots, social stratification has a strong impact on the quality and length of life. People on top live better and longer than their subordinates. The psychoneuroendocrine immune mechanism is roughly this: subordination rightward arrow, stress rightward arrow, release of cortisol rightward arrow, rise in blood pressure and blood sugar levels rightward arrow, higher morbidity. This is why life is better and longer in Japan and the Nordic countries than in the more inegalitarian countries, such as the United States and the United Kingdom, see example Wilkinson and Pickett 2009. Besides, social archaeologists have found that social stratification emerged only about VE millennia ago, along with civilization. As Trigger, 2003b, 44, informs us. In his monumental treatise, anthropologists apply the term early civilization to the earliest and simplest form of societies in which the basic principles governing social relations was not kinship but a hierarchy of social divisions that cut horizontally across societies and were unequal in power, wealth, and social prestige. However, let us move on to other pseudoscience specimens. Eugenics, once promoted by many bona fide scientists and progressive public intellectuals, was invoked by American legislators to introduce and pass bills that restricted the immigration of people of inferior races, and led to the institutionalization of thousands of children regarded as mentally feeble. The racial policies of the colonial powers and the Nazis were justified by the same science, and led to the enslavement or murder of millions of Amerindians, Indians, blacks, Slavs, Jews, and Gypsies. The worldwide economic crisis that started in 2008 is a more topical example of the disastrous social consequences that result from social policies inspired by wrong economic and political philosophies. Indeed, there is consensus that this crisis is to be blamed on the laissez-faire policies pursued by the American and British governments since the days of Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher. Now, laissez-faire is not a stray ideological slogan, it is the logical consequence of two dogmas that have been held uncritically, despite sea changes in economic reality, since Adam Smith, 1776, advanced them in his great work. These are the principles: a. That the only goal of economic activity is the pursuit of private profit, and b. That the free, unregulated market is self-regulating, that it is always in equilibrium or near it, whence any intervention is bound to hurt it. In turn, the above hypotheses rest on three unexamined philosophical doctrines: an individualist ontology, an unscientific epistemology, and an individualist ethics. Individualism is the thesis that there are only individuals, that collective entities, such as business concerns and nations, arguments of the imagination. This thesis is wrong. What is titious is the isolated individual, as we have argued elsewhere. Example Bunge 2003a, everything in the real world is either a system or a component of one. In particular, an individual's actions can only be understood in her social context. One may start analysis at either the micro or the macro level, but no analysis will be satisfactory if it misses either. The methodological lesson is that any satisfactory explanation of a social fact will involve what I have called Budden-Coleman diagrams, Bunge 1996. Budden-Coleman diagrams go against the grain of radical methodological individualism, which enjoins staying always at the micro level. This methodological viewpoint cannot remain neutral in the epistemological controversy between realism or objectivism and subjectivism. If consistent, it starts from individual cognitive experience rather than from knowledge, which is learned in society and checked by scientific communities, Merton's organized skepticism. Hence the methodology. Individualist should be either a radical subjectivist, like Berkeley, Kant, Fichte, or Husserl, or a radical empiricist, like Hume, Comte, Mill, or Carnap. Popper's combination of radical methodological individualism with epistemological realism does not work. Just as holism comes with an ethics of duty, such as Confucius and Kant's individualism is wedded to the egoist devise everyone for himself. Systemism, by contrast, suggests a humanistic ethics where rights and duties are on a par. In such a moral philosophy, every right implies a duty, and conversely. For example, my right to earn a living implies my duty to help others survive, and my duty to pay taxes implies my right to have a say in the way they are spent. I submit that ordinary folks abide by such moral philosophy, whereas orthodox economists and conservative politicians preach deontology to the masses while advising egoism to their clients. All of the advanced economies are ruled by economic policies of some kind. In turn, such policies are designed on the strength of economic theories and moral principles, and they are pushed or executed by political parties and governments. The orthodox economist will object to the inclusion of politics and morals among the determinants of economic policies. He will claim that these are purely technical rules belonging in the operating manual of the macroeconomic machinery. But of course this claim is mistaken at best and disingenuous at worst, for every political economy is bound to advance some interests while harming others. For example, free trade favors the strong while arresting the development of the weak, and the welfare state improves the lot of the poor through taxing the wealthy. In short, all public policy is morally committed. As the great socio-economist Gunnar Myrdal enjoined long ago, declare your values. Not doing so may help condone either pseudoscience or mercenary science, on which more anon. The fact that a great many scientists signed Faustian pacts with the war devil throughout the 20th century has given science a bad name, and has discouraged many able youngsters from pursuing a scientific career. We shall therefore presently glimpse at mercenary science, the kind that erases the humanist side of the philosophical pentagon in Fig 13.1 in section 13.2. Whereas basic science is disinterested, the goal of applied science projects is to obtain results of possible practical interest, and of course technologists design, repair or maintain artifacts of all kinds, from machines to social organizations. For instance, basic chemistry and biology provide the background knowledge for pharmacology, the latter analyzes or synthesizes compounds with possible therapeutic use, and industrial pharmacology, along with medicine, designs and tests drugs and therapies. The usual O of knowledge between the three domains is this. Besides, there is mercenary science, or science for hire regardless of moral consequences, or even knowing that its results will be used for evil purposes. Mercenary science is exceptional because the vast majority of scientists are not interested in practical applications. Moreover, they are incompetent to translate science into technology. Still, in a number cases patriotism, ideological zeal, greed, or the wish, or rub shoulders with the powerful, the so-called Kissinger complex, have prevailed. And some great scientists reinvented themselves as occasional Mephistophelian technologists, recall phosgene, the nerve gas, the hydrogen bomb, napalm, Agent Orange, the antipersonnel and cluster bombs, and the Terminator gene, see Cornwell. 2003, Schwartz et al. 1972. Some of the scientists who engaged in mercenary science were not anonymous company or government employees, but eminent physicists or chemists, some of them Nobel laureates. On the other hand, the scholars who worked for either the CIA or the KGB while pretending devotion to freedom or peace, or advised the Pentagon on how best to kill Vietnamese peasants, hardly count as mercenary scientists, because theirs was pseudoscience, see, example Lang 1981, Stoner Saunders. 2000, the same holds for the Nobel laureates in economics who, to the delight of the oil industry, denied the reality of global warming, or even the nightness of the oil deposits. Mercenary politologists are the most sinister but not the only violators of the ethical code of science. The food scientists who seek the best combination of fat, sugar, and salt to entice us to overeat cookies or baby food, and get hooked on them, are not far behind. They are in the company of the chemists employed by Big Tobacco, who manipulated nicotine to make cigarette smoking ever more addictive. Add the psychologists who help design deceptive advertising, and you get a picture of the huge contingent of natural, social, and biosocial scientists paid to use science against the people. The only efficient defense against this mercenary army is more and better science education. Pseudo-philosophy is nonsense parading as deep philosophy. It may have existed since Lao Tzu, but it was not taken seriously until about 1800, when the Romantics challenged the Enlightenment. By giving up rationality, they generated a lot of pseudo-philosophy, recall the lunatic pronouncements of Hegel, Fichte, Schelling, and their British followers, see, example Stove 1991. True, Hegel tackled a number of important problems, so his work cannot be dismissed lightly. However, his work, when understandable at all, was usually wrong in the light of the most advanced science of his own time. Worse, it enshrined the equivocation that depth must be obscure. Our characterization of scientific research in the previous chapter involved philosophical ideas of VE kinds, logical, semantical, ontological, epistemological, in particular methodological, and ethical. In particular, it involved the notions of logical consequence and logical consistency, the semantic notions of meaning and truth, the ontological concepts of real fact and law, objective pattern, the epistemological concepts of knowledge and test, and the moral principles of intellectual honesty and public service. Why such philosophical commitments of science? Let us see. Scientific research has philosophical underpinnings because it is, in a nutshell, the honest search for true knowledge about the real world, particularly its laws. With the help of both theoretical and empirical means, in particular the scientific method, and because every body of scientific knowledge is expected to be logically consistent, as well as a subject of rational discussion in the bosom of a community of investigators. All the expressions in italics occur in metascientific discourses about any factual, empirical science, and the discipline in charge of elucidating and systematizing the corresponding concepts is philosophy. Indeed, philosophy is the study of the most fundamental and cross-disciplinary concepts and principles. Hence, philosophers are expected to be generalists rather than specialists. And some of us often assume the ungrateful task of passing judgment on the credentials of some pseudoscientific or ideological beliefs. Now, different philosophical schools treat the above philosophical components of science differently or not at all. Let us recall only 4 inunculcantum. Perary examples: Marxism, existentialism, logical positivism, and Popperianism. Marxism introduced some revolutionary ideas in social science, particularly the materialist conception of history and the centrality of social conduct. However, Marxian materialism is narrowly economist. It underrates the roles of politics and culture, in particular ideology. Moreover, following Hegel, Marxism confuses logic with ontology, hence it is diffident of formal logic. Its materialist ontology is marred by the romantic obscurities of dialectics, such as the principle of the unity of opposites. Its epistemology is naive realism, the Reichian theory of knowledge, which makes no room for the symbolic nature of pure mathematics and theoretical physics. It glories social wholes at the expense of individuals and their legitimate aspirations. It exaggerates the impact of society on cognition, and it adopts utilitarian ethics, which has no use for disinterested inquiry, let alone altruism. No wonder that, while in power, dialectical materialist philosophers opposed some of the most revolutionary scientific developments of their time: mathematical logic, relativity theory, quantum mechanics, quantum chemistry, genetics, the synthetic theory of evolution, and post-Pavlovian neuropsychology. See example Graham, 1981. But the worst sin of dialectical materialism is that, because it overrates conflict, it underrates cooperation, and it is actually a philosophy of war, even though its followers proclaim their love of peace. And yet, the serious awes of Marxism are beauty spots by comparison with the absurdities of existentialism. This hermetic doctrine rejects logic and, in general, rationality, and it is centered in an extremely sketchy, nearly unintelligible, and even ridiculous ontology. Suffice it to recall Heidegger's characterization of being and time, the central subjects of the book that made him famous overnight. Being is it itself, and time is the maturation of temporality. Another 2 famous aphorisms by the same author are the world worlds, and the word is the dwelling of being. All this is just nonsense, hence not even false. But it may sound profound to the naive, and it attracts the lazy, for it discourages rational discussion. Furthermore, existentialism has no use for semantics, epistemology, or ethics. No wonder that it has had no impact on science, except indirectly, and negatively, through its debasement of reason and support of Nazism. No wonder, too, that it has not produced an intelligible philosophy of science, let alone a stimulating one. Actually, existentialism is a prime example of a pseudo-philosophy. By contrast, logical positivism uses modern logic, defends scientism, and criticizes obscurantism. But it has no defensible semantics beyond the operationist thesis that meaning equals testability, a category mistake. It has no ontology. Beyond phenomenalism, there are only appearances. Its epistemology overrates induction and misunderstands or underrates scientific theory, which it regards as a mere data compendium. And it has no ethics beyond Hume's emotivism. Unsurprisingly, logical positivists have misinterpreted relativistic and quantum physics in terms of laboratory operations instead of as representing objectively existing physical entities that exist in the absence of observers. See example Bunge 1973a. Still, logical positivism is scientistic, and therefore far superior to the anti-science stance of postmodernism. But, for better or for worse, logical positivism is dead. Except in some science textbooks. Karl Popper was instrumental in killing logical positivism. He praised rational ity and the pursuit of knowledge. But he rejected the very attempt to elucidate the concepts of meaning and interpretation, without which it is impossible to use mathematics in science. He had no ontology beyond individualism, or atomism, or nominalism, which renders social engineering impossible, in spite of which he approved of it. Popper valued theory to the point of regarding observation, measure, meant and experiment as only ways of testing hypotheses. He overrated criticism, underrated discovery and induction, had no use for positive evidence, and had no ethics beyond the Buddha's, Epicurus, and Hippocrates' injunction not to harm. Because of his abuse of the word no, Popper's philosophy may be called logical negativism, Bunge 1999. Yet, Popper has the merits of having defended rationality and a realist interpretation of physical theories, and of having deeded inductivism and shown the impossibility of inductive logic. But Popper rst underrated, and later admitted but misinterpreted evolutionary biology as consisting exclusively of culling mists. He opposed the psychoneural monism inherent in biological psychology. He rejected the materialist conception of history adopted by the most advanced historical school, that of the annals, and he defended neoclassical microeconomics, which, as will be argued below, is pseudoscientific in being conceptually fuzzy and immune to empirical falsification. In short, none of the four above-mentioned schools matches the philosophy in here and in science. I submit that any philosophy capable of understanding, using and promoting scientific research has the following characteristics. 1. Logical internal consistency and evidence by the rules of deductive inference. Acceptance of analogy and induction as heuristic means, but no claim to a priori validations of analogical or inductive arguments. 2. Semantical, a realist theory of meaning as intended reference, denotation, and as different from extension or truth domain, together with sense or connotation. And a realist view of factual truth as the matching of a proposition with the facts it refers to. 3. Ontological materialism, all real things are material, possess energy, and some laws, causal, probabilistic, or mixed. Mental processes are brain processes, and ideas in themselves, however true or useful, are actions. Dynamicism, all material things are in ux. Systemism, everything is either a system or a potential or actual component of a system. Emergentism, every system has systemic or emergent properties that its components lack. For epistemological scientific realism, it is possible to get to know reality, at least partially and gradually, and scientific theories are expected to represent, however imperfectly, parts or features of the real world. Moderate skepticism, scientific knowledge is perfectible as well as fallible. However, some endings, example that there are atoms and elds, that there are no disembodied ideas, and that science pays, are RM acquisitions. Moderate empiricism, all factual hypotheses must be empirically testable, however indirectly, and both positive and negative evidence are valuable indicators of truth value. Moderate rationalism, knowledge advances through educated guessing and reasoning combined with experience. Scientism, whatever is knowable and worth knowing is best known scientifically. Ethical secular humanism, the supreme moral norm is pursue the welfare, logical, mental, and social, of self and others. This maxim directs that scientific research should satisfy either curiosity or need, and abstain from doing unjustifiable harm. Epistemic socialism, scientific work, however artisanal, is social, in that it is now stimulated, now inhibited, by fellow workers and by the ruling social order, and that the provisional umpire is not some institutional authority but the community of experts. Every such community prospers with the achievements of its members, and it facilitates the detection and correction of error. Warning: this is a far cry from the Marxian claim that ideas are exuded and killed by society. It is also at variance with the constructivist relativist view that scientific facts are local social constructions, that is, mere community-bound or tribal conventions. I submit that the above philosophical principles are tacitly met by the mature or hard sciences, physics, chemistry, biology, and history, that the immature or soft sciences, psychology and the non-historical social sciences, satisfy only some of them, and that the pseudosciences violate most or all of them. In short, I repeat that great science is nurtured by sound philosophy, as suggested by Fig 13.1. By contrast, pseudoscience grows in a nest built with bad elements, some of them characteristic of postmodern pseudo-philosophy, see Fig 13.2. Moreover, the pseudosciences are akin to religion, to the point that some of them serve as surrogates for it. The reason is that they share philosophical idealism and a non-humanistic ethics. Indeed, both pseudoscience and religion postulate innate real entities, paranormal cognitive abilities, and a heteronymous ethics. Let us spell this out. Every religion has a philosophical kernel, and the philosophies inherent in the various religions share the following idealist principles. Idealist ontology: there are autonomous spiritual entities, such as souls and deities, and they satisfy no scientific laws. Idealist epistemology: some people possess cognitive abilities that fall outside the purview of experimental psychology, divine inspiration, inborn insight, or the capacity to sense spiritual beings or prophesy events without the help of science. Heteronymous ethics: all people are subject to inscrutable and omnipotent human powers, and nobody is obliged to justify their beliefs by means of rational argument or scientific experiment. All three philosophical components common to both religion and pseudoscience are at variance with the philosophy inherent in science. Hence, the theses that science is one more ideology, and that science cannot connect with religion because they address different problems in different but mutually compatible ways, are false. More on religion and science in Bunge 2009, Mahner and Bunge 1996. Closing remarks. The serpent was blamed for coaching Eve, on the ground that knowledge is evil. As societies became secularized, we learned that knowledge is intrinsically good, if not always worth acquiring. We also learned that it may be misused, and also that it may be faked, just like nearly everything else. Since scientific knowledge is in the public domain, to misuse it, sell it for private profit, or fake it, amounts to stealing from the commons. Medical quackery is a case in point. It is far easier to identify and pillory than any other kind of bogus knowledge, because it openly contradicts biology, and it is practiced only on faith, without any laboratory of clinical evidence showing that it works better than placebos. Yet, alternative medicines continue to flourish under the protection of the free market ideology. Some of them, such as phenomenological medicine, narrative medicine, existentialist psychiatry, and transcultural psychiatry, are even taught in prestigious medical schools along with scientific medicine. If this tendency were to prevail, sick people would have to resort to veterinary clinics. One can safely bet that alternative medicines will continue to thrive wherever the practice of medicine is regarded as a business rather than a social service, and wherever pseudo-philosophy is held in awe just because of the tendency to mistake Hermeticism for depth. So, it is up to the sanitary authorities, medical associations, serious scholars, and journalists, to alert the public and teach that the only alternative to dangerous medical quackery is better medicine. In academia, much bogus knowledge is tolerated in the name of academic freedom, which is like allowing for the sale of contaminated food in the name of free enterprise. I submit that such tolerance is suicidal, that the serious students must be protected against the anything goes crowd. The philosophies of matter and mind ought to provide such protection. To provide it, they must be sandwiched between logic, on the one hand, and up-to-date science on the other. It is a waste of time, as well as misleading, to either defend or attack materialism without knowing what matter is. Likewise, it is not productive to either defend or attack psychoneural monism without knowing something about biological psychology. In sum, it is not enough to produce genuine knowledge, we should also examine and denounce bogus knowledge, because it diverts and deceives. However, we should never damn new ideas as pseudoscientific just because they are outlandish. Remember that throughout the 19th century nearly all physicists and philosophers condemned atomistics as pseudoscientific. Let us be neither narrow-minded nor utterly lacking in philosophical terms. Appendices. There are at least two quite different concepts of truth, formal and factual. Leibniz called them vérités de raison and vérités de fait respectively. Whereas the formal truths are those of logic and mathematics, the factual truths are characteristic of ordinary knowledge, science, and technology. For example, while there are innately many prime numbers is a formal truth, there are about 6 billion people at this time is a factual truth. The confusion between the two kinds of truth is even worse than the confusion between value and price. It is generally agreed that the concept of formal truth is elucidated by model theory in the case of abstract, uninterpreted theories, such as set theory and group theory, and that it coincides with that of theoremhood in the case of interpreted theories such as the calculus, modulo the undecidable formulas. No comparable consensus exists with regard to factual truths. Indeed, although all clear thinkers value objective, factual, truth, no one seems to have hit on a true theory, hypothetico-deductive system, of it. So, after 2.5 millennia, the correspondence theory is still a research project. Yet, the intuitive idea is clear if fuzzy, a proposition is factually true if it or matches, or corresponds to, or is adequate to, the facts it refers to. But what do the metaphorical terms or match, or correspond to, mean? This is the outstanding question. The great mathematician Alfred Tarski, in his famous 1944 article, thought he had a single formula for both kinds of truth: the sentence S is true if and only if S. But this won't do, for three reasons. First, because it connates the two kinds of truth. Second, because it confuses facts with sentences, something that only gloss-so-centrists like Heidegger and the second Wittgenstein would accept. Third, because it does not contrast language, or rather its epistemic designatum, with extralinguistic reality, which is what correspondence is supposed to mean. Indeed, Tarski's formula just bridges a bit of language, the sentence S, to a bit of meta-language, the name S of S, see Bunge 1974b. It misses the essence of factual truth, namely that it is a piece of human knowledge of the external world, something that subjectivists and phenomenalists deny themselves. Alternative endeavors to elucidate the notion of factual truth have not fared better. In particular, the attempts by Reichenbach, Popper, and their followers, to reduce truth to probability, or else improbability, are wrong for at least three reasons. First, truth logically precedes probability, since we must be able to evaluate the truth value of probability formulas among others. Second, there is no justification, hence, no objective criterion, for assigning probabilities to propositions, any more than to assign them areas, temperatures, or colors. And third, whereas the truth value of the disjunction of two mutually independent propositions equals the greatest of their truth values, the probability that either of two mutually independent events occurs equals the sum of their separate probabilities. Nor should factual truth, in particular partial, or approximate, truth, be mistaken for plausibility or verisimilitude. Factual truth is a feature of the knowledge-reality relation, whereas plausibility is relative to some body of knowledge. And, whereas factual truths are ascertained after the fact, plausibility judgments can be made a priori. For example, only observation can check whether the proverbial cat is on the mat. By contrast, the psychokinesis hypothesis is implausible because it contradicts energy conservation. It is embarrassing to note that the above-mentioned attempts to elucidate the COR respondents' concept of truth have derived from confusion. Moreover, two of them may have originated in the everyday usage of probable and wahrscheinlich in English and German respectively, where they mean likely and plausible as well as chance-like. These failures are sad indicators of the state of contemporary philosophy. Bunge, 2001. By the same token, they suggest the need to make a fresh start. In this paper we shall attempt just this. We shall also examine the ontology, semantics, and methodology of the concept of partial, or approximate, truth of fact. Parts of this paper have been lifted from a previous publication, Bunge 2003a. The intuitive notion of factual truth as the thing, or adequacy, or matching, of idea to fact is odd if ideas are conceived in the abstract, example as propositions. This is because in such case the thing, adequacy, or matching in question is only metaphorical. Indeed, abstract ideas can be contrasted with one another, as when comparing two numbers. Likewise, factual items can be contrasted with another, as when comparing two integers. But it seems impossible to compare or confront an abstract idea with the fact it refers to. In particular, there is no similarity between a formula of optics and a light wave, any more than there is an analogy between writing and speech. However, this is not the case with concrete ideation, as a thought processes, vis-a-vis its referent in the external world, or, in the jargon of the day, the truth maker of the truth bearer in question. Let us then glimpse at this alternative. Consider BRE ideas the way cognitive neuroscience does, namely as brain processes. In this case we can attempt to regard truth as a property of a brain process of the mental kind. Hence in this case we can compare ideas with their external referents if any, Bunge 1980a, 1983a. For instance, we can say that a subject has a true perception of a circular GUR. If, in fact, she perceives a circle when presented such a GUR. Moreover, some sensational experiments with primates have shown that such mental images consist in similar configurations of activated neurons in the visual cortex, Tuttle et al. 1982. 1998. A person's perception will be false if she perceives a circle as a different GUR, or if she perceives no GUR at all. Obviously, in this simple case there is a single true perception and an uncounted number of false perceptions. Moreover, by observing The activity, ring rate, of certain neurons, the cognitive neuroscientist can predict quite accurately what the subject was viewing, Kraemen et al. 2000. This approach will be judged preposterous by any believer in psychoneural dualism. But dualism has long been superseded by cognitive neuroscience, according to which mental events are a feature of neurophysiological systems with certain properties, Zeki 1993, 345. For example, a visual image in the brain results from the simultaneous activity of several visual areas and pathways. Another example: damage to the lower and middle regions of the prefrontal cortex result in serious emotional impairment. The patient fails to be moved by events that elicit strong feelings in normal subjects, Damasio 1994. That said, I hasten to admit that the realist and materialist conception of factual truth sketched above is only a research project on which too few scholars seem to be working full-time. Let us now turn from concrete ideation, as a brain process, to ideas in themselves. That is, considered in abstraction from thought processes, the way mathematicians and idealist philosophers proceed. Let F denote a set of really possible facts, and their binary conjunction, or concatenation, or conjunction, as in she is eating while listening. The elements of F may be events in either a knower's brain or in her external world. We assume that the concatenation Fg of any two facts F and G in F is a third fact rather than, say, ation. We also assume that fact concatenation is associative, F, G H, equals Fg, H, for any F, G, and H in F. And we deem the null fact O as that which, when concatenated with an arbitrary fact F, leaves it unaltered, OF equals FO. Equals F. That is, O plays the role of the unit element. Clearly, is a monoid, or semi-group with identity. Note that we do not assume that facts can disjoin, real things and changes in them, events or processes, conjoin but do not disjoin. Reality does not practice negation either. Negation, like disjunction, is a purely conceptual process. In other words, the operator applies to propositions and predicates, not to facts. See Bunge 1977a. Next, let P stand for the set of all propositions, and comma for the standard propositional connectives. As is well known, is a complemented lattice. We also assume that this lattice is distributive. The rumor that quantum mechanics has destroyed distributivity stems from the confusion of propositions with operators. So much for definitions. Let us now put them to work. We stipulate that a map from into formalizes the concept of representation of facts by propositions. In turn, a partial map from into the unit inter val 0,1 of the real line is a truth valuation function V. This second map is partial. Because not every proposition in P is assigned a truth value, think of the undecidable propositions. Furthermore, we assume that the truth values range between 0 and 1, because we admit approximate, partial, truths and falsities, such as there are now 6 billion people. The two maps compose as follows. Representation R1 truth valuation V. Rightward arrow 0, 1. The theory should specify the maps R, 1 and V in such a way that 1. All the propositions representing the null fact O are false. If R, 1, P, equals O, then V, P, equals 0 for all P in P. 2. For all F set membership symbol F, R1, F, equals P set membership symbol P, and, for some PV, P, equals U set membership symbol 0, 1. 3. For all F, G set membership symbol F, R1, FG, equals PQ set membership symbol P, and, for some PQV, PQ, set membership symbol 0, 1. Note the occurrence of some instead of all. This is due to the existence of utterly unknown facts. On the other hand, we need not assume gaps in P, since a factual proposition may be objectively true or false even if it has not yet been put to the test. For example, Le Verrier's prediction of the existence of Neptune was true before Gall saw the planet through the telescope. The map R1 is the inverse of the reference function deemed elsewhere, Bunge. 1974a. It can be analyzed as the composition of two maps, the facts thoughts, and the thoughts propositions maps. A particular thought is construed here as a particular brain process, whereas a proposition is conceived of as an equivalence class of thoughts, see Bunge 1980a, 1983a. No two thoughts are strictly identical even if they consist in thinking of the same proposition. The analysis in question is the composition of two maps, imaging, or IM. From facts F into thoughts, and conceptualization, or CON, from thoughts to propositions P, where R1 is the inverse of the reference map. However, as long as the representation map R1 remains undefined, we have no right to talk about a correspondence theory of truth. We can only talk about the project of crafting such a theory. In section 15.4 we shall have something to say about V. Still, we must recall the dual of truth, namely error, because it is a mark of factual knowledge. Scientists distinguish between theoretical and empirical propositions. For instance, they contrast the calculated to the observed orbit of a planet. And in practice they use the following truth criteria concerning a quantitative property, magnitude, m, such as mass, transition probability, metabolic rate, GDP, or what have you. Criterion 1. The true empirical, measured, value of m measured with technique T is mu Tm equals E plus or minus epsilon, where E is the average of a large sequence of high-precision measurement results, and epsilon is the experimental error, mean standard deviation, of that sequence. Criterion 2. The theoretical, calculated, value theta of m is true provided the absolute value of the discrepancy between the two is smaller than the experimental error, theta e epsilon. Criterion 1 tells us that basic quantitative truths result from measurements, in particular pointer readings. More precisely, it tells us that, to extract the true value from a mass of such readings, we must take their arithmetic average. It starts then with a set of numbers and ends up in a single number. The underlying assumption is that the experimental errors have a bell-shaped distribution. And criterion 2 contrasts two numbers, the set average and the calculated number. We emphasize that the above are truth criteria, not definitions. This remark is necessitated by the positivist confusion of the concept of truth with empirical truth. Criteria, a connotation parallel to that of reference with evidence. The truth criteria suggest how to nd truth values, but do not tell us what a truth value is. Parallel. A cooking recipe instructs how to make a cake of a particular kind, but it does not define the general concept of a cake. However, the above criteria suggest that no theory of partial truth can be satisfactory if it ignores the concept of error. Let us proceed to sketching such a theory. Asking how accurate a proposition is, presupposes that there are truth values other than 0 and 1. This is a standard assumption in applied mathematics, factual science, and technology. Indeed, in all these fields it is taken for granted that the best one may ordinarily come up with is a good approximation to the truth, one that may eventually be perfected, though. This is what approximation theory, pioneered by Archimedes, and the calculus, of errors, fathered by Gauss, are all about. A methodological consequence of the thesis that truth is graded, is that so is falsification, or refutation. For instance, the popular opinion that classical mechanics has been falsified is utterly false. In fact, that theory is an excellent approximation for medium-sized bodies in slow motion. This is why physicists, astronomers, and mechanical engineers continue to use that theory when appropriate. And this is why Thomas Kuhn's opinion, that all past beliefs about nature have turned out to be false, is itself utterly false. Furthermore, it is an opinion that discourages all attempts to increase the accuracy, extension, and depth of knowledge. In other words, one assumes, usually tacitly, that there is a truth valuation function v from some set p of propositions to a numerical interval, which can be taken to be the unit real interval 0, 1. That is, we may set v, p rightward arrow 0, 1. Our problem is to come up with a plausible system of conditions, postulates, dening v. We want such postulates to make room for such half-truths as Aristotle was a Spartan philosopher. Regrettably, the standard valuation function deemed by v, pq, equals min v, p, v, q. v, pq, equals max v, p, v, q. Has the counterintuitive consequence that the above proposition about Aristotle is totally false rather than half-true. Hence the standard valuation function cannot be regarded as exactifying the intuitive notion of partial truth. However, this criticism only affects the conjunction. The following is a somewhat more plausible, yet tentative, set of desiderata for v. D1 if p is a quantitative proposition that has been found to be true to within the relative error epsilon, then v, p, equals 1, epsilon. Example p equals there are 9 people in this room, while the actual count shows that there are 10 people. Relative error equals epsilon equals 1/10. v, p, equals 1, 1/10 equals 9/10, a pretty good approximation. D2 if p is not the negate of another proposition, then v, p, equals 0 IFF v, p, equals 1. 1 IFF v, p, 1. Otherwise, that is, if q is the negate of a proposition p, which in turn is not the negate of another proposition, then v, p, equals v, q. Example if p is the example of D1 above, then v, p, equals 1. That is, the statement that there are not 9 people in the room is completely true, a cheap truth, though. The second part of the previous axiom says that the negation of a partial truth is not another partial truth but a plain falsehood. This result contradicts the opinion of 15.4 Partial Truth 283. The great physicist Niels Bohr that, whereas the opposite of an ordinary truth is a falsehood, that of a deep truth is another deep truth. Obviously, anyone who wished to formalize this witty but obscure opinion would have to construct a completely different theory of truth. However, let us move on. D3 for any two propositions P and Q. If PQ, then V, P, equals V, Q. This is not offered as a deep insight but as an obvious control. D4 if P is not the negate of Q, then V, PQ, equals to 1 V, P, plus V, Q. Otherwise, V, PP, equals 0. Example P equals Aristotle was a Spartan philosopher. This is the conjunction of two propositions, one true and the other false. Hence, V, P, equals 1/2. D5 for any two propositions P and Q, V, PQ, equals max V, P, V, Q. Example: PQ equals Heidegger was a philosopher or a scribbler. V. PQ equals 1. A corollary of D5 is that V. PQ equals max V. P. V. Q. In particular, if V. P equals 1, then V. P equals 0, and V. PQ equals V. Q, and if V. P 1, then V. P equals 1, and V. PQ equals 1. In this system, negation, like death, does not come in degrees, it is abrupt, equalizing, and cheap. This is why critics can be right more often than their targets. Still, contradictions, though false, are not totally worthless, for they may act as alarm bells. Without them we could not use the reductio ad absurdum principle. They have also some heuristic value, since one of the two mutually exclusive options may be true. Despite these redeeming qualities, contradiction is of course a bane, since ordinarily it stops reasoning in its track and it paralyzes action. Yet, it is not as bad as confusion, let alone nonsense. Indeed, a contradiction can be solved, eliminated, by just dropping one of its constituents, and confusion can be cleared by analysis. Whereas nonsense is intractable. The correct semantic ranking is this: nonsense. And the correct methodological ranking is meaningful statement. Contrary to the variability theory, meaning precedes test, see Bunge 1974b. Example: the conditional if A, then B is scrutinized, and it is found that B is indeed true in many cases, and false in none, so far. This result renders a plausible, not probable though, and as such worthy of further investigation. How plausible is A? There is no ground to assign a numerical value to this plausibility. We could at most say that, in the light of the available evidence, A is more plausible than not A. Only future research may be able to substantiate, prove, A, or at least show that its truth value is high. The next task is to craft a consistent postulate system incorporating some or all of the above desiderata. 3 caveats are in place. The RST is that, if truth and falsity are regarded as mutually complementary, one may be tempted to postulate that V. P equals 1, V. P. However, this assumption entails that the negation of a half-truth equals half-falsity, which should be completely true, is worth the same as its assertion. Besides, jointly with D4, it leads to the unacceptable result that conjunctions and disjunctions have the same truth value. Allow me to repeat, denying is far cheaper than asserting. The second caveat is that one should resist the temptation to deem partial truth in terms of probability. One reason is that truth and probability are not interdeanable. If only because truth is predicated of propositions, whereas probabilities can only be predicated of facts of a certain type. A second reason is that the concept of truth is logically prior to that of probability because, when checking probabilistic statements, whether theoretically or experimentally, we take it for granted that they can be true to some extent. Finally, truth values do not combine like probabilities. For instance, the truth value of the conjunction of two independent propositions with the same truth value equals the latter, whereas the probability of the conjunction of two independent equiprobable events equals the product of their probability. Anal suggestion is that the theory should include the concept of reliability of the truth source, such as the testing technique. Indeed, it often happens that one assigns a high truth value when employing a coarse method, only to discover error when a more exacting procedure is employed. This suggests adding the following desideratum. D6 If a proposition P can be assigned different truth values on the strength of tests with different reliabilities R, P, choose the assignment that maximizes the product of the two values R, P, V, P, equals max, where the reliability coefficient ranges between 0 and 1. So much for the desiderata for the valuation function. The enumeration of these conditions is proposed as a research project. This project consists in gearing out a closing remarks consistent set of postulates satisfying the above desiderata, some of which should occur as axioms, others as theorems, and perhaps still others in altered form or even not at all. Everyone uses the correspondence concept of truth, but nobody seems to know exactly what it is. Therefore, it behooves philosophers to elucidate it through the ori proper, that is, a hypothetico-deductive system. However, an adequate theory of factual truth as adequacy of thought to fact should not be a priori. Instead, it should jibe with the way scientists and technologists go about ending truths and renaming them. In particular, it should include the notions of adequacy of the fact thought and the thought proposition relations, as well as that of closeness of T, the dual of error. Surely this project should be more interesting, exciting, and rewarding than either a many worlds fantasy or one more constructivist relativist manifesto against the very possibility of ending objective truths.